Chapter 51-51, Liam's Machinations. After Ellen addressed his wounds, Alaric stepped out of the carriage to check his subordinates. "How is everyone?" he asked while looking at Bernard. "Everyone is fine, my lord. Some of our soldiers are injured, but their injuries aren't fatal. They only need a few days of rest to recover," Bernard replied while staring at him with unmasked admiration. Despite being the heir of a noble household, Alaric didn't hesitate to place himself in the most dangerous position. Other heirs would have chosen to prioritize their safety if they were in that situation. Provide first aid to the injured and monitor their condition from time to time. Also, build a wagon big enough to fit all of them. You can use the spare tires of the carriage for the wagon," Alaric instructed. "Yes, my lord." Bernard acknowledged his command with a nod of his head. "You may go." After Bernard left to do his tasks, Warwick approached him with a solemn look. "My lord, how should we handle this matter?" This matter was big enough to destroy the alliance between House Pixeti and House Silversword. If it wasn't handled well, it might even lead to a war. Alaric pondered deeply. "I can't let this matter slide. If I act like nothing happened, Liam would think that I'm a pushover. But how should I retaliate without ruining the friendship of the two noble households?" Warwick remained silent and calmly waited for his response. It was a difficult choice, so he wondered how Alaric would respond. After almost 5 minutes of silence, Alaric raised his head and muttered in a cold voice. "Once the wagon is built, we will head straight to North Pine Town and inform my father about the situation. House Pixeti is definitely not involved with this. They will never do something that would damage the friendship of the two households. Which means that Liam is the sole culprit," he added. "I will never let that bastard get away with this." Alaric's eyes flashed with killing intent. Warwick felt a chill when he saw his gaze. "I will follow your words, my lord." He lowered his head. Not long later, Cholmo came running towards him with an urgent look on his face. "My lord, I discovered the contract between Liam and the mercenary group." Where is it?" This was crucial evidence that would prove Liam's direct involvement. "It's here, my lord." Cholmo handed him the piece of parchment paper he was holding. Alaric unrolled the parchment paper and read the contents. The document noted down the mission that Liam tasked the mercenary group with. It was even stamped by both parties, which made it legitimate evidence that could prove Liam's crime. What a fucking idiot! He actually left a trace that would lead back to him. "Just wait for me, Liam. I will let you live for a while, but mark my words, you won't have a good ending." Alaric rolled the parchment paper and kept it in his pocket. "Good job, Sir Cholmo." Alaric tapped the knight's shoulder. Without the document, it would have been difficult to seek justice. Cholmo grinned at him. "I'm glad that I found something useful. Continue searching their items. We might find something else." "Yes, my lord." Cholmo saluted and left to do what he had instructed. Under Cholmo's command, a few warriors rummaged through the mercenaries' items. Unfortunately, other than some money and their crude equipment, there was nothing of notable importance. A few hours later, the wagon was finally built. Alaric instructed the group to bring the injured to the wagon. Once everyone had settled down, the group marched towards the direction of Vale. Meanwhile, inside a room in House Pixeti's main mansion, Liam sat on a chair as he stared at the cloudy night sky with a faint smile. Those stupid followers of Agnes should be dead by now. He was already aware that an elite knight was leading Alaric's escort team. The reason he sent the mercenary group to attack them was because he wanted to make Alaric pay for coveting his sister. He also wanted to make use of Alaric's group to remove the potential threat that had grown significantly over the years. Whether Alaric died or not was not his concern. "It seems like nothing happened to you, Alaric. What a pity. If something had happened to Alaric, his entourage would have returned to Rivad to investigate the incident, but since there were no signs of them, he was certain that Alaric was still alive. Thinking about this, he shook his head with a regretful look. Well, at least I managed to eliminate Juva's mercenary group. Now, I have nothing to worry about once I inherit my father's property and position. Liam snickered at the success of his plan. I accomplished 2 things today. 1. I was able to punish Alaric for coveting what is mine. And secondly, I eliminated Juva's mercenary group, which would be a huge threat to my future rule. I'm really a fucking genius. Ha 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 ha. His evil laughter echoed within the confines of his room. On the 6th day of December, in the year 208 of the Astanian calendar, Alaric's group finally arrived at the entrance of North Pine Town. The mood was heavy and no one spoke throughout their return to the estate. At this moment, Lucas and Maria were happily waiting for them in front of the main mansion. Lucas was the first to notice them and he immediately saw their haggard faces. Sensing the change in his expression, Maria raised her eyebrows. What happened? She asked with a hint of worry. Lucas frowned as he muttered in response. They are injured. What? Maria covered her mouth in shock. What about our son? Is he all right? Lucas nodded with a grim look. He is fine, but he is also injured. Oh my God! Just what happened out there? Maria's eyelashes trembled. In the next moment, Alaric stepped out of the carriage with Elena closely following behind him. Seeing him covered in bandages, Maria immediately rushed to his side. My son! Are you all right? Meanwhile, Lucas stood there unmoving, his eyes filled with intense coldness. Chapter 52-52, The Brain of House Silversword. Looking at Alaric's face, Lucas muttered. Let's discuss this in my study. Alaric nodded in understanding. He then looked at his mother, squeezed her hand, and gave her a reassuring smile. I'm all right, Mom. These are just minor cuts. Maria exhaled a long sigh. Let's go to your father's study. I'd like to hear the situation as well. All right. Alaric nodded. Letting her know what had happened wouldn't be an issue. She was also smarter than both him and his father combined, so she might offer a better solution. Elena quietly followed them. She could sense that something big was about to happen, but she tactfully remained silent. A moment later, they arrived at the study room. Alaric and Maria entered, while Elena remained outside. Lucas saw his wife entering with Alaric, but he didn't say anything. He eyed his son and pointed at the chair in front of his desk. Sit down. Alaric obediently took his seat, while Maria sat next to him. With a deep look, Lucas muttered. What happened? Alaric furrowed his eyebrows as he recounted the whole situation. When we were about to leave Rivad, Sir Warwick sensed. We deliberately led them to an open area to force them to come out. I don't want to see anyone get killed, so I decided to use an isolation tactic by forming a defensive formation centered around Sir Cholmo and Sir Bernard, while Sir Warwick and I would deal with the stronger mercenaries. In the end, we successfully eliminated the mercenaries, and we even managed to get evidence that helped us identify the person who hired the mercenary group. When he mentioned this, Lucas narrowed his eyes. Who is it? He asked in a flat tone. Alaric took out the parchment paper he had kept and handed it to his father. This is a document signed by the leader of the mercenary group and the person who hired them. You will see his name right there. Lucas grabbed the parchment and began reading the contents. When he saw the name of the client, his eyebrows shot upwards in surprise. Maria saw this and immediately asked. Who is it? I can't believe it, Lucas muttered as he handed the parchment to his wife. While Maria was reading the contents of the paper, Lucas stared at his son. Do you think it was really done by him? He asked in a low voice. Alaric nodded without hesitation. I'm 100% convinced that it was him. The guy seemed to be unusually attracted to his sister and he acted suspiciously every time I saw him. Annoyance was evident in his voice. Liam Pixie, Lucas had an impression of that guy. He was a lively kid who always wore a smile on his face. Lucas thought that he was a good kid, but from the looks of it, there was something dark about him. Maria put down the parchment. He probably likes his younger sister. He must have sent those mercenaries to come for you out of jealousy. What a sickening thing! She had a disgusted look on her face. Hearing this, Lucas nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. I never thought that Nathan's second son is actually an abominable bastard, Lucas muttered as he leaned on his chair and rubbed his temples. The matter could lead to a serious conflict between both households. Father, I can't let this matter slide. How dare that bastard hurt me and our people? What Alaric hated the most were traitors. Not to mention that Liam had improper thoughts towards Hershey. Just thinking about it made him furious. Just how did that bastard die in my past life? In his past life, Liam died right after Hershey was engaged to Alaric. No one knows the true cause of his death, and House Pixeti was strangely silent about the incident. It was as if they had intentionally concealed the truth. What do you want to do? Lucas didn't want to offend House Pixeti, but this was a matter that concerned his son's life and the honor of House Silversword. He couldn't just leave it be. I'll send someone to assassinate. Alaric's words were suddenly cut off by his mother. Hold on. The father and son turned their gazes to her. Maria shook her head and said, there is no need to assassinate him. But Mom. Alaric frowned at her words. Listen to me first. Maria gave him a look. Alaric took a deep breath and decided to hear her out. The first thing we need to do is go to Revat and show this document to Baron Nathan. Once he learns the truth, we will have a justified reason to ask for compensation for the damages his son has caused, and Liam won't be able to reject if we demand for a trial by combat. Maria's words stunned both father and son. That's a sound plan, but what if Liam would deny the accusations and reject the trial? Alaric was fairly certain that Liam wouldn't admit his crimes that easily. He might do that, but Baron Nathan is not a foolish man. I know what kind of person he is. This document alone is enough to convict his son, so he would definitely agree to our demands. Maria replied. Yes, you're right, but this could still damage the relationship between our households. Lucas scrunched his eyebrows. Maria nodded. That's true, but... She suddenly smiled and said. There is a way to strengthen our alliance even after this incident. Lucas and Alaric stared deeply at her. They mentioned that their daughter is interested in our son. Why don't we send them a marriage proposal? Of course only on the premise that they agree to our demands. Maria snorted. Alaric stared at his mother in admiration. She had actually come up with that plan in just a short amount of time. All right. Let's do as you say. So what should we do first? Lucas was also impressed with her idea. Chapter 53-53, Words of Affirmation. But before that, what do you think about that girl? Maria stared at Alaric. Alaric thought about Hershey as he answered. She is a beautiful and talented young lady. If it's her, then I'm not against the proposal. That's good to hear. Maria was satisfied with his response. Now, here's what we need to do. Maria told them about her plan. From who they would bring to Revat and to how they should act once they were there. She didn't miss any detail, even going as far as thinking of several countermeasures in case something fell through. That's the gist of it. Don't forget anything, since we still need to discuss this with the warriors. Speaking of which, she turned her gaze to Alaric and said with a smile. Sir Henry has successfully become an elite knight yesterday. You should go and look for him later. You were the first person he wanted to see when he made his breakthrough. Hearing this, Alaric was pleasantly surprised. He thought that the old knight would need a few months to advance, but it seemed like he had underestimated Henry. I will visit him after cleaning myself up. Alaric couldn't wait to visit the old man and congratulate him. Then you should go. I will discuss the details with your mother. Just listen carefully once we talk about this with the knights. Lucas dismissed him with a light smile. All right. Then I'll excuse myself first. Alaric stood up, bowed to them, and left the study. Look at him go. He looks even more excited now than when he became a knight. Maria chuckled while shaking her head. Just leave him be. Sir Henry is like a grandfather to him. It's only natural for Alaric to feel happy about his advancement. That's true. Outside the study, Alaric saw Elena standing by the door with a bored look. Elena? Why are you still here? You should have returned to your room. He was inside the study for over an hour, so she must be tired. It's okay, my lord. I want to wait for you. Elena fidgeted as she lowered her head. Seeing her little movements, Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and sighed. She is still affected by what happened in Rivad. Alaric didn't expose her and gently grabbed her hand. Next time, you need to tell me if you ever feel tired or if you are uncomfortable about something. The warmth of his hand was like a magical medicine that eased her nerves. Mn, she hummed in response. You should go and take a shower. We will visit Sir Henry later. The girl lifted her head and asked. Why? Did something happen to Sir Henry? Yes, but it's a good thing. You will know later. The two parted ways. Alaric headed to his private bathroom, which was beside his bedroom, while Elena headed to the maidservant's public bathhouse. Inside the bathroom, Alaric removed the bandages and started cleaning his wounds. He then washed himself using the scented soap and dried his wet body with a clean cloth. Man, this thing really smells good. I should check on how the store is doing once I have some free time. Alaric stepped out of the bathroom and went to his room to change into a set of casual clothes. While he was combing his hair with his fingers in front of the mirror, he heard a series of knocks on the door. My lord, it's me. Elena's voice drifted into his ears. You may come in. Creak. Now dressed in a new maid uniform, Elena stepped inside his room. Alaric glanced at her through the mirror and noticed that her hair was still wet. Elena, your hair is still wet. Let me help you with that. He turned around, grabbed a cloth, and approached her. There's no need to trouble you, my lord. I can do it by myself. Elena grabbed the cloth from his hand, but she realized that she was unable to take it from him. It's all right, Elena. You always do it for me, so let me do the same for you. Alaric gently grabbed her hand and pulled her in front of the mirror. Elena felt shy, but she didn't reject him. This was Alaric's first time doing this for someone else, so he was a bit clumsy. Seeing his serious face through the mirror, Elena giggled. Alaric stopped what he was doing and looked at her. Did you just laugh? No, I didn't. Elena shook her head while holding back her laughter. Alaric smiled wryly. After patting her hair dry, he grabbed a comb and started combing her hair. Elena didn't say anything and just watched his face through the mirror. At this moment, Alaric's voice echoed in her ears. Elena, my parents want me to marry Hershey to solidify the alliance between both our households. Elena remained silent at his words. She already knew that this would happen after she saw Hershey. She was the most beautiful woman Elena had ever seen. She was also talented in painting and tea making, and she was also a smart woman. Elena felt that Hershey was a perfect match for her lord. That was her honest thought after meeting her. I agreed with their decision, Alaric added. Why are you telling me this? Elena asked. Alaric continued combing her hair as he replied. I just felt that I should inform you. Elena turned around and lifted her head to look at him. You don't need to feel guilty, my lord. I understand your difficulties and I know that this is also for the best of the town. But please, don't forget me, my lord. I will always be here for you. Alaric grabbed her shoulders and embraced her tightly. I know, Elena. Thank you for always taking care of me. You will always have a special place in my heart. His words made her feel a mixture of emotions. After some time, Elena broke free from his embrace and smiled at him. We should get going, my lord. You're right. Alaric chuckled as he nodded his head. Chapter 54-54, Observing the Progress of the Trainees. The two headed to Henry's house, which was located a few hundred meters away from the main mansion, but they didn't get far when they spotted the very person they were looking for walking towards them in his standard knight uniform. "My lord!" The old knight looked visibly excited upon seeing him, but when he saw Alaric's wounds, he frowned. What happened? He was resting in his house when they returned, so he didn't know what had happened. Alaric smiled and shook his head. "It's a long story. I'll tell you the details later." He quickly changed the topic. "Anyway, I heard that you've become an elite knight. Congratulations." The old knight smiled. "It's only because I had the beast soul crystal. If it weren't for that, it would have taken me years before I could achieve a breakthrough. Thanks to you I saved plenty of time. I'm really grateful, my lord." Alaric chuckled. "Like I said, you deserve that reward, Sir Henry. By the way, Elena also came here to congratulate you on your breakthrough." Alaric turned his head and winked at Elena. The girl was flustered, but she quickly stepped forward to congratulate the old knight. "Congratulations on your advancement, Sir Henry." The old knight grinned. "Thank you, Miss Elena. Oh please, just call me by my name." Elena was overwhelmed by how the old knight was formally speaking to her. "That won't do. You are a special person in this household, Miss Elena. Everyone knows that." The old knight chuckled. Elena blushed at his words. She understood what he was implying and it made her embarrassed. "We should talk somewhere more comfortable. Why don't we head to the training ground? There are plenty of seats there. I'm about to do my daily training anyway," Alaric suggested. "Sounds good. I'm also on my way there to observe the training of the new recruits." Henry nodded. "What about you, Elena? Will it be all right with you?" Alaric glanced at her. "Hey? Why yes. I will follow you wherever you want to go, my lord." Elena didn't expect him to ask for her opinion, so she almost stuttered. "In that case, let's go. I also want to check the progress of the new recruits. It's been a while since they started training. Some of them should be close to becoming a knight apprentice," Alaric said as he took the lead. The trio headed to the training ground under the curious gazes of the servants. When they arrived, they saw a group of young warriors dressed in their training clothes wielding their wooden weapons with synchronized movements. The person responsible for overseeing their training for the day was Rigor. He was quite strict, so the recruits were extra careful so as not to upset him. Rigor was the first to notice their presence. He immediately approached them and bowed. "Greetings, my lord." He then cupped his fists at Henry. "Sir Henry." The old knight returned his greeting by cupping his fists, while Alaric simply nodded his head. "How are the recruits doing?" Alaric asked while searching for Rasmus's figure among the trainees. "They are doing pretty well for newbies. This batch is better than the last group. 2 of them even showed exemplary results," Rigor announced proudly. As one of the trainers, he was pleased by their performance. "Oh!" Alaric's interest was piqued. He wondered if he was talking about the same people he was thinking. The old knight also showed interest in this matter, and even Elena was the same. "Which of them are you talking about?" Alaric asked while rubbing his chin. Rigor beamed as he replied. "It's Rasmus and Renant. Do you want me to call them Renant? I don't remember someone like that among the exceptional young knights in my past life. Please call them over. I'd like to closely observe their progress." Alaric nodded. "All right." Rigor went back to the trainees and summoned the 2 he had mentioned. He then brought them to Alaric. "My lord, it's them. This one is Rasmus and this guy is Renant." Rigor proudly introduced the top trainees. Alaric turned his gaze at the 2. Rasmus looked completely different compared to when he first met him at the orphanage. He had grown some muscles and he also looked a few centimeters taller. He had even trimmed his long hair, which made him look more like a warrior. On the other hand, Renault was a complete stranger to Alaric. He looked a bit older than Rasmus and was probably 20 years old. He had long wavy black hair and a pair of cold-looking onyx eyes. He was also quite tall at over 190 centimeters, and his physique was the most athletic among the recruits. "Greetings, Lord Alaric." Rasmus and Renault greeted him with a light bow. Alaric nodded to them and said, "You two showed the best results, so you must be properly rewarded. Give them more tonics to help them strengthen their bodies." He reminded Rigor. "I'll do as you, my lord. What are you two standing there for? Go and thank Lord Alaric." Rigor glared at the two. Hearing this, they immediately thanked Alaric. "Thank you for the reward, my lord. Continue working hard and you will receive more rewards." Alaric smiled and tapped their shoulder. "We will do our best, my lord." "All right, you should go back to your training. Don't mind us." Alaric waved his hand and sent Rigor a knowing look. Rigor understood his intentions and left with Rasmus and Renault. As they walked away, Rasmus turned his head and took another look at Alaric. "It seems like Lord Alaric went through another battle again. Just when can I go with him?" he whispered upon seeing the fresh wounds on Alaric's arms. Rigor snorted when he heard his remarks. "If you want to join Lord Alaric in battle, you better work harder. With your current strength and skill level, you will only be able to serve as an ordinary guard." Rasmus lowered his head and clenched his fists. "Just give me a little bit more time, my lord." Chapter 55-55, Josephus' Silversword. After Alaric's daily mission, a servant came to the training ground and informed him as well as the knights about when the meeting will be held. "A meeting, hey? Is this about your recent visit to Revad, my lord?" Henry curiously stared at Alaric. The latter still hadn't told him how he got his wounds. "Yes, pretty much." Alaric nodded with a serious look. "Then, I should take my leave first. I can't go to the meeting hall covered in sweat." Henry chuckled while shaking his head. "All right. We'll see you later, Sir Henry." "See you later, my lord." The old man bowed to him and left. An hour later, Alaric headed to the meeting hall. He told Elena to get some rest so the girl wasn't with him this time. When he entered the spacious hall, he saw the knights and the elite knights of the household seated before a long table. Among them was his uncle, Charles Silversword, who was leisurely chatting with a young warrior sitting on the chair to his left. As if sensing his arrival, Charles turned his head and waved at him enthusiastically. "Alaric! Come here and sit beside your uncle. I'd like to introduce you to someone." Alaric was disgusted upon seeing him, but he maintained a cool appearance. He decided to play along with his uncle. "Yes, my lord." Alaric took a seat on the empty chair beside Charles. "Alaric, do you still remember him?" Charles pointed at the young warrior beside him. Alaric stared at the young warrior with a calm expression. "How could I forget the face of my cousin? Of course. We met a few times when we were young." Alaric responded to his uncle while nodding at the young warrior. This man was Charles's bastard son, Josephus Silversword. He looked like he was in his late teens, but he was actually over 20 years old. He had a slender physique much like his father. However, unlike the men of House Silversword who had striking grey hair, Josephus had blonde hair which he inherited from his mother. Charles grinned and whispered to his ears. "Thanks to the herbs I got from you, Josephus became a knight." Alaric was taken aback. "Congratulations, Josephus." Alaric had mixed feelings about this cousin of his. In his past life, Josephus had never become a knight. He had always been stuck as a knight apprentice, which made Charles very disappointed in him. Josephus worked even harder to meet his father's expectations, but his efforts weren't rewarded. He was still unable to advance, which left him depressed. When Charles took over the baron's position after Lucas's death, Josephus committed suicide, but the reason for his suicide was kept a secret. Josephus scratched his head in embarrassment. "Thank you, my lord. If it weren't for the dragon-tail fern, I wouldn't have enough mana to advance." Looking at his honest and shy face, Alaric was baffled. "Just why did you hang yourself, Josephus? Just what pushed you to end your own life?" This matter was one of the few things that remained unanswered even after Alaric's death. "I hope you're not like your father, my dear cousin." While he was deep in his thoughts, the door sprung open as Maria and Lucas stepped in. Everyone immediately stood up from their seats the moment they arrived. "Greetings, my lord." "Greetings, my lady." Lucas scanned everyone's faces and saw Alaric sitting beside his uncle. He found it unusual since he felt that Alaric didn't like Charles. However, he didn't say anything and just calmly took his seat. Lucas cleared his throat and spoke. "Everyone, I gathered you all here to inform you about what happened to the people we sent to Rivad. I guess some of you are already aware of what happened, but for the sake of those who don't know anything, I will say it once again." Everyone adjusted their posture as they listened closely. Lucas recounted what he had heard from Alaric and the rest of the warriors who were sent to Rivad. When the knights heard this, they were furious. How dare they attack the heir of House Silversword? They must be tired of living. Charles slapped his hand on the table. Seeing this, Alaric sneered inwardly. Pretentious bastard. Meanwhile, the other knights also expressed their anger. "I can't believe that the second son of House Paxai would do something like this. We must make that bastard pay." The hall became noisy as everyone expressed their rage. "Silence!" Lucas's indifferent voice resonated in their ears, making everyone shut their mouths. "I understand your anger and frustration. That's why we came up with a plan to make that bastard pay for what he did." After saying this, Lucas gave his wife a look. Maria knew that it was her turn to speak. "This is what we have decided to do." Maria told them about her plan. It was more detailed than what they had discussed earlier. "We need a show of force to pressure House Paxai, so we need to send some of our elite knights to Rivad. Are there any volunteers?" Maria swept her gaze at the people inside the hall. "I will go." The newly advanced elite knight, Henry, was the first to volunteer. He looked incredibly furious by the look on his face. Maria nodded at the old man to show her appreciation. "I will go too." Charles smiled as he raised his arm. Alaric narrowed his eyes, wondering what his uncle was up to this time. "Please sign me up, my lady. I was with Lord Alaric when the attack happened. I must see this to the end." Warwick raised his hand with a cold look. "Thank you." Maria nodded to Warwick. "Now, I will announce who among the knights will join in the trip to Rivad. Alaric, Aldrin, Bernard, Cholmo, Rigger, Arthur, and Josephus. Including the 3 elite knights, the 7 of you will lead 30 of our warriors to Rivad. Do you have any questions?" Chapter 56-56, Preparations before departure. "What if someone will attack North Pine Town while most of our skilled warriors are away?" someone asked with a concerned look. "That wouldn't be an issue, as long as there's no disaster-grade monster, nothing will happen to the town. Besides, I'm already thinking of hiring someone who can guarantee the safety of the town and the estate." Lucas spoke confidently. Everyone was curious to know who he was talking about, but it didn't seem like Lucas had the intention of telling them, so no one asked. "Are there more questions?" At this moment, Henry raised his hand and asked. "My lord, who will represent us for the trial by combat?" Hearing this, everyone perked their ears as they stared at Lucas. "Who is the strongest knight in the household?" Lucas muttered while smiling faintly at them. Everyone turned their gazes to Alaric. They had already accepted the fact that Alaric was stronger than them. Even in the surrounding cities, it would be difficult to find someone who could defeat him. "It looks like we all have the same idea." Lucas chuckled. "My lord, wouldn't it be dangerous for Lord Alaric? Unexpectedly, Charles expressed his worry about the decision. He continued. I'm aware that he is powerful, but accidents happen in battle, especially in a trial by combat where everyone puts their life on the line. A few people nodded at his words, clearly in agreement with him. Alaric was the only heir of House Silversword. If something happened to him, there would be no one to succeed Lucas's position. Lucas didn't respond immediately. He looked at his son and asked his opinion. What do you think, Alaric? How confident are you? All eyes gathered on Alaric as soon as the Baron uttered those words. Sensing everyone's eyes on him, Alaric remained calm. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to bear the pressure of their expectations. However, this little bit of pressure was nothing to someone who had experienced a large-scale war. With an indifferent expression, Alaric responded. As long as the enemy is not an elite knight, I can guarantee my victory. Everyone may rest assured. You just need to ensure that no one will interfere with the trial. The veteran warriors were amazed by his composure and unwavering courage. Yes, my lord. We will do our best to ensure the fairness of the trial. The warriors replied in unison. Charles narrowed his eyes. Alaric was already gaining their support when he only recently became a knight, and this made him feel threatened. I should dispose of him while it is still early. This thought crossed his mind. Good. Now that we have decided on our representative for the trial, you guys should leave and make your preparations for tomorrow's trip. Lucas dismissed them. The next day, Alaric woke up early to do his daily routine. No one was in the training ground when he arrived, so the place was unusually quiet. Only the occasional chirping of the birds and the buzzing sounds of insects could be heard in the background. Without further ado, Alaric started doing his exercises. 100 push-ups ballot box with check mark. 100 sit UPS ballot box with check mark. 100 pull UPS ballot box with check mark. 10 km run ballot box with check mark. Soon, it was time for his sword exercises. 100 vertical slashes ballot box with check mark. 100 diagonal slashes ballot box with check mark. 100 horizontal slashes ballot box with check mark. 100 stabs ballot box with check mark. At the final stab, the cyan screen appeared in front of him. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. Alaric Silversword Knight EXP, 371/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 34+. Agility, 43+. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 13+. Battle points, 2560. Stat points, 34. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. He now had 34 stat points. He felt tempted to use them all, but he refrained from doing it. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps. Step. 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 He closed the cyan screen and looked at the person who had arrived. My lord. Rasmus didn't expect to see Alaric this early in the morning. From his sweaty face, he could tell that Alaric was probably training. I heard that they would leave again today. He actually woke up early just to not skip his training. Lord Alaric is truly different from everyone else. No wonder his strength is already formidable at his age. Rasmus's eyes flashed with veneration. Rasmus, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Alaric was also surprised to see him. Rasmus laughed in embarrassment as he replied. I came here to practice my swordsmanship. Alaric smiled at his words. I see. Your commitment is commendable, but you shouldn't overdo your training. Enough rest is also necessary in building a strong body. Thank you for your advice, my lord. I will keep it in mind. Rasmus lowered his head to express his gratitude. Then, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Alaric tapped his shoulder, turned around, and walked away. Looking at his back, Rasmus shouted. Be careful on your trip, my lord. Hearing this, Alaric waved his hand without looking back. A few hours later, the entourage for the trip assembled in front of the main mansion, bidding farewell to their families. Alaric was also there to say goodbye to his parents and Elena. Elena wanted to come with them, but Alaric didn't agree this time. Things could get dangerous, so it was better for Elena to remain at the estate. For this trip, Alaric decided to ride on a horse to make the journey faster. He was also appointed as the leader of the group, which everyone unanimously agreed. Is everyone ready? Alaric swept his gaze at the warriors, looking carefully at the equipment they were carrying. Check the equipment and the supplies. Make sure that we have brought all the things we need. He reminded them with a stern gaze. Yes, my lord. The warriors did as instructed and began to inspect everything. After ensuring that they hadn't forgotten anything, Alaric took one last look at the people they would leave behind and shouted. Let's go! Chapter 57-57, A Shocking Encounter. Because of the size of their entourage, the soldiers garrisoned at the borders of Vale stopped them for an inspection. Alaric didn't want to cause trouble, so he told his subordinates to go along with the inspection. Luckily for them, one of the inspectors happened to be Anthony, the current commander of Vale's armed forces. Lord Alaric. Anthony was surprised to see him. How have you been, Sir Anthony? Alaric cupped his fists while smiling lightly at him. Hiding his surprise, Anthony peered at the equipment strapped on their horses and replied. I have been well, my lord. Thank you for asking. He then cleared his throat and asked with a serious tone. Can you tell me where you are headed to, my lord? We are headed to Rivad. You don't need to be alarmed, Sir Anthony. Alaric chuckled when he saw how cautious they were, but he also understood their situation. Anthony felt relieved to hear those words, but he didn't relax his guard. I see. Then we will escort you until we leave the borders of Vale. I hope you understand. Hearing this, the warriors behind Alaric furrowed their eyebrows, which made Anthony's subordinates unconsciously hold the handle of their weapons. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Alaric immediately raised his hand, signaling his people not to cause any trouble. Anthony also warned his men not to be impulsive. If a battle was to break out, none of them would survive. He was sure of it. All right, but please don't ask us any questions on the way. Alaric didn't reject his request. He was aware that Anthony was only doing this to keep an eye on them. Anthony nodded. You can rest assured, my lord. I will make sure that my men won't speak a word about this. Then we will be in your care. Alaric smiled lightly. Anthony couldn't believe that he was actually intimidated by a knight who was a few decades younger than him. Although Alaric defeated him before, it was only an unofficial match where using mana wasn't allowed. He was confident that he could win against Alaric if they were to use mana. At least that was what he believed. Under the watchful eyes of Vale's garrison guards, Alaric's group travelled along the snow-covered road leading to Rivad. No one spoke along the way, making the atmosphere quite nerve-wracking. When Alaric's group was about to leave Vale's borders, Anthony raised his hand and signaled his men to stop following them. He then bowed to Alaric and said, Thank you for your cooperation, my lord. Please forgive me if this may have offended you. Hearing this, Alaric waved his hand nonchalantly. Till we meet again, Sir Anthony. Anthony watched as they disappeared into the distance. It looks like something big is going to happen in Rivad. Sir, should we report this to the officials? One of his subordinates asked. Anthony shook his head. There's no need. Interfering with House Silversword's matters won't do us any good. Let's just keep this under wraps. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Later that afternoon. The snow is getting thicker. The horses might get sick if we continue. Alaric noticed that the horses had slowed down because of the thick pile of snow that filled the road. Let's take a short break here. He commanded the group to stop. Build a big fire that is enough to warm our bodies and our horses. He instructed. Everyone jumped down from their horses and divided themselves into small groups to efficiently do more tasks. One group volunteered to gather firewood, another one volunteered to scout the location, etc. No one remained idle, including Alaric. He joined the group that was responsible for gathering firewood. It's so cold out here. He thought about the vagrants who had to live on the outskirts of Vale. There were people who refused to live in the city and chose to live in the secluded parts of the forest outside of Vale. Most of them couldn't afford the living expenses in the city, so they could only build their homes outside its influence. Many of them will die from the cold. Alaric sighed while thinking about those people. It took him more than 10 minutes to gather some usable firewood. Most had already been covered in snow and were too wet to be used. Alaric returned to the campsite to deliver the firewood he had gathered. However, just as he was about to turn around, he sensed a slight fluctuation of mana in a certain direction. Did I sense it wrong? He narrowed his eyes as he peered into the depths of the forest, but the heavy snowfall obscured his vision. Should I take a look? Driven by his curiosity, Alaric put down the firewood he had gathered and followed the direction where he last sensed the weird fluctuations of mana. He remained cautious as he headed deeper into the forest. His hand was resting on the hilt of his sword. If he sensed a sign of danger, he was prepared to draw his sword. In the next moment, he saw something moving underneath the snow. Is it an animal? Alaric cautiously approached, but upon getting closer, he discovered that the thing buried in the snow wasn't an animal. An elf. His eyes froze in shock. Alaric's first thought was to leave immediately, but a weak voice drifted into his ears. Help me! The voice was barely audible, but it was definitely the elf who had spoken. Alaric hesitated for a moment. Damn it! He carefully walked towards the elf, eyeing the surroundings for any potential traps. After making sure that there were no hidden traps, he immediately got down and dug the elf who was buried in the snow. As soon as he dug out the elf, Alaric was momentarily stunned. How beautiful! It was a face that surpassed the realms of humanity, one with an ethereal beauty that almost seemed like she was a goddess who had gone down to the mortal world. She's injured. Alaric noticed a patch of red on her abdomen. Chapter 58-58, Soul Mark. In her present state, she won't survive the cold. I should help her bandage her wounds first. Alaric lifted the elf and carried her inside a hollowed tree to keep her warm. After placing her down, he took off his fur coat and draped it over her body for additional warmth. At this moment, he saw her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a pair of cyan-colored eyes. Ah! Even the groaning sound she made was very enchanting. After making sense of her surroundings, she realized that there was an unfamiliar human in front of her. Her eyes widened in fear. She wanted to stand up and push him away, but she lost all strength as the pain in her abdomen finally registered. Hiss! She hissed in pain while keeping a cautious eye on the human. Seeing her like this, Alaric smiled bitterly in his heart. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. I just happened to discover you when I sensed an abnormal fluctuation of mana. He explained himself. The elf didn't believe his words. How can I trust the words of a human? Alaric sighed, feeling slightly annoyed by her prejudice. Still, he tried to reason with her in a calm voice. Look here, Miss Elf. You were the one who asked for help, so I kindly offered my hand. If I had bad intentions, I would have done it from the start. The elf's expression relaxed a bit upon hearing his words. Wait here for me. I'll go and get something to bandage your wounds. In the meantime, apply pressure on your wound. I'll be back soon. Alaric didn't wait for her to respond and stepped out of the hollowed tree before rushing back to the camp. The elf sat there in silence. Can I really trust him? She didn't want to place her trust in a stranger, especially a human. However, given her condition, she had no choice but to believe in him. It's so cold. She lowered her head and pressed her abdomen. Meanwhile, Alaric hurried into the camp with the firewood he had gathered earlier. My lord! Aldrin was surprised to see him running in a hurry. I have no time to explain. Go and get me some bandages and medicine for stab wounds. Alaric instructed with a serious look. Aldrin was curious, but he didn't dare ask when he saw his stern gaze. Yes, my lord. While he was looking for the first aid kit, Alaric went to deliver the firewood he had gathered and asked the warriors to quickly make a fire. A moment later, Aldrin came running towards him with a leather sack in his hand. My lord, I have gathered what you requested. Good. Stay here and don't mention this to anyone. Alaric warned him before leaving in haste. Aldrin stared at his figure, wondering what had happened. What's going on? He muttered. By the time Alaric returned to the hollowed tree, he found out that the elf had already lost consciousness. He quickly got down to check her pulse. When he sensed the faint beating of her heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then laid her down and rolled her shirt up to give him a clearer view of her wound. It's not too deep, but she lost too much blood and the cold weather is also making her condition worse. Alaric opened the leather sack and took out a handful of medicine paste. He then smeared it on her wound. This medicine paste was made from the same herb he used to stop Rigger's bleeding back in the cave at the Red Toad Gorge. He then wrapped her abdomen with bandages. After taking care of her fatal wound, he inspected her body to see if there were more wounds he hadn't seen earlier. There are some minor cuts, but they aren't fatal. Alaric smeared a small amount of the medicine paste on her cuts. That should do it. Now, what should I do with this elf? Leaving her here wasn't an option since her body was still weak after losing a lot of blood, but taking her back to the camp was also troublesome. I'm sure the warriors won't ask questions, but that bastard of an uncle would definitely be interested in this elf. Elves were beautiful creatures with innate abilities to control mana. Unlike humans who struggled to interact with mana, elves were born with the gift that allowed them to command mana at will. There was also a higher number of beast soul warriors among them. Thinking about this, Alaric rolled up her sleeve, which revealed a black ring-like mark on her wrist. As expected, she has a soul mark. This was a sign that this elf was a beast soul warrior. People born with soul marks were capable of extracting the abilities of monsters by absorbing their beast soul crystals. Her soul mark is still inactive. Alaric thought while inspecting her soul mark closely. It had no pattern, which means she was yet to absorb a beast soul crystal. I didn't expect that the first beast soul warrior that I would encounter is actually an elf. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. Suddenly, he noticed that the elf was shivering from the cold, which made his eyes sink. There's no choice. I need to bring her to the camp and keep her close to the fire. Alaric grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it all over her face to hide her beauty. He also wrapped her head with a cloth to hide her distinctive long ears and snow-white hair. After making sure that everything that shouldn't be seen was properly covered, he lifted the elf and carried her back to the camp. How should I explain this to them without making them suspicious? When he arrived at the camp, everyone curiously stared at the person he was carrying. My lord, who is that person? Henry approached with furrowed eyebrows. He could sense the mana in this person's body. Alaric kept his cool and responded with a calm voice. She is a vagrant I found. She was dying from the cold, so I brought her here to give her a chance to live. Chapter 59-59, Ivana. A vagrant, hey? Charles raised his eyebrows as he stared at the figure who was almost covered from head to foot. Only her eyes and a small portion of her face were visible. I can sense mana from that woman's body. Is he hiding something? Charles's lips curved upwards as he stood up. He then approached Alaric and reminded him with a stern gaze. "My nephew, you should prioritize our task. Bringing that woman would only delay us. Besides, we don't know what kind of person she is. What if she is a thief or a criminal?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear. Alaric glanced indifferently at him and responded. "I understand your concern, uncle. I will take full responsibility for her actions and I will make sure that our trip won't be delayed. You can rest assured." Charles stared deeply at him and shrugged his shoulders. "All right. I won't say anything more. Just keep an eye on her." Alaric nodded without saying anything. Seeing that he had no intention to chat, Charles awkwardly tapped Alaric's shoulder and went to a spot closer to the bonfire. "There is definitely something about that woman. I don't think my dear nephew would take in some random stranger, but what is special about her?" Charles thoughtfully watched as Alaric brought the woman closer to the bonfire. Unlike Charles, the warriors and the knights showed no interest in the vagrant woman. They were common outside of Vale and some would even find their way to North Pine Town. After casting curious glances at her, they quickly lost interest. They trusted Alaric's decision so no one questioned him or expressed any disagreement. After laying her down near the fire, Alaric beckoned to his cousin, Josephus. Josephus was a bit surprised by his sudden call, but he immediately came to his side and asked, "What can I do for you, my lord?" "Form a small team to hunt a big game. Make sure that it's big enough for everyone," Alaric instructed. Hearing this, Josephus nodded his head. "Yes, my lord. You may leave." Josephus turned around and left. Although it was just a minor hunting task, he was happy that he finally had something to do. While his cousin was hunting their next meal, Alaric busied himself with making a nutritious medicinal extract for the wounded elf. He learned the concoction method from his superior who was a transcendent knight. When he recalled that grumpy old man, his lips curved upwards. "I wonder what you are doing right now, Marquis Tyrone Agalsitar." Just like Lucas, Tyrone was also an expert in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard. Despite his advanced age, no warrior dared to underestimate him. At this moment, the injured elf opened her heavy eyelids and found herself in an unfamiliar environment surrounded by humans. More humans. Her eyes dilated as she felt a surge of anxiety. "Just stay down and relax. I didn't tell anyone about your identity so you will be safe for the time being." A familiar voice drifted into her ears. "It's him." She turned with difficulty and it was then that she found out that her head was wrapped in a cloth. Furthermore, she also felt a weird sensation on her face, as if something was smeared on it. Looking at her uncomfortable expression, Alaric muttered, "Just bear with it. I need to hide your features so I covered your face in mud and wrapped your head with a cloth. Don't move around too much if you don't want your ears to be exposed." The elf didn't say anything and just lightly nodded her head. "Those people are my subordinates, but not all of them are loyal to me so you need to be careful not to expose your identity," Alaric reminded in a stern voice. "Thank you," a weak voice came out of her mouth. Alaric nodded and moved closer to her. In his hand was a bowl filled with the medicinal extract he had concocted earlier. "You need to drink this. It can help you increase your vitality." The elf glanced suspiciously at the foul-smelling liquid inside the bowl. "This is medicine? It's not poison, right?" Alaric saw through the disgust in her eyes. That was the same expression he showed when he first tasted this medicinal extract. "If you want to recover quickly, then you better drink this. Now open your mouth and don't make this difficult for me." Alaric grabbed a wooden spoon and dipped it into the medicinal liquid. After taking a spoonful of the liquid, he brought it to her lips. The revolting smell made her flinch, but under Alaric's cold, watchful eyes, she could only reluctantly open her mouth. Gulp! She held her breath as she swallowed down the so-called medicine. It was bitter and even a bit spicy, a taste that almost made her throw up. Alaric helped her sit up to make her more comfortable. You need to drink all of this. Don't even think of spitting a single drop. Mn, she hummed in response. A moment later, Josephus's small hunting group finally returned with a huge wild boar. Good job! Alaric praised him, making the latter smile in embarrassment. Alaric then asked someone to make a soup using the wild boar's meat. Surprisingly, Arthur volunteered for the task, but it was a tough job for one man, so Alaric asked for 2 more volunteers to help him in skinning the boar. The skinning and the cooking process took more than a few hours, but everyone patiently waited. Who wouldn't want a hot soup in this kind of freezing weather? Soon, the hot boar meat soup was finally served. Hey! This is your share. Eat it while it's still hot. Alaric handed a bowl of the boar meat soup to the elf. The elf took the bowl and muttered. It's Ivana, not hey. What did you say? Alaric glanced at her in surprise, pretending like he didn't hear her. The elf ignored him and blew air into the soup to make it less hot. Alaric chuckled and watched her quietly. Ivana. That's not a bad name. Chapter 60-60, delayed because of the snowstorm. My name is Alaric, but you should follow how everyone addresses me so that you won't attract their attention, Alaric muttered while looking at the elf. I also told them that you are a vagrant, so we'll keep it that way while you're with us. He added. I understand. Ivana nodded indifferently. Although she looked dirty right now, she couldn't hide the grace in her every move, as if it was a habit that she had practiced for many years. Did you get those wounds from a human? Alaric probed. The elf's shoulder trembled upon hearing his words. Seeing her like that, Alaric sighed. You don't have to answer it. For a young elf like her, it must have been a terrible experience that left her traumatized. I shouldn't have asked her. We will be leaving soon. Why don't you stay with the group while you are still recovering? Once we complete our task in Revad, I will send you back to your home. Alaric suggested. This was the best he could do for her. Ivana didn't respond and just quietly ate the boar meat soup. Alaric waited for a while, but when he realized that she had no intention of speaking, he took a deep breath and let out a sigh while shaking his head. He then stood up and announced to the group. We will depart at once after everyone is done eating their meal. Yes, my lord. The warriors responded in unison. The snowstorm was getting worse and they might be stranded if they don't leave soon. The horses had rested enough and everyone had already filled their bellies with the hot boar soup. It was time to resume the journey. They didn't bother to clean up the mess. Everything would be buried in snow in a few hours. Prepare to depart. Alaric shouted to the group. The warriors immediately packed their stuff and hopped on their horses. While they were preparing to leave, Alaric walked towards the elf and squatted in front of her. We're leaving now. Hearing this, Ivana nervously raised her head. Please take me with you. She muttered in a quivering voice. We don't have a carriage, so it would be a bumpy trip. Are you sure? Alaric found her pitiful, so he was willing to help her. Riding on a horse would open her wounds, which might worsen her injuries. Ivana nodded. You're the only human I can trust. It hadn't been long since they met, but she felt like she could place her trust in him. He was her last hope to return to her family. All right. Let's go. Alaric stood up and reached out his hand. Looking at his face, Ivana prayed in her heart. Please, I hope I'm making the right choice by following this human. Ivana grabbed his hand and allowed him to lift her. When the warriors saw that Alaric was planning to take the vagrant along, nobody said anything. They believed that he only pitied the poor woman. However, one person had a different opinion regarding this vagrant woman. It was Charles. Is he really planning to bring that woman with us? He felt that it was suspicious that his nephew was willing to go so far for someone he had only met a few hours ago. Although he was curious, he didn't reveal his thoughts. This is making me strangely excited. Charles pulled his eyes away from them and grinned. The group continued their journey amid the heavy snow. The road was becoming more difficult to navigate because of the thick fog. If it weren't for Henry, they might have been lost in the fog. At this moment, Henry urged his horse to move closer to Alaric. "At this rate, we might not make it to Rivad tomorrow, my lord. The sky is also getting darker, so I think we should find a place to set up camp," the old man suggested while looking at the darkening sky. Alaric agreed with the old man, so he immediately instructed the group to find a place to set up camp. An hour later, someone found a narrow cave and reported it to Alaric. In a place where everything was covered in snow, a cave was a good option to build their camp. "That's where I found the cave, my lord." A warrior pointed in a certain direction where a hill stood. Alaric followed his gaze and saw a cave underneath the hill. It wasn't big, but it was more than enough to fit everyone in the group. "Sir Aldrin, Sir Cholmo!" he called out. The two knights whose names were mentioned immediately came to his side. "My lord! What can we do for you?" Alaric glanced at them and instructed. "You two, form a small team with 5 members each and check the surroundings. Report to me if you find anything unusual." Hearing this, the two knights acknowledged his command with a nod. "Yes, my lord. You may go." Alaric waved his hand. The two knights quickly left to gather their members. After they left, Alaric beckoned to Arthur and said, "Sir Arthur, please go and check what is inside the cave." Arthur saluted. "I obey." He then squeezed his legs and commanded his horse to move. While waiting for Arthur to return, Alaric turned his head. "Ivana, are you all right?" Hugging him from behind was the elf, who was fully covered by the fur coat. I am fine." He could hear her labored breathing. "Just hold on for a while." Alaric could only pray that she won't collapse. Amen. Alaric took out a rope and tied her to his body to make sure that she wouldn't fall from the horse. Ivana understood this, so she didn't voice any protest, but the feeling of having their bodies so close to each other made her feel embarrassed. She had never been this close to someone of the opposite gender. Alaric was unaware of her thoughts. His focus was entirely on the surroundings. Chapter 61-61, The Creatures Inside the Cave. It didn't take long for Arthur to check the situation inside the cave, and his expression was rather peculiar. "My lord, there's nothing dangerous inside the cave, but we have a little problem," Arthur muttered with a troubled look. Hearing this, Alaric raised an eyebrow. "What did you see in there?" "I think it would be better for you to see it yourself, my lord." Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Just what did he see in there for him to be so hesitant to speak of it? "All right." Alaric gave a hand signal to the remaining warriors as he urged his horse to move towards the cave. Although Arthur said that the cave was safe, Alaric didn't let down his guard. His dominant hand was resting on the hilt of his sword. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Alaric smelled the distinct scent of animal urine. It was faint, but it didn't escape his enhanced sense of smell. A territorial mark? Most wild animals and monsters mark their territories by spraying their urine on specific areas. This was to delineate the boundaries of their territory and to communicate their presence to other creatures. "Hold on tight, Ivana," Alaric whispered. The elf reacted to his words by tightening her grip on his waist. "Please excuse my rudeness," Alaric muttered as he grabbed her legs. The elf jolted in shock at the unexpected touch. Before she could say anything, he slowly lifted her and delicately got down the horse to make sure that he was careful enough not to aggravate her wounds. "Ah! So he just did it to bring me down from the horse. You can release me now, Ivana." Alaric's voice resonated in her ears. "Ah, yes." The elf loosened her grip with a flustered look. Alaric removed the rope he had tied earlier and turned to look at her. "Can you walk on your own?" Although he couldn't see her complexion right now because of the mud that he had smeared on her face, he could tell that her face looked paler at this moment. Ivana didn't dare look at him. "Why, yes. It should be fine." Alaric knew that she was just acting tough, but he didn't expose her. "You don't need to push yourself. Just hold on to me if you feel like you're about to collapse." Elves are truly prideful. It must have been a really difficult decision for her to trust a human that she just met. "Mn," she hummed in response. Alaric was in no hurry to check what was inside the cave. He walked slowly to match the elf's pace. The warriors were aware of her condition, so they also considerately slowed down their pace. As soon as they entered the cave, the smell of ammonia became thicker. Even the normal warriors were able to detect the scent. It was then that the distinct cries of an animal drifted into their ears, but it didn't end there. They heard more sounds which made them realize that there wasn't just one creature. "This sound. It's a cub. And there's more than one." Alaric finally understood the meaning behind Arthur's words. The former mercenary, Rigger, approached and whispered to his ears. "My lord, there are cubs inside this cave. I think this is a dwelling of a monster or a wild animal. It might get troublesome if the parents of the cubs are nearby. Let's take a look at what kind of creature they are first before making a decision. Finding another cave in this kind of weather would be troublesome. Arthur must have thought of this as well, so he left the final decision to me." "All right." Rigger nodded. A moment later, the group finally arrived at the den where the cubs were hidden. Saber-fanged wolves. Alaric's eyes widened upon seeing the white cubs rolling over their den. These creatures usually lived in the cold regions of the north, and the one feature that stood out from them was their fangs that looked like sharpened sabers. From birth, they were already classified as fatal grade because of their high affinity with mana. When they reach adulthood, they start to develop the ability to manipulate ice, making them even more fearsome monsters. Ordinary knights would be helpless against them. Even elite knights would have to group up when they meet an adult saber-fanged wolf. That was also the reason why they were classified as disaster-grade monsters upon reaching maturity. "Alaric, we need to get out of this place as quickly as possible." Charles couldn't stay still anymore when he identified the wolf cubs. The warriors were similarly nervous, but they patiently waited for Alaric to make the final decision. "Hold on, uncle." Alaric raised his hand, indicating for him to wait. He beckoned to Henry and told the old man to watch over Ivana. "Please keep an eye on her for me, Sir Henry." The old man nodded. "Yes, my lord." Alaric approached the wolf cubs while observing them. They look thin and almost malnourished. Their fur is also very dirty. From these small details, Alaric was 60% certain that their parents must have left for a while, but this made him confused. From his knowledge, saber-fanged wolves were very caring towards their cubs and they didn't leave them alone for a long time. Based on this, he came up with a possibility. Their parents must have died outside or probably had an accident. Thinking about this, Alaric took out a meat jerky from his leather pouch. The smell of the jerky made the cubs turn in his direction. Although slightly wary of the stranger, they still approached him because of the smell of food. As if to show their excitement, the cubs raised their tiny heads and howled. "Awoo! Awoo!" Their cute howling sounds echoed within the cave, giving the warriors quite the scare. Charles in particular had an ashen look. If it weren't for the presence of the other warriors, he would have already left the cave. Is that bastard planning to lure the big wolves here? Chapter 62-62, An Unexpected Discovery. Alaric continued feeding the wolf cubs with the jerky. They are already big enough to eat meat, so they're probably around a month old. "Bring me some water and a few bowls," Alaric calmly instructed. Hearing his words, the warriors quickly brought him the things he asked. Alaric took the gourd and poured water into the bowls. He then stood up and told everyone about what he had observed. They looked visibly relieved, but some were still skeptical. After all, there was a chance that he could be wrong. Charles was starting to get impatient, but he decided to wait and see the situation. "If something happens, I will prioritize my safety." Suddenly, Charles's eyes brightened as he thought about something. "Now that I think about it, isn't this the perfect opportunity to get rid of him?" If the cub's parents were to return, a fight would definitely break out. A knight won't survive against a pair of furious disaster-grade monsters. Charles snickered in his mind. What should we do with these cubs, my lord? Henry asked in a low voice. Alaric thought for a moment as he looked at the small, fluffy little creatures. If we take them with us, I'm positive that the cubs will attract unwanted attention. We might even be targeted by some opportunists, but it would be a pity to leave them here. After a full minute of internal struggle, Alaric opened his mouth. We will bring the cubs with us. Henry didn't seem to be surprised by his response, and it even looked like he had already expected this answer from him. It seems like you have already guessed my thoughts, Sir Henry, Alaric muttered with a wry smile. To some extent, yes. The old man laughed. Over an hour later, the two teams he had sent to investigate the area finally returned. Aldrin and Cholmo immediately reported their findings. My lord, we found no threat nearby, but there's something unusual. It was Aldrin who had spoken. Did you find a monster corpse? Alaric muttered. Cholmo and Aldrin were shocked. How did you know, my lord? Alaric rubbed his chin. Is it the corpse of a saber-fanged wolf? Both knights stared at him in disbelief. How? Is there only one corpse? Why yes, my lord. And it's already in a bad state. It has probably been dead for a couple of days, but we found this from the corpse. Cholmo took out a blue crystal and handed it to Alaric. A beast soul crystal, and it's at the disaster grade. Alaric was stunned when he sensed the powerful mana contained within the crystal. It was even denser than the beast soul crystal from the goblin chieftain. That's a beast soul crystal. Greed flashed in Charles's eyes when he saw the blue crystal in Alaric's hand. From the mana he sensed from it, he had a strong feeling that it could help him advance and become a transcendent knight. As if sensing his unusual gaze, Alaric turned his head. What a perceptive bastard! Charles smiled at him and even gave him a friendly nod, to which Alaric responded with an indifferent nod of his own. It seems like my uncle is interested in this beast soul crystal. Unfortunately, I will never give this to you, dumbass. Alaric pulled his gaze away from Charles and stowed the beast soul crystal inside his leather pouch. You two did a great job finding this. I will reward you handsomely once we return to the estate. Alaric tapped Cholmo's and Aldrin's shoulder. The two knights looked visibly excited upon hearing his words. All right, go and discuss amongst yourselves on who will perform the night watch. Alaric waved his hand. Keep your eyes peeled and immediately alert everyone if you sense any signs of danger. He warned them. Yes, my lord. The two knights acknowledged his command with a salute. You may go. He dismissed them. As soon as they left, he noticed someone approaching him. When he saw who it was, his lips curved upwards. My dear nephew, can you show me the thing that you got from the knights? Charles rubbed his hand with an overly friendly smile. Alaric was peeved by his pretentious smile, but he didn't show it to his face. Oh? Are you talking about the beast soul crystal? Charles eagerly nodded. Yes. Yes. The beast soul crystal. Haha. Can you let me have a look? Of course. Alaric took out the beast soul crystal from the leather pouch and handed it to Charles. Here. Charles almost had the urge to absorb it when the crystal touched his palm, but he held back his desire. Now I'm certain. This thing can help me break through. Ha ha ha. Now, how should I get my beloved nephew to give it to me? It looks really beautiful. I would love to put this on my mansion as a decoration. Charles stared deeply at Alaric while maintaining his cordial smile. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea, uncle. Alaric quickly snatched the beast soul crystal from his hand. Maybe I should put this in my room as a decoration. He chuckled while playing with the crystal. Charles's smile stiffened. He felt a strong urge to punch his face. This stupid bastard. Did he not get the hint from my words? I should have made it clearer. Damn it. Let's chat later, uncle. I still have something to do. Please excuse me. Alaric brushed past him and walked away without waiting for his response. The veins on Charles's face protruded. That fucking bastard! His face darkened as he stared at Alaric's back. Meanwhile, Alaric was gleefully laughing. Without even turning his head, he could already tell that his uncle was glaring at him. "My lord, you look happy. Did something good happen?" Henry asked when he saw Alaric laughing. "Yes. Cholmo and Aldrin found a beast soul crystal." Alaric explained the situation. "Oh, wow." Henry didn't expect this, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Since they only found one corpse, this means that one of the cubs' parents is still alive. The old man muttered. Alaric's face also turned serious. "That's right." Chapter 63-63, Garrison Captain Jared Pixie. Night came, engulfing the world in darkness. The possibility of there being a disaster-grade monster close by made everyone feel restless. To ease everyone's worries, Warwick volunteered to stay awake. However, some warriors were still unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in one quiet corner, Alaric was reapplying the medicine paste on Ivana's wounds. To prevent anyone from seeing her appearance, he asked Henry, Aldrin, and Rigger to block everyone's view. In his past life, these three remained loyal to him even until his death, so he could rest assured that they wouldn't speak a word even if they discovered Ivana's identity. That should do it. When your body feels better, you can do this by yourself. Although Alaric had the soul of a middle-aged man, he still found it hard to control himself when facing an elf with unparalleled beauty. She had the kind of beauty that would invoke someone's desire to conquer. Too much beauty isn't a blessing, but a curse. Ivana stared at him and nodded her head. She was now less wary of him. The only thing that stopped her from fully believing in him was the stigma of being a human. Only a night had passed by, but everyone felt like it was an eternity. The next morning, the group quickly left the cave and headed straight to Rivad. They also took wolf cubs with them. To hide the cubs' distinctive white fur, Alaric asked the warriors to rub their furs with ashes to make them look like they were normal wolf cubs. 6 saber-fanged wolf cubs. The trip this time is already worth it. Henry exclaimed as he looked at the cubs that were temporarily put inside a big wooden cage. The cubs were surprisingly docile after being fed by Alaric. They didn't even protest when they were taken inside the wooden cage. With their strength, they could have destroyed the wooden cage and escaped, but it seemed like they had chosen to follow the person who had given them food. "Remember to warn the warriors not to tell anyone about the cubs. We can't let this information leak out or we might face trouble," Alaric reminded the old elite knight. "Yes, my lord. I'll make sure that no one would speak of it." Henry nodded with a grim look. At this moment, Charles was gnashing his teeth in jealousy over his nephew's blessed luck. Damn it! He got a disaster-grade beast soul crystal and even snagged 6 saber-fanged wolf cubs. He couldn't accept it. He was supposed to take them all if Alaric wasn't there. "My dear nephew, I hope you won't blame your uncle for what I'm about to do soon." While Charles was brewing a dark plan, the group finally arrived at the entrance of Rivad. Due to the heavy snowfall, the city's gate looked deserted. Only the garrison guards could be seen, loitering around with bored faces. At the sight of Alaric's group, the guards went on full alert. "Stop! What's your objective for coming here?" One of the guards raised his hand, indicating for them to stop. The guard looked visibly nervous from how his arm was shaking. His comrades were similarly shaken and some of them even grabbed the handle of their weapons. "I am Alaric Silversword, the sole heir of House Silversword." Alaric took out an identity token, the insignia of House Silversword. "This should be enough to prove my identity." The guards furrowed their eyebrows as they stared intently at the insignia. Just then, a team of 10 guards led by a middle-aged man stepped out of the city and approached them with serious faces. Seeing this person, the guards relaxed. Captain." They greeted the middle-aged man with a respectful salute. "I'll take it from here. You guys stand back," the middle-aged man commanded with a stern look. Hearing his words, the guards immediately retreated and stood behind him. The middle-aged man turned his head to Alaric and cupped his fists. "I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness, my lord. I am Jared Pixai, the garrison captain of Rivad's main gate." Alaric already knew his identity from the start, but he acted like it was the first time he had seen him. "So it's Garrison Captain Jared. It's an honor to meet you." Alaric cupped his fists. This man was the cousin of Nathan Pixai and his standing in House Pixai was quite impressive. "The honor is mine, my lord. I've heard of the genius dual sword wielder from North Pine Town. You look really amazing in person." Haha. The tense atmosphere broke with the friendly interaction between the two. "By the way, my lord, can you tell me why you have returned to Rivad after only leaving just a few days ago?" Jared asked. Alaric was already prepared to answer this. "We have a business to discuss with House Pixai, but I can't say it here, Garrison Captain Jared." He gave him an apologetic look. Jared was silent for a moment. House Silversword had always been the staunchest ally of House Pixai. He even heard his cousin, Nathan Pixai, say that he was planning to marry his daughter to the heir of House Silversword. "Is this about the marriage?" he thought. "I understand, my lord, but I hope that you will allow my men to inspect your things just for formality." Jared took a step back. This was the best he could do for the heir of House Silversword. "That won't be a problem. Please proceed with the inspection, Garrison Captain Jared." Alaric smiled at him, feeling thankful for his consideration. "Thank you for your trust, my lord." Jared cupped his fists. He then turned around and gave a signal to his men. After seeing his signal, the garrison guards immediately began their inspection. Since it has been proven that they were from House Silversword, the garrison guards didn't actively inspect their possessions. They only did a simple check. Jared also joined the inspection, and the thing that drew his attention were the wolf cubs. Chapter 64-64, Furious Baron Nathan. Wolf cubs? Jared was curious, but he didn't ask anything about the cubs. "Thank you for cooperating with our inspection, my lord. You can now enter the city." Jared smiled at Alaric. "I appreciate your efforts in keeping the city safe, Garrison Captain. May you be blessed by Aru." Alaric cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to the garrison captain, Alaric's group headed inside the city. Despite the freezing weather, there were still some small business owners selling their goods on the streets. The group traveled for almost 2 hours before they arrived at the estate of House Pixai. Although surprised by their unexpected visit, the guards brought them in. They had seen Alaric before, so no one questioned his identity this time. Meanwhile, Nathan Pixai had also received a report regarding their arrival. Did they forget something? The Baron muttered, feeling a bit confused by their return. The Baron didn't bother to change his clothes. He just wore a coat over his tunics before he stepped out of his study. When he got down to the entrance hall, he saw his wife, Vivian Harrison, and his daughter Hershey Pixai, waiting for him by the door. Nathan frowned and looked around, searching for his 2 sons. "Where is Liam and Theo?" he asked. "They should be here soon," Vivian responded. She then walked to Nathan's side and adjusted his coat. Nathan was dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. He might be a baron, but he was slightly afraid of Vivian's collateral family. This was also the main reason why he wanted to strengthen his alliance with House Silversword. Nathan noticed that his wife was showing suspicious behavior recently, and there were signs that she was secretly building her own force. A few minutes later, Theo and the laid-back Liam finally showed up. "What took you two so long?" Nathan glared at them. "I apologize, father. I wanted to look good in front of Lord Alaric, so I took my time to choose the best outfit." Hee hee. Liam responded with a chuckle. Theo stared at his younger brother and remained silent. Sensing his gaze, Liam winked at him. You better not say anything foolish in front of our guests later. Nathan snorted as he stormed out of the mansion. Vivian and Hershey quickly followed him. Please keep it a secret, Theo, Liam whispered with a playful smirk as he walked past his older brother. Theo stared at his carefree figure and shook his head. I don't know how to stop you anymore, Liam. I can only pray that Aru won't punish you excessively for your wrongdoings. Before coming here, he saw something in his brother's room that left him deeply unsettled. Theo felt that the younger brother that he once knew was no longer the same. It was as if he wasn't Liam anymore, but an evil spirit. As soon as he stepped out of the mansion, he saw Alaric jumping off from his horse. Theo was a proud man. He felt like his talent was one of the best among the younger generation. However, in front of a true genius like Alaric, he felt utterly hopeless. When he saw how Alaric defeated Cassandra in a duel, he realized that there was a big gap between them. It was like an insurmountable chasm that he would be unable to overcome no matter how he worked hard. While he was immersed in his complicated thoughts, Alaric had already exchanged greetings with the Baron and his wife. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Lord Alaric. Nathan laughed heartily. Alaric shook hands with the Baron. It was unknown if it was deliberate, but his eyes hovered over Liam, which made the latter raise his eyebrows in surprise. Why is he looking at me? Why don't we head in for a chat, my lord? There is something I need to tell you. Alaric spoke in a flat tone. Looking at the serious expression on his face, Baron Nathan felt a sense of foreboding. All right, but you can only bring a maximum of 4 people inside. Alaric nodded and chose 4 people to come with him, including his uncle. As much as he wanted to leave Charles out of this, he had no choice but to bring him since Charles was still his uncle. He temporarily left Ivana to Henry. He didn't bring her in because of her sensitive identity. As they entered the mansion, Charles shamelessly walked beside Nathan to chat with him. Do you still remember me, my lord? Of course. How could I forget you, Lord Charles? Ha ha ha. I'm glad that you still remember me. Ha ha ha. While the two were chatting, Alaric deliberately slowed down so he could walk side by side with Hershey. Hello, my lady. He whispered in a voice that only Hershey could hear. Hershey looked at him and smiled when she heard his voice. Of course, this interaction didn't escape Liam's sight. Nathan brought them to the guest hall since it was bigger than his study room. As soon as they took their seats, Baron Nathan cautiously inquired. May I know why you have returned to Rivad? Alaric didn't waste any time and presented the document shared between Liam and the mercenary leader. You will understand once you see this, my lord. Everyone curiously stared at the parchment paper he handed to the Baron, wondering what was written on it. On the other hand, Liam's eyebrows shot upwards when he saw the document. That stupid mercenary. I'm fucked. Shit. 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 He was certain that it was the same document he had signed with the mercenary leader. Baron Nathan's face grew increasingly darker the more he read. The others also sensed the abrupt change in his mood. Upon reading the final line, Baron Nathan put down the parchment paper and looked at his son. Liam, what is the meaning of this? Anger was palpable in his voice. What are you saying, Fa, my lord? I don't understand what's going on. Liam's face fell under everyone's doubtful eyes. Chapter 65-65, Liam's Lies. What do you mean you don't know? Stop playing innocent. Do you think I'm blind? Baron Nathan almost flipped the table in rage. Quell your anger, my lord. Can you tell us what happened first? Vivian didn't expect her husband to be this furious after reading a document. Nathan snorted and threw the parchment paper in her direction. Then you better take a look at what your son has done. Vivian grabbed the paper and nervously read the contents. When she realized what it was, she gasped in shock. Liam, How could you? Vivian's voice shook with disbelief. Theo took the paper from her hands and read it together with Hershey. This. The ashen-faced Liam immediately tried to explain himself. That's definitely a fabricated document. I would never do something like that. Please believe me. Are you saying that I'm lying? Alaric's cold voice echoed within the guest hall, making everyone feel a chill in their heart. A crooked smile hung on Liam's face as he defended himself. It's pretty clear to me that you are doing this to confuse my family. I can't believe you are actually this sinister, Alaric. He then turned his gaze towards the Baron and uttered emotionally. My lord, please investigate this matter deeply before accusing me of something I didn't do. Please believe in your son. Nathan hesitated. He was pretty sure that the document was real, but what if it was fabricated? The slight hesitation in his expression didn't escape Alaric's eyes. He let out a disappointed sigh while shaking his head. I knew something like this would happen. I can't stand these barefaced lies. I demand a trial by combat. If I lose, I will accept any punishment that comes, but if I win, Liam Pixeti must die. May the benevolent god, Aru, bear witness to this sacred duel. His voice resonated like thunder. Baron Nathan and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that he would actually demand a duel. They were also believers of Aru and they knew that a sacred duel was something that could never be rejected unless the challenger himself took back the challenge. Baron Nathan was planning to give his son a punishment, but he could never bring himself to kill his own son. My lord. Why don't we talk this through? I believe we can still discuss this. Nathan muttered as he wiped off the sweat on his face. Vivian was also scared. Please take back your challenge, my lord. There is no need to hurt the alliance of our two households over something like this. Meanwhile, Liam was scared shitless. Alaric's eyes were akin to those of a predator's, sharp and terrifying. It made his legs feel so soft that he almost fell off his chair. Alaric glanced at the Baron and his wife. I'm sorry, but this is something that must be done. Your son hired a mercenary group to kill us. Do you know how many of my people were hurt because of his foolish stunts? If it wasn't for the friendship between our families, I would have already sent an assassin to kill him. The people behind Alaric were proud to see him standing up for them. Even his number one hater, Charles, felt that he was cool though he didn't want to admit it. Must you do this? Baron Nathan sighed. I have already thought it through, my lord. The sacred duel must proceed. Alaric remained firm in his decision. Baron Nathan took a glance at Liam and face-palmed in disappointment. On behalf of my son, I accept your challenge to a sacred duel. He sounded dispirited. And no, father. How could you accept the duel? Liam was shaking in fear. Mom. Please say something. Vivian lowered her head and sobbed. She knew that there was nothing she could do at this point. Rejecting the sacred duel was sacrilegious to the teachings of Aru. If that happens, she would definitely lose the support of her collateral family and they would even face the ostracism of Aru's believers. Then we will wait for a cleric from the church to officiate the sacred duel. During this period, I hope that Lord Nathan will keep an eye on Liam. Alaric cupped his fists at the Baron. Baron Nathan nodded with a gloomy face. House Pixeti will never disobey the teachings of Aru. You can rest assured. We will send you a messenger once the cleric has arrived. In that case, we will wait for your call. Please excuse me. Alaric turned around and took a deep look at Liam before he walked away with his companions. Liam's panicked voice and the Baron's furious roar echoed from behind. What a foolish young man, Charles muttered in a mocking tone while shaking his head. Indeed. He betrayed his family's trust and now he has to face the punishment of Aru. Alaric muttered with an expression that was full of hidden meanings. Just as they stepped out of the main mansion, a servant suddenly came running towards them. The man bowed to Alaric and said, My lord, the Baron wants to invite you to stay in the estate while we wait for the cleric. Hearing this, Alaric shook his head. I'm sorry, but I'm still furious about this incident, so I have to decline the offer. He didn't give the servant a chance to say another word as he commanded his men to leave. Let's go. Yes, my lord. As soon as they left House Pixai's estate, Alaric's group searched for a place to stay in the city. Luckily for them, there were a lot of vacant inns nearby, so it didn't take them long to find suitable accommodation. After taking care of the warriors' accommodation, Alaric rented a separate room for Ivana, which was just next to his room. I need to prepare for the duel. Should I distribute my stat points now? Alaric thought to himself. He now had 35 stat points, including the most recent he got after doing the exercises inside the cave. Chapter 66-66, Liam's Shameless Suggestion. Alaric Silversword Knight EXP, 372/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 34+. Agility, 43+. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 13+. Battle points, 2570. Stat points, 35. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. Alaric was confident to win the sacred duel because of his stat points and his unparalleled swordsmanship. What should I do with these stat points? Just as he was about to make his decision, a series of knocks on his door pulled him from his thoughts. Knock. 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 Alaric raised an eyebrow as he closed the cyan screen. He then stood up and opened the door. My lord, I apologize for the disturbance. It was Henry. The old man cast him a worried glance and asked. Are you really sure about volunteering for the sacred duel? Alaric was like a grandson to him, and he was worried that an accident might happen in the sacred duel. I have already made my decision, Sir Henry. I understand that you are worried about me, but my decision will never change. Alaric responded with a calm look. The old man sighed and forced out a smile. In that case, I hope that you make a thorough preparation. In a sacred duel, the use of mana is allowed, so you must be careful, my lord. He reminded. Alaric nodded with a grim look. He had almost forgotten this important detail. Unlike the unofficial spars that he had participated in before, where using mana was against the rules, it was the exact opposite in a sacred duel. Thank you for your reminder, Sir Henry. Alaric was grateful for the old man's words. If it weren't for him, he might have already distributed all of his stat points. Please rest well, my lord. Just call me if you need anything. All right. After the old man left, Alaric headed back to his room and opened the cyan screen. His mana was currently his weakest attribute with only 13 points. Excluding my strength, most of my attributes should be at the average level. My mana, on the other hand, is barely at the level of a knight. Mana was crucial in a battle between knights. He had always neglected his mana because of his powerful swordsmanship, but in this sacred duel, having a higher mana might be a deciding factor in how the battle would end. Without hesitation, Alaric added all of his stat points to his mana. Mana, 1348. At that moment, Alaric felt a surge of power rising within him. With this, I should be ready for the sacred duel. Inside the main mansion of House Pixai. Father, you need to believe me. It really wasn't me. Liam kneeled in front of the Baron, his face covered in tears. Husband, he is still our child. There should be something we can do to save him. Vivian begged as he grabbed the Baron's arm. I also don't want this to happen, but we can't reject a sacred duel. Baron Nathan muttered while rubbing his temples. He looked like he had aged a decade in just a few hours. At this moment, Liam suddenly thought about something. He lifted his head and suggested with an ugly smile. Father! Why don't we send that person? Baron Nathan frowned. Who are you talking about? The man they call the Butcher, Liam responded. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Butcher was a nickname given to a heinous criminal who had caused a series of killings in Rivad. He was a deranged man addicted to killing, and it took the combined effort of multiple knights to subdue him. He was currently locked up in a cell, waiting for his public execution. Absurd! How could you make such a shameless suggestion? Have you no shame? Baron Nathan raised his hand and slapped Liam out of rage. Pa! My son! Are you all right? Vivian went to Liam's side and looked at his face with a tearful expression. She then glared at the Baron and shouted. How dare you hurt your son? Baron Nathan ignored her and kept his eyes on Liam. This is the last thing I will do for you as your father. Whether you live or die is up to Aru. He then turned his gaze to the elite knight standing behind him and uttered. Release the Butcher. He will represent us in the sacred duel. The expression of the elite knight hardened, but he still complied. Yes, my lord. Liam's face lit up with joy. Thank you, father. The Baron snorted and walked away with heavy strides. Later that night, Alaric went to take a look at Ivana's situation. Knock. Knock. He knocked on her door and said. It's me. Her response came a few seconds late. Wait. Give me a minute to change. All right. Alaric bought her some winter dresses earlier since her clothes were already torn and tattered. A few minutes later, she finally opened the door. Come in. Ivana locked the door after Alaric stepped inside the room. He realized that the mud he had smeared on her was already gone. Now that she had cleaned up herself, a devastatingly beautiful face was revealed. Her long white hair was as white as snow and her cyan eyes sparkled with enchanting radiance. She was only wearing a dull winter dress meant for commoners, but it failed to hide her charm. How do you feel now? Alaric asked while trying to maintain his composure. I still feel a bit weak, but I should be fine after a few more days of rest, Ivana responded while breaking eye contact. I'm glad to hear that, but you should be careful. We can't let anyone see your face, not even my subordinates. Alaric reminded with a stern look. I will be careful. The elf nodded. Here's the medicine paste and the medicinal extract. Alaric handed her the things he had brought from his room. Thank you. I'll take my leave first. I'm on the room to your left, so just knock on my door if you need anything. All right. Alaric didn't stay any longer and stepped out of her room. She is still cold, but maybe a little less colder. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 67-67, A Casual Conversation with Ivana. Alaric woke up before sunrise to complete his daily mission. It had already become a part of his routine, so it felt natural to him. At this moment, he was doing his push-ups, his face looking incredibly relaxed. I wonder what will happen if I do twice the amount stated in the mission. Alaric's thoughts wandered while he was performing the exercises. Let's try. Maybe I can get double the rewards too. Who knows? He chuckled at his thoughts. And so, he did twice his daily mission because of this whimsical idea. 200 push-ups ballot box with check mark. 200 sit UPS ballot box with check mark. 200 pull UPS ballot box with check mark. 20 km run ballot box with check mark. 200 vertical slashes ballot box with check mark. 200 diagonal slashes ballot box with check mark. 200 horizontal slashes ballot box with check mark. 200 stabs ballot box with check mark. After completing his exercises, he eagerly opened the cyan screen. You received 10 battle points. You received 1 EXP. You received 1 stat point. He sighed. All that effort for nothing. Well, at least I tried. He smiled bitterly when he saw that there were no changes in the rewards. After completing his daily mission, he headed back to the inn to change into a new set of winter clothes. He then went to the public dining hall downstairs to grab some food for himself and Ivana. By the time he arrived, he saw Aldrin and a few others gathered around a table, chatting about random matters. One of the warriors suddenly noticed him and stood up from his seat. "My lord!" Alaric signaled with his hand, telling them to stay in their seats. "Just guys can relax. I only came here to grab my breakfast. I already ordered for all of us, my lord, including the vagrant woman." Aldrin hesitated. "I see. Thank you." Alaric tapped his shoulder and smiled. "Anything for you, my lord." Because of his presence, the warriors didn't dare speak too loudly and their backs were straight like a sword. Luckily, the awkward atmosphere disappeared after their food was served. "You guys can eat without. I'll take my share upstairs." Alaric grabbed 2 portions of the food before he went upstairs. Knock. 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 "It's me. I brought your breakfast." At that moment, he heard a series of footsteps from inside the room before the door was opened. Creak. He saw that she had already covered her face with a cloth so only her cyan eyes were visible. She had also draped a coat over her shoulders, covering her body from the neck down. "Come inside," she uttered while staring at the food boxes in his hand. "Please excuse my intrusion." Alaric nodded to her as he entered the room. "I don't know what kind of food you prefer, so I only brought what I believed you would like," he said as he put the food boxes on the coffee table next to her bed. "Anything is all right. I'm not picky when it comes to food. As long as it's edible, I eat almost anything." While saying this, she removed the cloth that covered her face. Alaric was once again stunned by her appearance. No matter how many times I see it, her beauty is still shocking. Ivana turned her head. "What's the matter?" She raised an eyebrow when she caught him staring at her face. Alaric cleared his throat and responded with an awkward chuckle. "I still can't believe that I'm speaking to an elf. Anyway, you should eat." "I will eat in my room." He was afraid that he might make another blunder if he stayed in her room. However, before he could leave, Ivana shook her head and said, "You can stay here. Eating alone can be boring sometimes." Ivana's tone was flat so Alaric couldn't tell what she was thinking. Was she starting to warm up to him? Or was it truly for the sake of having someone to accompany her in her meal? Alaric wasn't sure. "All right. You can ask me anything if you want." He didn't decline her invitation since he also wanted to know more about elves. Ivana took her seat and pointed at the chair perpendicular to her. "Please." Alaric nodded as he took his seat. "Why are you helping me?" the elf asked without looking at him. She had been meaning to ask him about this, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Now, she felt that it was the right moment. Alaric was silent for a moment before he answered. "I'm also not sure. To be honest, I was hesitant to help you since I heard that elves are proud and arrogant creatures. Maybe it was just a whim." Ivana didn't say anything and took a small bite of the roasted chicken leg. Seeing that she was silent, Alaric also began eating his meal. "Whether it was a whim or not, your decision saved my life. I can't thank you enough." Her voice drifted into his ears. Alaric glanced at her and saw a slight change in her expression. Is it the angle or is she smiling right now? Alaric tilted his head to get a clearer look at her face, but Ivana suddenly lowered her head. "You don't need to thank me. Just this experience alone is enough payment for my efforts. Next time, I can brag to my friends that I had spoken with an elf." Alaric chuckled. "You humans are weird," Ivana muttered. "Ha ha ha. That's true." Their conversation became more natural and the slight aversion they had towards each other vanished in that instant. "By the way, do you still remember the people who had wounded you?" Alaric asked while keeping an eye on her expression. Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. "I will never forget their faces," she replied in a cold voice. "I can help you look for them. I have a subordinate who is really good at painting. He might be able to draw the faces of those people if you can describe their features in detail." Alaric rubbed his chin. "There's no need. I will look for them myself once I gather my people." Ivana shook her head. "All right. Just let me know if you change your mind." Knock. 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 I'll go open it. Hide your face for a while," Alaric reminded Ivana. The elf nodded and wrapped a cloth on her head. After she had covered her face, Alaric went to open the door. "My lord, the messenger is here." Chapter 68-68, Bishop Anton. The man who had knocked on the door was Aldrin. "The messenger? Where is he?" Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. "He is still downstairs chatting with Sir Henry and the others," Aldrin replied. "All right. Tell everyone to get ready. We are leaving now." "Yes, my lord." Aldrin bowed and left to deliver his message to the group. Meanwhile, Alaric closed the door and looked at Ivana. "You should get ready as well. We will return to House Pixai's estate for the sacred duel. We can't let the cleric wait." "I understand." The elf nodded her head. "Let's chat again after this matter is over." He smiled lightly. "I'll take my leave first. Just leave the food there. Someone will come to clean it up." After saying those words, he left to gather his stuff. Soon, everyone in the group gathered outside the inn. "My lord, we should leave now," suggested the messenger, a middle-aged man with tan skin. Alaric nodded. He then made a hand signal and said, "Let's go." Outside the main mansion of House Pixai, a temporary battle platform was set up for the sacred duel. At this moment, Baron Nathan was chatting with a kind-looking old man dressed in a white cassock. "Your Excellency Anton, it's my greatest honor to see you in my humble home." Baron Nathan spoke cautiously. He was on edge because the person sent by the church wasn't an ordinary cleric, but a bishop. Usually, the church would only send a deacon or a priest to officiate a sacred duel, but for some unknown reason, they sent a bishop. Why did they send this person of all people? Baron Nathan was scared that they would be punished for sending a criminal as their fighter in a sacred duel. "Don't be so tense, my lord. I only came here to officiate the sacred duel." The old man chuckled when he noticed the Baron's tensed face. "Ha ha ha! I have embarrassed myself. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Baron Nathan awkwardly laughed. Suddenly, the sound of chains being dragged on the floor echoed. "Oh no!" Baron Nathan quickly turned his head and saw something that made his heart sink. It was his good son, Liam, pulling a man who was tied in thick metal chains. "That damn bastard! Why did he bring that guy here? How can I explain this to the bishop? Damn it! What's going on here, Lord Nathan?" The bishop immediately identified the man in chains. "Ah, this." Actually, the Baron wiped off the sweat on his forehead while thinking of a good explanation. "Are you perhaps sending that guy as your representative for the sacred duel?" the bishop asked as he stared intently at the Baron. The old bishop's gaze was so intense that it made Nathan feel like something was gripping his heart. "Why, Your Excellency?" His words were cut short when the servant announced the arrival of the challenger. "Lord Alaric of House Silversword has arrived." Everyone turned their gazes at the cobblestone pavement. Leading the group was a young man dressed in leather armor with a metal breastplate. He looked dashing, but what made him special was the dignified temperament he exuded. Alaric jumped off his horse and landed gracefully. The first one he noticed in the crowd was the old man dressed in a white cassock. "Bishop Amari Anton. Why is he here?" This old man was no ordinary person. He was one of the highest-ranking priests in the church. Rank 6 in the Astanian Dragon leaderboard, Bishop Amari Anton. Alaric's expression abruptly turned serious. From what he could remember, the bishop was a three-ringed beast soul master. This means that he had already strengthened his soul mark 3 times. Unlike knights who advance by breaking through their physical limits and expanding their mana, beast soul masters had to strengthen their soul mark to advance in a process called beast soul integration. This was done by absorbing the mana within the beast soul crystal through their soul marks. Once successful, they would inherit a trait unique to the specific beast soul crystal they had absorbed. Alaric glanced at the old man's wrist and noticed the 3 unique symbols on his soul marks. So he is already a 3-ringed beast soul master around this year. I wonder what kind of powers he inherited after undergoing 3 beast soul integrations. Alaric bowed to the old man and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. I apologize for being tardy. It's fine. I just arrived here too. The bishop smiled gently and waved his hand. Alaric then cupped his fists at the baron. Greetings, my lord. Nathan nodded at him with a forced smile. Since everyone is here, should we begin the ceremony? The baron cautiously asked for the bishop's opinion. What do you think, Lord Alaric? Bishop Anton stroked his beard as he looked at the young knight. I will follow the baron's arrangements. Alaric nodded. Hearing his response, Baron Nathan immediately gave a cue to his retainers. Before the sacred duel starts, a short ceremony would be held for the representatives. This was to give them a chance to offer their prayers to Aru. The bishop summoned the representatives from each side. Alaric was the first one to approach the old man and offer his prayers to Aru. Please hear my prayers, Aru. Alaric muttered as kneeled before the old man. The bishop calmly placed his hand on Alaric's head and prayed with his eyes closed. _____. Mission, Sacred Duel. Difficulty, Easy. Defeat the man known as the Butcher and prove your faith before the benevolent god Aru. Rewards, 150 Battle Points 30 EXP, 5 Stat Points. _____. Alaric opened his eyes. It was then that he saw his opponent for the sacred duel. It was a man who was over 9 feet tall, with a body covered in scars and bruises. He was a literal giant. With a glance, Alaric could already sense the formidable power he possessed. The bishop's eyes flashed with a glint when he saw this man walking towards them. The giant kneeled before the bishop and prayed in silence. Everyone watched the scene with bated breaths. Chapter 69-69, The Sacred Duel. Aru, I don't deserve to seek forgiveness, but I hope that you will listen to the words of this sinful man. I don't care if I die today, but please protect my daughter and grant her a happy life. The giant opened his eyes after praying to the benevolent god. You may rise. The bishop muttered. The giant stood up, causing the chains wrapped around his limbs to make a series of clanking sounds. Are both representatives for the sacred duel ready? The bishop eyed the two with a calm gaze. Alaric and the giant nodded. Please step into the battle platform. The sacred duel will begin shortly. With the announcement from the bishop, everyone watched as the two fighters walked onto the stage step by step. Will Lord Alaric be all right? Aldrin muttered with a hint of nervousness in his voice. Of course. Haven't you seen Lord Alaric's swordsmanship? Rigor responded with a gloomy look. He was also uncertain about how this duel would end. This might be a hard battle, that is no ordinary man. His mana is stable and his physique is akin to that of a beast. He should be close to the realm of elite knights. Warwick muttered with his eyebrows knitted closely together. The warriors of House Silversword were starting to get worried for their lord. They didn't expect that House Pixai would actually send a man of this caliber in the sacred duel. Meanwhile, Hershey, who was spectating together with her family, was praying to Aru. Oh, Aru! Please protect Lord Alaric. At this moment, the bishop jumped onto the stage and stood in between the representatives. The result of this sacred duel will determine the fate of Liam Pixai. Whatever happens, I hope that everyone will respect the outcome. The bishop gave a short speech before he announced the commencement of the duel. Begin. Alaric stared at the giant as he unsheathed his swords. That is the mark of a criminal branded on your body. I won't hesitate to kill you. Alaric muttered when he saw the brand on the giant's neck. This marking was given to the criminals on death row, so he was familiar with it. The giant didn't say anything and just stared deeply at him. He looks so young. He should be as old as my daughter. Seeing that his enemy was silent, Alaric no longer said anything. He immediately unleashed his mana and subsequently gathered them into his arms. As the powerful energy surged forth, he released a quick burst of sword strikes. Whoosh! 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 The giant narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this young knight to summon such a powerful force. He is faster than me. I can't block all of his strikes. Knowing that he couldn't block everything, the giant used his halberd to protect his vital organs. Clang! Clang! Sword wounds appeared on his body as Alaric's slashes connected, but the giant didn't even flinch. His eyes remained serene, seemingly unbothered by the pain. Alaric frowned upon seeing this. I only managed to leave some shallow cuts. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light in front of his eyes which made him instinctively pull his head. Bang! What? Alaric glanced at the halberd that almost crushed him. He finally realized that the giant wasn't just foolishly receiving his strikes, he was actually preparing for that one big attack. If Alaric was just half a second late, his body would have been crushed by that halberd. There was a glimmer of surprise in the giant's eyes. He didn't expect the young knight to evade his halberd. It never failed him before. For the first time since he stepped into the battle platform, he finally spoke. You are the youngest knight I have met. I feel reluctant to take your life, but I must kill you to save my daughter. His voice was deep and sounded like a low rumble. Hearing this, Alaric raised his eyebrows. What is he saying? The giant didn't give him the time to comprehend his words and charged at him. His heavy steps caused the platform to shake, and upon gathering enough momentum, he swung his halberd. Alaric's face fell. My 100 points of strength is still weaker than this man. He thought that 100 points in strength was the absolute limit that a human could reach, but it seemed like each individual had different inborn physical attributes. This man's strength is probably over 150 points. It was just a rough guess based on the power he sensed behind that halberd. Alaric hurriedly bent his body to avoid the fatal blow. Whoosh! The violent air brought by the attack almost caused him to lose balance. After his attack missed, the giant raised his leg and released a kick. Whoosh! Alaric didn't expect him to be this nimble despite his size. I can't evade it in time. Alaric immediately raised his sword and slashed on the muscular leg, hoping that the giant would pull back. However, the latter seemed to be unafraid of his swords. Alaric's sword struck his leg, but it was unable to penetrate past his bones that had been strengthened with mana. The muscular leg crushed into Alaric's body, sending him flying across the other side of the platform. Pa! The sound of his bones cracking echoed, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. My lord! Lord Alaric! The warriors of House Silversword panicked when they saw him get thrown like a rag doll. Some of them pulled out their weapons and were about to step onto the platform, but a cold voice stopped them in their tracks. Do you plan to break the sacred covenant? The warriors turned their gazes at Charles. Don't bring shame to House Silversword. This is a sacred duel. Whatever happens on the stage is Aru's will. Charles lashed out furiously. The warriors hesitated upon hearing his words. Stand back! The old elite knight, Henry, shouted in a trembling voice. Lord Alaric chose to fight in this sacred duel. We must respect his decision regardless of the outcome. The old man's voice choked with emotion as he watched the tiny figure on the battle platform. The warriors loosened their grip on their weapons and brought their hands together. Aru, please protect Lord Alaric. Seeing that they had finally calmed down, Charles turned his attention back to the duel. He had a gloomy look on the surface, but he was screaming with glee internally. "Just die here, my dear nephew! Ha ha ha! Don't worry! I will take care of the household, and I will also take good care of that little servant of yours! Ha ha ha!" Meanwhile, Hershey broke into tears. "No!" She rushed into the battle platform, but the warriors of House Paxai stopped her. "My lady, please calm down. We will be punished if we break the sacred covenant." Hershey ignored their words and tried to break free from their grasp. "Lord Alaric!" she screamed. Suddenly, a furious Vivian approached and gave her a resounding slap. "Pa! Are you crazy? Do you plan to destroy our family?" Vivian shouted with a sharp, angry tone. Hershey grabbed her face while staring at the frail figure on the platform. "Stop embarrassing us, Hershey!" Vivian muttered with an exasperated expression. She then sent the warriors a knowing look as she uttered in a commanding tone. "Keep an eye on her and make sure that she won't do anything foolish." "Yes, my lady," the warriors responded. On top of the platform, Alaric spat a mouthful of blood. He could feel his innards contorting with pain. "It looks like I broke a few ribs." His face was pale and full of sweat. "If my endurance was a little lower, that attack would have ended me." Unlike the goblin chieftain whose attack patterns were predictable, this giant was clearly more skilled. "Now, how can I win against this man?" Alaric observed the giant with a serious look on his face. "I have to survive first." At that moment, the giant's halberd struck once more. Alaric gritted his teeth and made a quick slide in between the giant's legs. He then brandished his swords. "KSSHHHHKK! KSSHHHHKK!" The giant tumbled after Alaric left deep cuts on his legs, but he quickly stabilized himself by stabbing his halberd firmly into the stone platform. Alaric took a deep breath. The cuts aren't deep enough to cut his tendons. He felt resistance when he slashed his swords, which means that the giant was able to gather mana into his legs to protect his tendons. "I almost got him. I just need to focus on his legs. Once he loses balance, he won't be able to block my sword anymore." Thinking about this, Alaric wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and rushed out. His body was screaming with pain, but he pushed himself to the limits. Bang! Bang! The giant swung his halberd. However, he was unable to land a direct hit. Bang! Bang! Upon getting closer, Alaric suddenly swooped down. The giant had already anticipated this. He took a step back and raised his left arm before releasing a downward punch. Bang! Chapter 70-70, Innocent Man. He fell for it. Now is my chance. Alaric took an abrupt turn which caused the punch to miss him by a few inches. Bang! The giant's fist created a deep hole in the battle platform. After successfully evading, Alaric swung his swords. Whoosh! KKSSHHKK! The giant's muscular arm was cut off. It was a feint. He intentionally aimed for my legs, but his real target was my dominant arm. The giant was stunned. Alaric wanted to end the battle with another strike, but the giant managed to block his swords by using his left arm, which was wrapped in chains. Clang! Alaric was surprised by his quick reaction. A normal person would have collapsed or panicked after having their arm cut off, but the giant remained calm. At this moment, the giant suddenly pushed him off with a low grunt which sent Alaric into the air. To stabilize himself, Alaric spun in midair. As soon as he landed, he made a quick dash forward while moving from side to side, showing off his amazing footwork. I need to end this quickly. I think my broken ribs are poking my insides. The feeling made him uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and gathered half of his remaining mana to perform another sword move. It wasn't like the fancy sword techniques used by the nobles in the capital. It was just a plain downward slash that used his spinning motion to release a more powerful force. However, the spectators viewed it differently. It was a move so graceful that it filled their hearts with shock. They were utterly flabbergasted by his swordsmanship. The giant had no time to react, but he managed to gather mana into his left arm to deliver a strong blow. The moment Alaric's sword struck the giant's fist, the former felt a fierce resistance. If this was an ordinary sword, that might have worked, but unfortunately, one of my swords is a bit special. Alaric imbued more mana into his arms, making his muscles bulge and his veins protrude. In that instant, his sword sliced through the giant's fist, splitting it in half before stabbing into the man's chest. The giant staggered, but there was no pain in his eyes, only regret. Alaric was familiar with this expression since it was something that he always saw whenever he looked at himself in the mirror. Why is he giving me that kind of look? Without mana to stop his bleeding, the giant fell to his knees as blood gushed out from his wounds. Alaric approached him, looking a bit bothered by the giant's gaze. "Do you have any last words?" he muttered while trying to remove the uneasy feeling rising within his chest. The giant raised his head and stared at him. My daughter." His deep voice drifted into Alaric's ears. He took my daughter, and used me as a scapegoat. I took the blame for all the sins he had committed for the sake of my daughter's safety. Please, save H. Cough. The giant emitted a gurgling sound after coughing a mouthful of blood. Alaric frowned upon hearing his words. "What are you talking about?" The giant's face was pale and it looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Liam, he killed all those women. It wasn't me." The giant's eyes dimmed after uttering those words. His body swayed to the side and fell with a heavy thud. Alaric immediately rushed to his side. "Your daughter, I will find her," he whispered to the dying man. He sympathized with this giant. From the words he had spoken, he could tell that he must have been a victim of Liam's manipulation. The giant looked like he wanted to say something, but only incomprehensible words mixed with gurgling sounds came out of his mouth. Even so, Alaric seemed to have understood it. "I understand. I will end your suffering." It was too late to save this man. He had already lost too much blood. The giant stared at the blue sky. "I'm sorry, my beloved daughter. Your father is useless." With a complicated expression on his face, Alaric stabbed the man's heart. KKSSHHKK. The light in the giant's eyes faded. _____. Mission complete. You received 150 battle points, 30 EXP, 5 stat points. _____. The cyan screen notified him of his victory, but there was no joy in Alaric's eyes. "Oh, Aru. Did I do the right thing?" The sacred duel ends with Alaric's victory. Bishop Anton announced. The warriors of House Silversword cheered in excitement. Well, except for one person. The battle was so intense that they were on their toes the whole time. "I knew it. Lord Alaric is invincible among knights," Aldrin exclaimed. "He really made us worry." Henry shook his head with a relieved sigh. "Quickly go and check Lord Alaric's condition." Warwick barked. "Yes, sir." While they were celebrating Alaric's victory, one man was cursing internally. Fuck. How did that bastard win against that giant? This is impossible." Charles's face was incredibly gloomy. At this moment, Alaric was still staring at the giant's corpse when he felt a hand tapping on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the bishop giving him a comforting smile. "Don't blame yourself over this. It wasn't your fault," the old man muttered as he turned his gaze to the giant. "What a pitiful man. He was wrongfully imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. He was labeled as a lunatic addicted to killing when in truth, he was just a father trying to protect his daughter." Bishop Anton shook his head and brought his palms together. "Oh, Aru. Please guide this man's soul into your merciful embrace." Alaric also prayed for the giant's soul. "I will fulfill my promise. I will find your daughter. My lord, are you all right? Aldrin's voice echoed from behind. Alaric turned around and stared at him with a calm gaze. I'm fine. Aldrin gulped. For some reason, he felt that Alaric looked terrifying at this moment. Chapter 71-71, Baron Nathan's Regret. Liam. Bring your ass out here. Alaric shouted atop the battle platform while searching for Liam in the crowd. Everyone stared in Baron Nathan's direction, but Liam wasn't there. Sensing everyone's gazes, the Baron turned around and frowned. Where is Liam? Vivian lowered her head as if trying to avoid his gaze. Seeing this, the Baron grabbed her arm with an agitation look. What did you do? Where is Liam? Vivian nervously shook her head. I don't know. Wasn't he here with us earlier? She stammered in response. Stop lying to me and spit it out while I'm still asking nicely. The Baron finally snapped and slapped her face. Pa. You. Vivian couldn't believe that her timid husband would actually slap her. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I've only put up with you because of your family's influence. But do you really think that I don't know what you've been doing behind my back? Baron Nathan's accumulated anger was released in that instant. Now tell me where that animal is hiding if you don't want the household to fall into ruin. Vivian's body trembled with a mixture of fear and anger. You're going to pay for this. She muttered coldly before she walked away. Stop! The Baron shouted, but she ignored his words and left without turning back. Damn it! That crazy bitch must have sent Liam away after the duel started. Suddenly, he heard a series of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Alaric and his subordinates approaching him with cold gazes. Lord Nathan, it seems like there is a small issue on your side, Alaric muttered in a flat tone. It wasn't me. I have no intentions of disobeying the sacred covenant. Baron Nathan shook his head, his face full of sweat. Alaric shook his head. I'm disappointed, Lord Nathan. I expected more from you. Lord Alaric. You are speaking to the Baron. Theo stepped forward and stood in between them. Your name is Theo, right? Do you even know what your younger brother has done? Alaric asked with a hint of disdain in his voice. His words made Theo recall the scenes he had witnessed in Liam's room. That. Alaric narrowed his eyes and whispered. It seems like you know something. Theo's face fell and he was unable to retort. What's going on, Theo? Do you know something? Baron Nathan's expression was ugly to behold. Theo took a deep breath to calm himself before he answered with a grave tone. My lord, I discovered a corpse in Liam's room. What? Baron Nathan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hershey gasped and covered her mouth in shock. A terrifying thought came into the Baron's mind. Liam is a murderer? As he thought of this, he immediately instructed the knight behind him. Go and search Liam's room at once. Tell me whatever he is hiding there. The knight nodded with a solemn look. Yes, my lord. After the knight left, Alaric's voice drifted into his ears. Lord Nathan, please allow my subordinates to search every corner of the estate. Lord Alaric. Theo frowned upon hearing this. The Baron pulled him and signalled for him to stand back. He then glanced deeply at Alaric and sighed while shaking his head. All right. After getting his approval, Alaric made a hand gesture and muttered. Start the search. If you find him, bring him to me alive. Yes, my lord. Liam, I think I know how you died in my past life. No wonder your family covered up your death. It turns out that you are an even greater evil than I thought. His eyes were burning with rage. The man he had killed in the sacred duel was an innocent person, but he died in such a wretched manner because of Liam's schemes. With heavy footsteps, he walked away, leaving a crowd of scared onlookers behind. Hershey burst into tears as she looked at his figure. Lord Alaric. At this moment, the bishop suddenly appeared. Your Excellency! Baron Nathan immediately greeted the old man. You made a terrible decision this time, Nathan. You sent an innocent man to fight for your heartless son, and now, it seems like your alliance with the Silver Swords is at stake. The bishop sighed. Nathan Pixae's chest tightened upon hearing his words. I shouldn't have listened to Liam's words. Now it's too late. He regretted the decision he made, and it filled him with remorse. My job here is done. I don't wish to involve myself in your affairs, so please excuse me. Bishop Anton didn't wait for his response and left with the people from the church. What have I done? The Baron muttered as he grabbed his hair with a blank look. Theo couldn't bear to see his father like this, so he tried to comfort him. My lord, I'll try to speak with Lord Alaric. There should be a way for us to prevent our alliance with them from falling apart. Please get some rest for now. He then glanced at his sister and instructed her. Hershey, please bring the Baron to his chamber. I will deal with the situation here. Hershey wiped away her tears and nodded. Okay. At this moment, Alaric was heading to Liam's room together with his subordinates and the warriors of House Pixae. That is Lord Liam's room. Someone pointed at the room at the end of the hallway. Hearing this, Alaric nodded and said, Smash it open. Before the warriors from House Pixae could say anything, Alaric's subordinates rushed out and broke the door to Liam's room. Bang! As soon as Alaric stepped inside the room, a decaying smell assaulted his nose, which made him frown. My lord, there is a corpse here. Aldrin reported with a grim expression. Alaric walked towards the bedchamber where Aldrin saw the corpse. From the clothes on its body and its small stature, he realized that it was a woman, a young one at that. Liam, that fucking trash. How despicable. Take her corpse away and find her relatives, Alaric instructed. Yes, my lord. The warriors of House Pixae couldn't believe that Liam was actually capable of doing such atrocious deeds. Chapter 72-72, The Women in the Secret Chamber. Alaric's subordinates later discovered a secret passage hidden underneath Liam's bed which led to an underground chamber. To reach the underground chamber, they passed by a narrow and dark tunnel. Their only source of light was the flickering flames of the torches held by sconces. Upon entering the secret chamber, they saw more than 10 naked women of varying ages huddled together. They revealed fearful gazes when they heard the door creaking as it was pushed open. Alaric's face darkened upon seeing the bruises and the signs of torture on their bodies. One of them looked even younger than Elena, and this fragile little girl also shared the same wounds. Liam, Alaric muttered through gritted teeth. The people near him couldn't help but shudder when they sensed his overflowing killing intent. Cover their bodies first before sending them back to their families, Alaric instructed while trying to hold back his rage. Yes, my lord. Everyone quickly moved into action. They brought clothes for the women and sent them out of the secret chamber. However, there was one particular woman who refused to go back to the surface. She looked quite young, at around 17. She had a pretty face, but it was destroyed by a burn scar on the left side of her face. Her youthful body was also covered in whip marks and bruises which she must have gotten after being tortured. Alaric couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of experience she had gone through. My lord, what should we do with this woman? A warrior asked hesitantly. I'll go and talk to her. Continue searching the chamber and see if there is still something we can find. Alaric instructed calmly. Yes, my lord. The warrior acknowledged his command with a salute before he turned around and left. While everyone was busy searching every corner of the bedchamber, Alaric approached the woman and asked, Why didn't you go back with the rest? The woman lifted her head, revealing her terrifying burn scar. With eyes flashing with hatred, she responded, I want to kill him with my own hands, but before that, I will torture him and drink his blood. Alaric narrowed his eyes. He stared deeply at her and sighed. If you're talking about Liam, there might be a small issue. Why? Is it because of his identity? The woman clenched her hands. No, Alaric shook his head. To tell you the truth, we are also searching for him, but it appears that he has already escaped. The woman frowned and lowered her head. Don't worry. We will eventually find him and punish him for his crimes. Alaric muttered. You should leave this matter to us and return to your family. Alaric turned around after saying those words. Wait. The woman suddenly grabbed his arm, which provoked Alaric's subordinates. What are you doing, woman? Do you know who this person is? An agitated warrior spoke roughly. The woman was terrified when she sensed the warrior's gazes, but she didn't let go of Alaric's arm. Her determined eyes moved him, so he decided to give her a moment of his time. He signaled for the warriors to stand back and looked at the woman. What do you want? Alaric asked indifferently. The woman took a deep breath and said. I don't know who you are, but please bring me with you. I want to see that bastard die with my own eyes. Alaric gently pulled her hand off his arm as he responded. Fine, but I have no intention of taking someone useless with me. What can you do for me? The woman stared at her filthy hands and muttered. I want to learn how to kill. If you teach me how to wield a sword, then I will be your sword. Alaric was taken aback. He didn't expect this kind of response. If she had told him that she knew how to do household chores, then he would have asked her to work as a maidservant. The words that he was about to say were now stuck in his throat. After a moment of silence, Alaric asked. Why do you want to learn swordsmanship? I don't want to be powerless anymore. It was a firm response with no hesitation. Alaric rubbed his chin and thought deeply. What should I do with this woman? It was rare for a woman to become a warrior. Only a few special individuals like Cassandra could survive the rigorous training. What more, a fragile woman who had been tortured and abused? After some careful thought, Alaric spoke. What's your name? Aaliyah. She replied while staring at him with anticipation. I can give you some swordsmanship lessons, but if you don't survive my training, then you will have to work as a servant instead. Aaliyah's eyes flashed with joy. I will work hard, my lord. I will never give up. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. We will know soon if you are just speaking some empty words. Alaric and his subordinates searched every corner of the estate, but they found no signs of Liam. Night had arrived and the snowstorm was becoming increasingly severe, so Alaric told his subordinates to stop the search. On their way back to the main mansion, Josephus approached him and whispered to his ears. My lord, I heard that it was Lady Vivian who helped Liam escape. I know. Alaric nodded with a stern look. He had already thought of questioning her, but he would thoroughly offend House Pixai if he did that. Lord Theo also wants to speak with you. Maybe he knows something. Josephus added. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Where is he? He's been following us quietly since we left the secret chamber. Josephus pointed somewhere behind them. Alaric followed his gaze and saw Theo trying to strike up a conversation with his subordinates, but no one seemed to have the intention of speaking with him. Bring him here. Alaric couldn't fully trust this guy since he didn't know much about him, but he had no choice at this point. Chapter 73-73, Information about Liam. Theo was starting to get anxious. He tried to talk with Alaric's subordinates, but they pretended like they didn't hear him. He would have lashed out if this had happened before, but he could only patiently stick close to them. I have to make sure that our alliance with the Silver Swords will not be affected by this incident. Once we lose their support, we might have to face another territorial conflict with the Tyrells. On the surface, House Pixai was the local ruler of Rivad, but this was far from the truth. There existed another household that rivaled them in terms of military strength and political influence. They are the Tyrells, a noble household of the north known for having a hand in the salt business. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed someone approaching him. It was the young knight who always stuck close to Charles Silversword. Lord Theo, my lord wishes to see you. The young knight respectfully said while cupping his fists. Hearing this, Theo's eyes lit up. His chance had finally come. He suppressed his joy and responded with a nod. All right. Take me to him. Please follow me. Theo followed the young knight who soon brought him to Alaric. Lord Alaric. Theo cupped his fists and looked at the man who had defeated the butcher. Alaric was injured in the sacred duel and Theo even heard that he also broke a few bones. However, except for the bandages wrapped around his body, Alaric showed no signs of discomfort. Lord Theo, we have already wasted an entire day, so I won't bother you with useless nonsense. Please tell me everything you know about your younger brother. From the places he usually visits, his hobby, his favorite food, I want to know all of it. Alaric stared calmly at him. Theo rubbed his palms, which had become stiff because of the cold air, before he responded. Why don't we go somewhere more warm? I'll tell you everything I know about my brother. Alaric didn't make things difficult for him and nodded. All right. Please prepare a place for my subordinates to stay. We will rest for tonight and continue our search tomorrow. No problem. Theo agreed immediately. Theo brought them to the guest mansion where they last stayed. The place was already cleaned up and there were even servants on standby to help them with their needs. Alaric told everyone to rest before he went to chat with Theo on the balcony of the main hall. Before I tell you everything I know, can you promise me that House Silversword will remain as our ally? Theo spoke as soon as they took their seats. Alaric stared deeply at him. They had no intention of cutting off their connection with the Paxais, so Alaric nodded indifferently. I can promise you that. Now, tell me what you know about Liam. Theo adjusted his sitting posture and took a deep breath as he spoke. Liam, He spent over an hour telling him everything he knew about his younger brother. Theo included all the information that he deemed as important. Alaric listened the whole time without saying a word. He only spoke to clarify a few things with Theo, but other than those few instances, he remained quiet. That's all I know about him, Theo muttered. His throat felt dry after all that talking. Alaric leaned on his chair. He was already aware of most of the information that Theo had disclosed, but he did learn a lot about Liam from him. It was time to give them some reassurance. Thank you for giving me all this information, Lord Theo. I can feel your sincerity, so you can rest assured. As long as House Paxais doesn't betray us, then the Silverswords will remain as your ally. Hearing this, Theo heaved an internal sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Alaric. Alaric nodded. He stood up and offered a handshake, which Theo took with a light smile. After a few more exchanges, Theo bid him farewell and left. Alaric headed to his room. Upon entering his room, he didn't rest immediately. He noted down all the important details that he learned from Theo. He encircled the key information which might help them in their search. He did all this in almost 2 hours, and it was close to midnight when he completed this task. Given the terrible weather, Liam should still be in Rivad, but it will be hard to find him. Alaric rubbed his temples. He could already tell that this would be an arduous endeavor. I must find him. I don't like this uneasy feeling. He felt deeply unsettled that an enemy like Liam was still alive, and he knew that the only way to remove this uneasiness was to eliminate the threat. I will find you no matter what it takes. Alaric took off his winter clothes and wore something lighter. He then opened the cyan screen to check his progress. Alaric Silversword Knight EXP, 403/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 34+. Agility, 43+. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 2730. Stat points, 6. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He only needed 100 points to reach his EXP requirement, but he was still far from completing the attributes and battle points requirement. His battle with the giant made him realize that there might be individuals who were more powerful than him in the Night Realm. For instance, the giant had superior physical attributes and his only weakness was his speed. If the giant wasn't occupied with the thought of saving his daughter, the battle might have ended differently. Thinking about that pitiful man, Alaric sighed and shook his head. If only I knew that he was innocent from the start. He learned something from this battle. It was to never judge someone based on superficial information. Chapter 74-74, Give Up on the Search. On the 10th of December, year 208 in the Astanian calendar, Alaric's group began searching for Liam's whereabouts using the information they got from Theo. The snowstorm was still terrible, but they proceeded with the search. At this moment, the group was resting at a local diner when one of Alaric's subordinates approached him and reported. "My lord, we found the giant's daughter. She is one of the women we found in the secret chamber yesterday." Hearing this, Alaric was pleasantly surprised. "Where is she?" "She went to look for her husband after we helped her bury her father's remains." The warrior responded. "Did you send someone to accompany her?" Alaric asked. The warrior hesitated, but upon seeing Alaric's stern gaze, he could only tell him the truth. "She didn't want us to follow her. She said that she didn't want her husband to know what happened in the secret chamber." The warrior sighed. Alaric became silent. He had already fulfilled his promise to find the giant's daughter. Since the other party was safe, he felt that he shouldn't interfere with her life. Just let her be. We can only hope that she will have a better life with her husband. Alaric waved his hand. "I understand. I will relay your instructions to the others." The warrior acknowledged his command. "All right. Bring the boys here to help us in the search." "Yes, my lord." The warrior turned around and left. Alaric turned his head to the window. Snow had already covered the road so no carriages could be seen outside. Even the horses had trouble navigating through the thick snow. "Where are you, Liam?" The days went by in a flash. It was already the 31st of December and the weather had momentarily cleared up. The sun hung high above the horizon and a small portion of the piled-up snow had melted. Some brave hawkers pulled up their stalls to open for business and their shouts echoed in the quiet streets. Walking along the streets of Yorvan was a group of warriors clad in winter coats over their leather armor. "My lord, we have already searched half of Rivad over the past few weeks. I think it's time for us to give up." Josephus, who was walking beside Alaric, sighed while shaking his head. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. He stared at his cousin and asked in a low voice. "Is that your idea?" Josephus nervously lowered his head. "Yes. It's my idea," he replied. Looking at his cousin's shifty gaze, Alaric could already tell what had happened. "It seems like my uncle has gotten tired of this whole situation. He probably didn't want the others to know about this, so he sent Josephus. He doesn't even care about his son's reputation." Thinking about this, Alaric found Josephus quite pitiful. "Raise your head." Alaric tapped his cousin's shoulder, making the latter jolt in surprise. "You're right. I think it's time for us to give up the search." Josephus didn't expect that he would agree so easily. "It's time to go home, everyone," Alaric muttered to the warriors. Everyone could see that he was reluctant to give up the search. "We have already done our best. You don't need to feel guilty about it, my nephew." Charles walked towards him and gave him a tap on the shoulder. Alaric stared at his uncle's smiling face and forced a smile. "You're right, uncle. I understand that you are still frustrated about what happened, but there is nothing we can do at this point." Charles shook his head with a look of regret. "That's a lot of talk for someone who barely helped in the search." Alaric sneered in his mind, but he didn't show it to his face. I'll go and tell the Paxaes about our departure. I'll also inform them about your engagement with Hershey. In the meantime, you guys should pack our stuff so we can leave at once. Charles suggested. All right, uncle. I'll leave it to you. Alaric nodded. He wanted to speak with Hershey before leaving, but he felt that things might be awkward between them because of the recent events. Charles smiled at him before turning his gaze to Josephus. Come with me. Yes, my lord. Josephus nodded. The two left soon after. Later that day, the group left the city and headed back to North Pine Town. Uncle, you should go home first. I still have somewhere I need to go before going home. Charles was taken aback by his words. What do you mean? Are you still planning to search for Liam? He frowned. Alaric shook his head. This isn't about Liam. He responded in a calm voice. Charles stared deeply at him. And you can't tell me about it. I'm sorry, uncle, but I can't say it. Charles was silent for a moment. Just what is this kid up to this time? After a minute of silence, he finally opened his mouth. All right, but you can't go there alone. You must bring someone with you. Alaric nodded. I already know who I should bring with me. Since you have already thought it through, I won't stop you, but you must be careful out there. Charles reminded, looking like a concerned uncle. I will. Thank you for your concern. Alaric cupped his fists. He then turned around and called the people who would come with him. Sir Arthur, Sir Henry, you two will be coming with me. For this trip, Alaric didn't want to bring too many people with him. After all, he planned to head to the territory of the elves and escort Ivana back to her home. Bringing many people would only make them conspicuous. After bidding farewell to the rest of the group, Alaric left with his small team in another direction. Charles stared at their disappearing figures with a thoughtful expression on his face. He made a hand gesture and beckoned to one of his subordinates. My lord. A middle-aged warrior stood before him. Charles told the warrior to come closer and whispered something to his ears. My lord, where are we headed to? Henry asked with a serious look. He felt that something was amiss because Alaric was being too secretive. Arthur didn't say anything, but he was also curious. Alaric urged his horse to slow down. The two veteran warriors immediately did the same to match his speed. This matter is very important, so you must never tell this to anyone. Alaric alternated his gaze between the two before he continued. We are heading to the Enchanted Woodlands. When the two veteran warriors heard this name, their eyes froze in shock. The Enchanted Woodlands was a large patch of forest in the extreme north of the Astanian border. It was a place populated by powerful monsters and fearsome creatures, making it a no-man's land. Although it was deemed a dangerous place, this huge forest acted as a natural barrier that protected Astania from enemy races who lived beyond the Enchanted Woodlands. My lord, that place is very dangerous. Henry couldn't let him travel to such a dangerous place. Alaric shook his head. You don't have to worry. We don't need to enter the forest. We just need to go to the periphery. He then nudged the person who was hugging his back and said, I think you should introduce yourself now to make them understand what's going on. The two veteran warriors moved their gazes at the vagrant woman whose face was covered. Can we trust them? An enchanting voice drifted into their ears. It was the first time they heard this woman speak and they were stunned by her voice. Don't worry. We can trust them. They are like family to me. Alaric nodded in response. Ivana hesitated, but she chose to trust Alaric. She had been with him for almost a month and Alaric never once showed any negative thoughts about her. He was the first human that made her feel safe. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Arthur and Henry, Ivana removed the cloth that covered her face. As soon as the cloth was removed, a devastatingly beautiful face was revealed, but the first thing they noticed was her pointy ears. You're an elf. Arthur's eyes widened. On the other hand, Henry already had some idea that her identity might not be so simple, but he never thought that she was actually an elf. The old elite knight stared at Alaric with a questioning gaze. He wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. I know that this may be absurd, but I hope that you two can help me fulfill this task. Alaric trusted these two. One was like a grandfather to him and the other was a trusted confidant. I will follow you wherever you go, my lord. Arthur was the first one to express his thoughts. Henry shook his head bitterly. I never thought that I would escort an elf at my age. Chapter 75-75, Alverton. It was already evening when they arrived in a small town called Alverton. They decided to stop by this town for the night before continuing their journey, but there was a slight problem. Who are you guys? I haven't seen your faces before. The guards at the entrance of the town eyed them suspiciously. Henry took a step forward and said, We are from North Pine Town. We got lost because of the snowstorm and we found our way here after the sky cleared up. They had already agreed beforehand that they would hide their identities. Alaric didn't want anyone to know their tracks since they were escorting Ivana, who had a very sensitive identity. North Pine Town? That's quite far from here. Why did you guys even travel during the snowstorm? Henry remained calm in the face of their questioning. He had already memorized his answers, so he was able to provide them with a believable story. That's how we ended up here. The guards' faces relaxed a bit after hearing his response. All right. You can go inside after we check your items. Thank you. The guards inspected their bags meticulously. From how they were seriously handling their tasks, Alaric guessed that there must be something going on in the town. When it was time for Ivana to be checked, Alaric stopped them. We have complied with your instructions, so please don't go overboard. His firm voice echoed in their ears. She is a woman. It won't be appropriate for you guys to touch her. Alaric reminded them with a stern gaze. The guard who was about to inspect her frowned upon hearing his words, but he decided to let it go. Fine. The guard waved his hand while shaking his head. Alaric cupped his fists. Thank you. Luckily, the guards didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them entry after the inspection. As they entered the gates, Alaric saw the wanted posters pasted on the wall. There were more than 5 wanted men, which was quite a lot for a small town with only less than 1,000 residents. Why are the people here on edge? Ivana muttered. Because it's winter, Alaric's response made her confused. I don't understand. Alaric kept his gaze on the road and responded. Some people don't have enough food for winter, so they rob others to survive. Alaric had seen worse things. Not all families had enough money to prepare for winter, and some of them could only resort to robbery to keep themselves alive. Ivana seemed to have experienced a culture shock. She couldn't believe it. Why don't they just give food to those who don't have enough? Alaric shook his head. For elves, it might be normal to give food and resources to your kind, but we are different. We won't hesitate to kill someone of our kind for the sake of ourselves, Alaric added with a calm voice. Ivana turned silent at his words. Not long later, they found an inn in a quiet corner of the town. Ivana didn't say anything, and it seemed like she was still thinking about Alaric's words. You should rest. Just let me know if you need anything. Alaric handed Ivana the key to her room. The elf nodded and opened the door using the key. No wonder she was almost captured by elf hunters. This girl is too innocent. Alaric shook his head as he headed to his room. He was tired from their trip, so he immediately jumped into the bed. Just when he was about to fall asleep, a loud noise suddenly resounded, echoing through the whole town. He immediately got up and grabbed his swords before stepping out of his room to check the situation. My lord, I think that was a signal from the watchtower. Arthur, who had stepped out from the room across his, muttered with a frown. Go and ask the townspeople. See if they know what is happening. Alaric instructed. Yes, my lord. Arthur nodded and went downstairs with haste. Meanwhile, Alaric knocked on Ivana's room and told her to stay put. "What's going on out there?" the elf asked. Alaric shook his head. "I don't know. Stay here and cover your face. I'll go downstairs to check the situation." He then handed her a dagger and said, "Don't let anyone else enter your room and use this if necessary." Ivana took the dagger and nodded her head. "All right." Alaric stepped out of her room and headed down the stairs. The guests of the inn had already gathered at the reception hall to inquire about the situation, but the owner was also clueless. Alaric later found Henry and Arthur chatting with the guests. "Did you find out what happened?" Arthur and Henry shook their heads. At this moment, the sound of the signal bell echoed once more, making the guests more nervous. Most of them were outsiders, so they didn't know much about the town, and this feeling of being clueless made them even more anxious. "Sir Arthur, you stay here and protect Ivana. Sir Henry, let's go outside and find out what's happening." "Yes, my lord." Arthur went back upstairs while Alaric and Henry stepped out of the inn. The street was now empty and it seemed like everyone had already entered their homes. From the distance, Alaric saw a group of guards urgently running towards the eastern side of the town. Seeing this, Alaric sent Henry a knowing glance before he rushed out. The old elite knight followed half a step behind him. Most of the town guards were just normal warriors, so the two managed to catch up to them. "Wait!" Alaric called out to the guards. The warriors were startled by his sudden call. "Can you tell us what's happening?" Alaric asked in a low voice. The warriors were a little bit annoyed after being stopped, but one of them still answered. "The patrol sounded the bell twice, so it means that there is a threat outside the town." Hearing this, Alaric and Henry frowned. Chapter 76-76, Scaled Hyenas. "You two should go back to your homes. We will take care of the situation," the warrior muttered before he left with his comrades. "What should we do, my lord?" Henry asked. The plan was to get some rest in the town before continuing their journey, but from the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to rest tonight. "We will decide after knowing the situation," Alaric responded, feeling a bit annoyed by the sudden turn of events. The two immediately headed to the eastern side of the town. Before they even arrived, they could already hear the sounds of battle, but it didn't sound like they were fighting against humans. Other than the shouts of the warriors, they also heard the roars of monsters. "My lord, we are almost there." Henry pointed at the earthen wall up ahead. The walls that surrounded the town were only about 5 meters tall. This wall should be enough to protect a small town from smaller monsters. However, it seemed like the monsters that had come this time were far more dangerous than what these walls could handle. At this moment, Alaric leaped on top of the wall to get a clearer look at the battle. Scaled hyenas. These wild beasts weren't powerful individually, but they were so coordinated when they attacked as a group. An adult scaled hyena was weaker than a normal warrior, but there were a few among these creatures who were as powerful as apprentice knights. As someone who lived in the north for a few decades, Alaric was familiar with these beasts. Even from a distance, he could already identify the most powerful scaled hyenas in the pack. There are about 100 of them and there are only a few dozen town guards. Even if they win the battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Alaric calmly analyzed the situation. "Should we intervene, my lord?" Henry also reached a similar conclusion upon seeing the confrontation between the two sides. Alaric didn't respond right away. He raised his hand and pointed to a certain warrior who was leading the town guards in the defensive battle. It was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in leather armor with steel breastplate and steel shoulder guards. With every swing of his two-handed war hammer, a poor scaled hyena would be smashed into meat paste. There was no skill or technique in his swings, just pure brute force and aggression. "He is powerful for a knight," Henry remarked while observing the scene. Alaric nodded in agreement. It was because of this person that the scaled hyenas were unable to go past defensive lines. Other than him, there were also 5 knights who worked together with him to fend off the stronger hyenas. Meanwhile, the rest of the warriors only had to take care of the normal hyenas. Their teamwork is solid. Alaric was impressed by the town guard's systematic battle formation. Indeed, they must have been trained to fight against large groups of monsters. I have underestimated the warriors of this town. It seems like we are not needed here. Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. Just as he was about to turn around, the cyan screen suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. _____. Mission: kill the scaled hyenas. Difficulty: easy. Number of scaled hyenas killed: 32/237. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 exp, 15 stat points. Penalty for failure: 500 battle points. _____. There are 237 of them? Alaric frowned upon seeing the information of the mission. He scanned the distant forest with narrowed eyes and he soon spotted more hyenas concealed in the darkness. There are more of them. Sir Henry, we need to help those warriors. Alaric jumped down the wall and rushed to aid the town guards. Henry raised an eyebrow and moved his gaze to the distant forest. How did Lord Alaric sense those monsters at this distance? Even an elite knight like me failed to discover them. The old man was surprised. When Alaric and Henry joined the battle, the town guards could finally take a breather. Are you the leader here? Alaric approached the middle-aged knight who wielded the two-handed war hammer. The latter lowered his head and nodded. Thank you for your help, sir. I'm Ronan, the captain of Alverton's town guards. Listen closely, Sir Ronan. There are more scaled hyenas hiding in the dark, so you better tell your men to preserve their strength. Alaric informed him about what he saw. Hearing this, Ronan furrowed his eyebrows. I understand. I will thank you properly once this is over. He muttered before he retreated to inform his subordinates about the presence of more hyenas. Alaric turned his gaze to Henry and instructed him. Just keep these people safe, Sir Henry. Leave the rest to me. Henry acknowledged his command with a nod of his head. Yes, my lord. Lord Alaric might be talented and skilled for someone his age, but he still needs experience in battles like this. This might be a good chance for him to hone his combat abilities in a large-scale battle. Henry wasn't worried that a mishap would happen. Alaric had already proven himself repeatedly that he could overcome any situation. Alaric went all out in killing the scaled hyenas. His swords easily penetrated the monster's tough scales. His overwhelming strength and his remarkable swordsmanship surprised the town guards. Who is that person? Is he wandering knight? So powerful! What a beautiful swordsmanship! Everyone was in awe of his performance. Even the captain, Ronan, was stunned. After a moment of shock, he shouted. Don't just stand there! We are the protectors of Alverton. Kill those beasts! As soon as his words fell into their ears, the town guards became more aggressive. They attacked the hyenas relentlessly, not even giving the creatures the chance to escape. At this moment, the hyenas who were hidden in the darkness finally made their move. They rushed fearlessly towards the warriors while emitting weird shrieking sounds. Aetheric K. Aetheric K. Chapter 77-77, turning into a killing maniac to complete the mission. Ronan's face fell when he saw another wave of scaled hyenas appear. There are indeed more of them and they look stronger than the first wave we fought. The ordinary warriors are already exhausted. Can we even handle all of these monsters? Ronan glanced at his subordinates and frowned. Most of the town guards were composed of ordinary warriors. They might be skilled, but their stamina will run out soon. Just when he was starting to get anxious, he saw the young knight he had spoken earlier charging towards the incoming hyenas. That guy, why is he so reckless? Ronan wanted to go and help him, but he was tied up by multiple hyenas. I have no time to waste on you guys. He furiously swung his two-handed war hammer and smashed the scaled hyenas in front of him. The hyenas that were struck by his war hammer were crushed into meat paste, unable to even utter a shriek. Blood and some pieces of internal organs splashed over his armor. Ronan didn't even bother to wipe off the blood that splashed on his face. Meanwhile, Alaric had already clashed with the new wave of scaled hyenas. He especially targeted those who would be a huge threat to the warriors. KSHHHKK. KSHHHKK. He effortlessly sliced the neck of the first hyena that lunged at him, which cleanly decapitated its head. 5 more hyenas pounced at him, baring their fangs and swiping their sharp claws. Seeing this, Alaric suddenly wielded his sword with an unbelievable speed. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the 5 scaled hyenas were cut into pieces. His sword was so fast that even an elite knight like Henry barely saw the trajectory of his strikes. Not even Lord Lucas was this skilled at his age. Alaric was evolving with terrifying momentum and filled him with immense pride. Under the shocked gazes of the warriors, Alaric continued his carnage. No hyena managed to survive after being slashed by his sword. Even those hyenas who possessed mana were mercilessly slaughtered. At that moment, an ear-piercing cry resonated in his ears. Alaric stared at the largest hyenas in the pack. It was almost twice the size of the normal hyenas. The beast was also more muscular and the scales on its body looked more formidable. That guy must be the leader of this pack. The pressure emitted by the beast was similar to that of an experienced knight's aura. The alpha-scaled hyena turned into a blur as it rushed towards Alaric with ghostly movements. Its beastly eyes flashed with cruelty as it swiped its dagger-like claws at him. Alaric dodged its claws by tilting his body. He then thrust his sword, aiming to stab its neck. However, the creature abruptly turned its body, evading his sword by a narrow margin. Not bad. It's quite fast. Alaric didn't give it a chance to retreat and released a flurry of attacks. The beast might be fast, but Alaric's swords were even faster. Cuts appeared on its body as Alaric's strikes connected. In just a few breaths, the creature's body was already covered in wounds. The ferocity in its eyes vanished and was replaced with unprecedented fear. It backed off and slowly retreated while keeping its eyes on Alaric. Eek! Eek! It issued weird shrieking sounds to communicate with its pack. You want to escape? As if I'd let you. Alaric snorted when he saw it retreating slowly. His mission would fail if the hyenas would escape, so to prevent this from happening, he no longer held back. He utilized his mana and strength in his arms and legs to increase his speed even further. Under the stunned gazes of the warriors, Alaric suddenly turned into a killing maniac. The pitiful whimpers of the hyenas echoed soon after he began his onslaught. It was a bloody scene that made the warriors flabbergasted. They even wondered if he had some beef with scaled hyenas before because of how brutally he killed them. The battle that was expected to last for some time ended in just a few minutes. Soon, the remaining scaled hyena fell under Alaric's sword. Everyone watched the figure whose leather armor was covered in blood. _____. Mission complete. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 exp, 15 stat points. _____. Alaric Silver Sword Knight exp, 440/500. Potential: B. Traits: horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 34+. Agility, 43+. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 3100. Stat points, 43. Requirements for next advancement: 500 exp, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. Alaric smiled upon seeing the notifications on the cyan screen. I'm only 60 points short on my exp requirement. Step. 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 Alaric closed the cyan screen when he heard someone approaching. He turned his head and saw Ronan walking towards him with a cautious expression. He stopped in front of Alaric and respectfully cupped his fists. "Yes, sir. Thank you for lending us a hand in stopping these monsters. Our town owes you a huge favor." Alaric waved his hand. "It's just a small matter. Besides, we are all citizens of Astania, so it's only right for us to help each other," he uttered indifferently. Ronan couldn't help but admire him. As a patriot, his words resonated deeply in his heart. He thanked Alaric repeatedly and showered him with praises. "To thank you for giving us a hand, all the profit we get from carcasses here will be given to you, sir." Ronan was determined to repay him. However, Alaric shook his head. "You don't need to do that. Just send these carcasses to the residents of the town. This will also help you prevent them from resorting to robbery." Hearing this, Ronan raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You are truly a good example to follow, sir. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "My name?" Alaric hesitated, but upon seeing the expression on Ronan's face, he decided to give him his name. "It's Alaric." Chapter 78-78, Leaving Alverton. Alaric. Why does his name sound familiar? Ronan thought upon hearing his name. "Captain Ronan, please don't tell anyone about our involvement here. I don't want to be disturbed during our stay here." Alaric cupped his fists. Ronan was taken aback, but he agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry, Sir Alaric. My mouth is sealed. I will also inform my men to keep quiet." This was just a minor matter compared to what they had done for the town. Although he was a bit curious as to why he wanted to remain hidden, he didn't probe further. "Thank you." Alaric smiled faintly. "You can leave the cleanup to us, Sir Alaric. You two should return. The public officials will come here soon to inspect the situation," Ronan suggested. Note: Ronan doesn't know that Alaric is a noble, so he is using Sir here. "All right. You guys be careful. There might be more monsters hidden in the darkness," Alaric reminded with a serious tone. Ronan smiled and nodded. "We will. Oh, by the way, if you need any help, you can find me at the eastern gate of the town. I will keep it in mind. We'll take our leave first." Alaric bid him farewell, turned around, and left with Henry. Ronan watched them leave with a thoughtful look on his face. A moment later, one of the warriors came to his side and reported. "Sir, only one monster had a beast soul crystal and took it with them." Ronan raised his eyebrows and glared at the warrior. There was no beast soul crystal found in the monster corpses. He muttered. The warrior was confused, but a look of realization dawned on him. "I understand, sir." "Good. Now gather everyone here. I need to tell them something," Ronan instructed with a stern voice. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Alaric and Henry were now on their way back to the inn. "My lord, I found this in the body of the alpha hyena. The rest don't have a crystal." Henry took out a small black crystal and handed it to Alaric. Alaric grabbed the crystal and observed it. The energy contained within the crystal was denser than the beast soul crystal dropped by the spiked grizzly bear. "Too bad there's only one, but this is already a good harvest. I can use this to help my subordinates speed up their mana training." Thinking about this, he kept the crystal inside his leather pouch. "My lord, you should clean up first. It won't be good if you return to the inn covered in blood." Henry handed him a clean cloth. "Thank you." Alaric used the cloth to wipe off the blood on his skin and armor. By the time they arrived at the inn, they found out that the guests were still lingering at the reception hall. All eyes immediately gathered on them the moment they entered. One of the guests approached them and asked, "Hey! What's going on out there?" He sounded rude, which made Henry annoyed. If Alaric hadn't told them to remain low-key, he would have already slapped this man for talking down on Alaric. The man seemed to have realized his rudeness, so he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now because of the alarm." Alaric didn't mind this minor detail. "The town guards told us that they saw a pack of monsters outside the town, but it has already been dealt with, so there's no need to panic," Alaric explained briefly before he headed upstairs with Henry. Arthur, who was standing guard outside Ivana's room, immediately rushed to Alaric's side upon seeing them. "My lord, how was it? What happened out there?" he asked. Alaric told him about what happened. "I see. I thought it was something more serious." Arthur was relieved. "You two should head back to your rooms. I will explain the situation to Ivana first." Alaric waved his hand. "Yes, my lord." After they left, Alaric knocked on Ivana's door. "It's me." "Wait a moment." Ivana's response came quickly. A few seconds later, she opened the door and invited him in. Alaric told her about the incident. "I see. No wonder I can smell the scent of blood on you," the elf muttered while staring at him. Alaric wasn't surprised by this. He was already aware of her keen sense of smell. "Does it make you uncomfortable?" he asked. Ivana shook her head. "We also hunt wild animals and monsters for food." That night, the two talked longer than usual, deepening their unusual friendship. The next day, Alaric's group left the inn. "No one came to disturb us. It seems like Ronan did as he had promised," Alaric thought as they headed to the eastern gate of the town. "This town is always attacked by monsters because of its location. Why didn't they ask for military support? There should be plenty of households in Vale and Revad to ask for help." Arthur mumbled while shaking his head. "Sir Arthur, do you really think that they haven't asked for support from those cities?" Henry sneered. "What do you mean, Sir Henry?" Arthur glanced at the old man. "I bet that their requests have been rejected. No noble household would offer support to a small town, especially when they have nothing to gain," Henry replied. Unlike Arthur, who was a mercenary his whole life, Henry has interacted with a lot of people from the nobility. In his opinion, they were opportunists who only sought profit and power. Sir Henry is right. There is nothing to gain from helping this small town, so those noble households will most likely reject their request for military assistance. Alaric chimed in. Soon, they finally arrived at the eastern gate. Alaric and Henry saw a few familiar faces, including Ronan. The captain of the town guards was surprised to see them. He wanted to greet them, but he suddenly remembered the promise he made to them last night. "Captain, aren't they?" one of his subordinates discreetly pointed at Alaric's group. Ronan shook his head and made a shushing gesture. He then stared at Alaric and saw him waving his hand. Seeing this, Ronan smiled and waved back at him. "I hope we will see each other again, Sir Alaric." Chapter 79-79, Merchant Group. "To think we would celebrate the new year in the middle of nowhere," Henry mumbled in a joking tone. Arthur chuckled at his words. "What does that mean?" Ivana turned her head and curiously stared at them. She was now starting to get comfortable with the two old warriors. She thought that Alaric would be the only human she could be friends with, but she realized that there were also other good humans. Henry was about to speak when he saw Alaric's stern gaze. "It's nothing. Don't listen to them." Alaric shook his head. "Oh. Okay. Sir Arthur, how is the progress of your mana training?" Alaric changed the topic. The former mercenary had a bitter look on his face. "I'm progressing slower than I thought, my lord." He felt ashamed to utter those words after receiving a lot of resources from Alaric and the household. "There's no hurry." Alaric already expected this to happen. Arthur was already old, so his body wasn't reacting well to the resources he had taken. "Just keep on working on your mana training. You will eventually advance," Alaric added calmly. Although Arthur was no longer in his prime, his body was still in great shape for someone his age. Once he had gathered enough mana, his advancement would follow. Yes, my lord. I will work hard. Arthur nodded with a serious look. Later that afternoon, the group decided to rest under a big pine tree. I'll prepare our food so you can do your mana training. Alaric tapped Arthur's shoulder. Yes, my lord. Arthur nodded and immediately went to find a spot to begin his mana training. Meanwhile, Henry left to gather some firewood. Ivana felt embarrassed that she was the only one who had nothing to do. She wanted to help them, but she didn't even know how to cook or do any simple task. After hesitating for a long while, she gathered her courage and approached Alaric, who was skinning a wild boar they had hunted earlier. Can you teach me how to do that? Alaric stared at her in surprise. The desire to learn was evident on her face and Alaric couldn't bring himself to reject her. All right. Come here and observe how I do it. Alaric beckoned to her. Ivana eagerly squatted next to him and watched him skin the wild boar with such precision. Amazing! He looks so young, but he is good at this. How are you so good with the knife? She asked. Alaric didn't stop what he was doing and responded with a light chuckle. A lot of people taught me. After showing her how it was done, Alaric handed her the skinning knife. Now go ahead and try it. Just be careful not to cut your fingers. He reminded. Ivana took the knife and clumsily skinned the wild boar. Alaric couldn't see her expression, but her focused eyes made him smile. This is harder than I thought, Ivana muttered in embarrassment. That's all right. You just need more experience. Alaric chuckled. Suddenly, Alaric spotted a merchant group coming towards them. They had over 30 people and 20 of them were escort warriors. Alaric nudged the elf and whispered. There are people coming. Ivana lifted her head and followed his gaze. A wary look flashed in her eyes upon seeing the group of strangers. Don't speak too much when they come here. I'll do the talking. Alaric reminded her. All right. Ivana nodded. Arthur was still in the middle of his mana training, so he didn't sense anything. Alaric stood up, walked towards Arthur, and tapped his shoulder. He didn't want to disturb Arthur's training, but this was an emergency. What can I do for you, my lord? Alaric didn't respond and pointed at the merchant group. Seeing them, Arthur frowned. The other side had 20 warriors. More than half of them were ordinary warriors and 4 were knights, but there was one person that he was unable to gauge. My lord, one of those warriors is dangerous, Arthur muttered. I know. Alaric nodded. He knew which person he was talking about. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a fur coat over his leather armor. He was taller than Alaric and was probably as big as Galinar. An elite knight? Alaric narrowed his eyes. This was a troublesome situation and it happened when Henry wasn't around. I hope these people aren't up to no good. With only Arthur by his side, Ivana would be left unprotected if a battle occurred. He could only pray that Henry would come back sooner. A moment later, the merchant group stopped in front of their camp. The escort warriors calmly stared at them, making Ivana feel uncomfortable. A fat man wearing a thick coat over his silk clothes stepped down from the leading carriage. He then cupped his fists at Alaric's group and smiled faintly. Hello, friends. I apologize for disturbing you. I'm Roy, a merchant from Harrow. Harrow? That's quite far. Alaric was familiar with the cities in the north and Harrow was one of the most populated. The fat merchant scanned the faces of Alaric's group after introducing himself. When he noticed the expensive clothes that Alaric was wearing, his smile deepened. How can we help you, Sir Roy? Alaric asked while looking at the wagons that were covered in cloth. Based on the structure of the wagons, he could already tell what was inside. Slave wagons. In Astania, the slave trade wasn't illegal and it was even one of the most in-demand businesses. Why do we have to encounter a slave trader of all people? Alaric knew that most people in this line of work were mostly involved in shady activities. We are on our way to Redonia to deliver some goods. Do you want to take a look at them? I promise you won't be disappointed. They are top quality products. Roy laughed while giving a signal to his servants. Before Alaric could respond, Roy's servants removed the cloth that covered the wagons, revealing the slaves inside. Chapter 80-80, A familiar face among the slaves. What do you think about my goods? You can have a closer look at them if you want. The fat merchant studied his expression, but Alaric remained calm so he couldn't tell what he was thinking. As an experienced merchant, the first thing he would do was to observe his clients' behavior and expression, even the little movements they do. This was important in closing a deal since it gave him a rough idea about the client's interest in his products. However, the young warrior in front of him showed no emotion. His face was calm and that indifferent look in his eyes made him feel unnerved. At this moment, Alaric was looking at the slaves inside the wagons. Most of them looked emaciated as if they hadn't eaten for a while. There were some with stronger bodies, but they were covered in bruises and wounds. That man! Alaric suddenly saw a familiar face among the slaves. Fredrin Steelheart. It was a face that he would never forget. Fredrin was one of the commanders who had served the Crown Prince during the Civil War in his past life. He was known as the Steel Bastion because of his exemplary accomplishments in that war. His shield was like an unshakable wall that no warrior could break. However, the man inside the wagon almost had no resemblance to the famous warrior in his past life. The Fredrin now looked like a beggar in his dirty linen clothes. Is that really him? Alaric turned his gaze at the merchant and asked. Can you get them out of the wagon? I want to observe them up close. He didn't want to make it sound obvious that he was aiming for a specific person. Roy grinned at his words. Of course. The fat merchant clapped his hands and sent a signal to his servants. The slaves were tied in chains so it was impossible for them to escape. The weight of the thick metal chains also made it hard for them to walk. There were a total of 20 slaves. 11 were men and the remaining 9 were women. Their ages varied with some looking like they were under 15 and the oldest one looking like they were in their 40s. Alaric approached the slaves one by one and pretended like he was inspecting them. What kind of slaves are you looking for, sir? I can help you choose if you give me some information. Roy rubbed his hands while eagerly following Alaric. From the way Alaric brings himself, his gait, his temperament, and his aura, Roy could already guess that he was someone of high status. This was also the main reason why he was willing to show off his goods to this young warrior. Some slaves looked visibly terrified, while there were also some who looked like they had become numb to their cruel fate. When Alaric stood in front of one particular woman, a pregnant lady who looked to be in her 30s, Fredrin, who was expressionless the entire time, suddenly sent him a glare as if warning him not to do anything foolish. When Alaric saw his piercing gaze, he felt like he was looking at the same Fredrin he knew in his past life. It's indeed you, General Fredrin. And this woman must be his wife. From what he remembered, Fredrin's wife had already died even before the Civil War. She was also the main reason why he joined the Crown Prince's side. This was because the person who killed his wife was on the second prince's side. I understand now. Something clicked in his mind as if the last pieces of a puzzle had been found. I need an able-bodied man who knows how to hunt. I also need a woman who knows how to cook. Alaric randomly responded to Roy's question. I see. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully before he tapped a particular slave who looked fit and strong. How about this man right here, sir? He is one of the best hunters in his village. Alaric glanced at the slave he was suggesting and shook his head. I want that guy. He muttered as he pointed at Fredrin. The merchant had a troubled look on his face. This man is an elite knight, so he is very expensive. I'm not saying that you can't afford him. It's just that I already promised to bring this man to someone in Redonia. He explained. Alaric's face remained unchanged. 1 beast soul crystal for him. That's my price. 100 gold, hey? Did you just say one beast soul crystal? Roy couldn't believe his ears. Since when are beast soul crystals used in buying slaves? You heard me right. I'm willing to pay you one beast soul crystal for that person. Alaric nodded with a calm look. Roy gulped down hard. Even a normal beast soul crystal could fetch around 500 gold coins. That man from Redonia only promised to give me 300 gold coins for this elite knight. This offer is good, but I might offend that person if I can't give him what he wants. Roy was in a dilemma. He wanted to accept Alaric's offer, but he didn't want to offend the client in Redonia. While he was hesitating, Alaric beckoned to Arthur. Seeing this, the former mercenary immediately walked towards him. What can I do for you, my Elohim, sir? Give me the beast soul crystal, Alaric whispered. Arthur was taken aback, but he still handed him the beast soul crystal. I'm sorry, Sir Arthur. This was supposed to be my reward for you. Alaric apologetically glanced at him. Arthur shook his head and smiled. It's all right, sir. You don't need to apologize. Alaric sighed and tapped his shoulder. Don't worry. I will give you the one we got from the saber-fanged wolf once we return to the estate. Arthur's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The beast soul crystal from the saber-fanged wolf was a disaster grade, so it was more valuable. If he could get it, his advancement was already guaranteed. Chapter 81-81, Roy's Decision. Here's the beast soul crystal that I'm willing to trade for that man. You are a merchant, so I'm sure that you can see its value. Alaric showed the crystal to Roy. Roy was stunned. Can I take a look at it? Sure. Alaric nodded and handed him the crystal. Although giving it to him was quite risky, he could sense that Henry was already nearby. If Roy would do something foolish, he wouldn't hesitate to cut him with his sword. Roy carefully took the beast soul crystal. He then used a magnifying glass to examine the surface of the crystal. He wasn't a warrior, so he could only use another method to identify its authenticity. From the weight, this should be the beast soul crystal of a powerful fatal grade monster. The texture is just right and its gloss is smooth. This is an authentic beast soul crystal. Roy was tempted to take it away, but he felt that something bad would happen if he were to take it. He took a deep breath and returned the crystal to the young warrior. This is indeed a real beast soul crystal. Can you tell me from what kind of monster did you get it from? He probed. Alaric smiled and responded. We encountered a scaled hyena pack yesterday and we got this from the leader of the pack. Roy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A scaled hyena pack is mostly composed of more than 50 members. Sometimes even 100 for a larger pack. Is this guy telling me that they defeated that many monsters with only 3 of them? Unless there are more of them. Thinking about this, Roy narrowed his eyes. Truthfully, he had no plans to make a deal with this young warriors group. He only made an offer to see if they had some money with them. His real objective was to rob them, but he had to temporarily put the idea aside since they might have more people lurking around. Please give me a moment to think about it, sir. I'll also talk with my companions regarding your offer. Roy cupped his fists at the young warrior. Sure. Alaric nodded indifferently. Roy turned around and walked towards the captain of his escort warriors. Sir Gavin, can you sense the presence of other warriors nearby other than those people? Roy asked in a whispering voice. Gavin's expression was solemn. I can sense the presence of a powerful warrior hidden behind the trees over there. I don't know that person's exact level, but there is a high chance that this warrior is an elite knight like me. An elite knight? Roy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Luckily he didn't do anything stupid or something bad would have happened. If a battle happens, can your group handle them? Roy didn't want to give up just yet. Gavin frowned. Other than the person hiding, that old swordsman is also not your average knight. His mana is solid and it might take 3 of my knights to take him down. Moreover, that young knight is not a pushover either. He should be as powerful as that old swordsman. Most importantly, the person whose face is covered, has a weird mana fluctuation. It's not similar to the mana that we warriors possess. Roy didn't expect to hear this from him. What made him even more bothered was what Gavin said about the person whose face was covered with cloth. Don't tell me that person is a beast soul warrior. Gavin didn't express it directly, but Roy understood the meaning behind his words. A powerful beast soul warrior could effortlessly kill a group of knights. Everyone knows how powerful they were. Just the thought of it made Roy feel terrified. After almost 5 minutes of hesitation, Roy decided to abandon his initial plan. I might as well make money and connections here. If that person is indeed a beast soul warrior, then I won't lose out on this deal. After making a decision, Roy nervously approached Alaric's group. Sir, I have made a decision. The merchant beamed. Oh? Let's hear your answer. Alaric nodded. I am willing to accept your offer. Roy smiled and pointed at Fred Rin. That man in exchange for your beast soul crystal. In addition, I will also give you 2 more slaves as a token of my goodwill. What do you think, sir? Hearing this, Alaric's lips curved upwards. I like your straightforwardness, Sir Roy. Can I choose the 2 additional slaves? What made this guy eager to close this deal? Alaric wondered. Of course. Please feel free to choose anyone you like. Roy laughed heartily. The slaves could hear their conversation since they didn't bother to lower their voices. At this moment, Fred Rin was worried that he would be separated from his wife. He wanted to break the chains that bound him, but he was unable to destroy them. Seeing his attempts to escape, Gavin and a few warriors immediately restrained him. What's going on? Alaric frowned when he saw the commotion. There seems to be a minor problem, sir, but don't worry, the people I brought are professionals. They know how to deal with this kind of situation. Roy chuckled awkwardly. Just give me a moment. Roy turned around and hurried over to Fred Rin. Hey! Stop! I will punish your wife and your child if you do something foolish. The fat merchant muttered angrily. This guy actually embarrassed him in front of his clients. Fred Rin stopped struggling when he heard those words, but his eyes were burning with fury. Can you say those words if I wasn't in chains? His voice was cold and deep like the abyss. Roy was about to slap him when he felt a tap on his shoulder. When he saw that it was the young warrior, his gaze softened. Sir? I was about to discipline this stubborn slave. I apologize for making you see this. Alaric shook his head. It's fine. Let me talk to this man. Roy raised an eyebrow, but he still agreed. All right, but you need to be careful. Alaric nodded calmly. Chapter 82-82, Buying 3 slaves for 1 beast soul crystal. After Roy left, Alaric turned his head to Fred Rin. My name is Alaric. What's your name? Fred Rin's eyes seemed like they could spurt fire from how he was staring at him, but Alaric remained unperturbed. Realizing that he had no intention to respond, Alaric added. I know what you are worried about. That pregnant woman is your wife, right? Hearing this, Fred Rin finally reacted. If you touch her, I'll kill you. He muttered while breathing heavily. Alaric smiled and shook his head. I didn't speak with you to provoke you. I want to help you. Fred Rin narrowed his eyes. What do you want? The merchant told me that I could take 2 additional slaves with me. Do you know what that means? Alaric felt a bit guilty for using this man's feelings, but Fred Rin was someone that he truly needed to complete his plan. If he could get this man to serve him, he would have a future transcendent knight. An expert at that level would be a huge help to his plan to stop the civil war from happening. Fred Rin hesitated. He understood the implications of his words. He looked at his pregnant wife whose limbs were bound by chains. She had small wounds on her skin. Her clothes were tattered and full of dirt. Seeing her like this made him feel like he was being torn apart. I will follow you if you set my wife free. Fredrin stared deeply at the young knight. Alaric was taken aback. Don't you want to be with her? I want to be with her, and it hurts me to even think about being separated from her, but what hurts me more is seeing her live under such terrible conditions. Fredrin lowered his head. Sigh. What a loving husband. Why don't you just live with your wife? I don't plan to take you back as slaves. Hey? What do you mean? Fredrin couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're an elite knight. You can work as a warrior for our household instead. As for your wife, she can work as a cook or a gardener. If you don't like that, I'll let you choose where your wife can work. Alaric's words made him dumbfounded. You? Are you telling the truth? Fredrin was agitated. This could be the opportunity that he was praying for, but it was too good to be true. Alaric smiled and nodded his head. Of course. I'm a follower of Aru. You can trust me. He took out a sun necklace that symbolized the benevolent god. If my words are untrue, then may my soul turn into an evil spirit and wander hell for all eternity. Fredrin was stunned by his oath. Even the most faithful believers of Aru would never dare to utter such words. Since you are willing to say those words, I'll trust you. Fredrin took a deep breath and muttered. My name is Fredrin Steelheart. I'm yours to command, sir. Good. Just wait for a bit. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder. Yes, sir. After talking with Fredrin, Alaric approached the fat merchant and gave him the beast soul crystal. I have decided which slaves to take with me. Great. Just tell which of them you are taking and I give them to you. Roy couldn't conceal the excitement on his face when he took the crystal. I want that woman. Alaric pointed at Fredrin's wife. This made Roy feel a bit troubled, but he still accepted his choice. The elite knight must have spoken with him about it. Tisk. Too bad. That pregnant lady could have fetched me a decent price. And the last one I'm taking is that man over there. Alaric pointed at the man who was introduced by Roy as one of the best hunters in his village. Good choices, sir. Just give me a second. I'll get them for you. Roy sent a signal to his servants. A moment later, Fredrin and the two additional slaves he had chosen were separated from the rest of the slaves. Sir, here are your goods. Roy laughed as he presented the 3 goods to Alaric. I enjoyed doing business with you, sir. The merchant extended his hand while beaming at him. Alaric didn't want to shake his hand, but he still did it for the sake of finalizing the deal. Likewise. He responded flatly. If you want to do business with me again, you can find me in Harrow. Just look for Roy's merchant group. I have some fame in the city, so the residents will give you the right directions. Roy didn't want to cut off this connection here since he felt that the young warrior was no ordinary person. After all, not just anyone could employ the service of a beast soul warrior. All right. I will remember it. Alaric nodded. By the way, where are you headed to, sir? If we are heading in the same direction, we can just go together. It will be safer for us to move in a larger group. Roy suggested. It's all right. We can take care of ourselves, but thank you for the offer. Alaric politely declined. I see. What a pity. Roy tried to prolong their conversation, but Alaric didn't seem to be keen on chatting with him. The merchant sensed his disinterest, so he didn't insist on keeping the young warrior for long. After exchanging goodbyes, Roy and the merchant group finally left. Alaric watched them leave with a calm look on his face. Only when they disappeared from his line of sight did he lower his guard. They're finally gone, Arthur muttered. Henry, who was hiding behind a nearby tree, also revealed himself. The guy wearing a fur coat detected my presence. We should leave soon, my lord. He won't be an easy opponent. The old man spoke in a serious tone. Alaric waved his hand. There's nothing to worry. If they attack us, they will be the ones in trouble. He chuckled. Henry stared at him with a perplexed look. Follow me. I'll introduce you guys to someone. Alaric smiled as he tapped the old man's shoulder. Chapter 83-83, To the Fortress City. Alaric beckoned to Fredrin and the other two. Come here. We need to get those things off of you guys. When they heard his words, they were flabbergasted. Looking at their stunned faces, Alaric chuckled. Stop dawdling and come here. Fredrin nodded to his wife and whispered. We can trust him. His wife hesitated for a moment, but she still chose to listen to her husband. All right. She walked nervously towards Alaric and bowed to him. Greetings, sir. Alaric nodded to acknowledge her greeting. What's your name? My name is Elaine, sir. She responded without daring to look at him in the eye. Alaric used the key given by Roy to remove the locks on her chains. Clang! As soon as the chains were removed, Elaine felt like she could finally breathe again. Thank you, sir. Alaric beckoned to the man standing beside Fredrin. What's your name? The former hunter was a bit nervous. He didn't know what kind of person his new owner was. His only hope was that he would be treated well. My name is Mark, sir. Not bad. You managed to become a knight apprentice. Did you receive formal training from someone? Alaric asked while observing the man's expression. I live in a small village, sir. We were only taught how to hunt. As for knight training, Mark shook his head. Oh? He managed to become a knight apprentice without formal training? He couldn't sense any falsehoods in his words, so it was most likely true. Do you want to become a knight? Alaric asked with a smile. Hearing this, Mark widened his eyes. Absolutely. That's my long-time wish, sir. Alaric grinned at his enthusiastic response. All right. If you're willing to follow me, I will have someone train you to become a knight. Without hesitation, Mark kneeled on one knee and muttered. I'm willing to follow you, sir. Alaric tapped the man's shoulder and said. Get up. There's no need for you to kneel before me. Let's get those chains removed first. Click. A clicking sound echoed as soon as the key was inserted into the keyhole. After having his chains removed, Mark felt light as a feather. Unknowingly, tears streamed down his cheeks as emotions welled up in his heart. Finally, it was Fredrin's turn. Henry, who was standing behind Alaric, stared intently at this beggar-looking man. If Fredrin revealed a trace of hostility, he was ready to pull out his sword. On the other hand, Alaric remained calm. He knew Fredrin's personality very well. He was a man who would never break his promise. That was the kind of person Fredrin was. I will do as I had promised. I will follow you, sir. Fredrin solemnly uttered. Alaric nodded and smiled faintly. Let's get this over with so we can get something to eat. He glanced at the chains tied to Fredrin's limbs. They really used mithril chains to restrain him. Mithril was a rare metal that can only be found deep into the earth. Only a transcendent knight can forge something using this material. That was how durable it was. After his chains were removed, Fredrin bowed to Alaric. Thank you, sir. Alaric waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. Now go to your wife. I know you're eager to hold her. He chuckled. Fredrin cupped his fists and jogged to his wife. The couple hugged each other and exchanged a deep kiss. Alaric looked away and shook his head. Let's do the introductions later. Leave them be for now. He tapped Henry's shoulder. The old man was still worried. My lord, are you sure about setting that man free? He is an elite knight, a powerful one at that. He whispered. He could sense it just by looking at Fredrin. You can rest assured. I know what kind of person he is. Trust me on this. Alaric muttered reassuringly. All right, but I'll keep an eye on him just to make sure, Henry responded cautiously. An hour later, they gathered for their meal. The atmosphere was a bit awkward with the presence of 3 more people in the group. You guys should get to know each other since you will be colleagues soon. Alaric broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, everyone stopped what they were doing, glanced at each other, and exchanged friendly nods. Alaric didn't push them. It would take some time for them to learn how to trust each other. Give this to your wife. She needs to eat more meat for the child in her belly. Alaric said as he handed a bowl of boar meat soup to Fredrin. The latter sent him a grateful look before he gave the bowl to his wife. Elaine bowed to Alaric. Thank you, sir. Since you guys will be serving me from now on, allow me to reintroduce myself. Alaric scanned the 3 former slaves. My name is Alaric Silversword, the heir of House Silversword. Starting today, you are no longer slaves, but my people. The 3 were stunned. They thought that he was just a rich young warrior. It turned out that he was actually the son of a noble. Greetings, my lord. They stood up simultaneously and bowed to him. Relax. There's no need to be nervous. Although he tried to make them feel comfortable, the 3 became more restrained after knowing his identity. After eating their meal, Alaric told them about their destination. We are heading to the Enchanted Woodlands. Looking at their shocked faces, Alaric continued. I know that it's dangerous, especially for Elaine, so there's no need for the 3 of you to follow us. He grabbed a stick and drew a box on the snow. There is a fortress city close to the Enchanted Woodlands. The 3 of you will stay there and wait for us. My lord, I'm willing to go with you to the Enchanted Woodlands. Mark expressed his desire to go with them. However, no, Alaric shook his head. It's too dangerous for you to be there. I'm sure you are aware of the dangers within that forest. Mark nodded apprehensively. Almost everyone in the Empire knew what kind of creatures resided within the Enchanted Woodlands. You guys get ready, we will head out at once. 3 days slipped by, and on the afternoon of the 4th of January, the group finally arrived at the fortress city called Turtle Fort. It got its name from the turtle-like forts that surrounded the city. This fortress city was Astania's first line of defense against the monsters that come from the Enchanted Woodlands. It also boasted a huge number of warriors who were ready to protect the Empire's borders. At this moment, the group had just passed by the heavily fortified gates. The huge ballistas sitting at the top of the walls made them feel safe and secure. They had to constantly keep a lookout when they were traveling outside. Now, they felt that they could finally rest easy. The group traveled for another hour to find a suitable inn. They didn't choose a famous establishment and selected a relatively unknown place. This was to keep their identities hidden. At the inn's dining hall, the group gathered for an afternoon snack. We should get some rest tonight and resume our journey tomorrow, Alaric said while looking at Ivana. Her face was still covered with only her eyes and mouth visible. Ivana nodded. I'll listen to you. She was excited to return to her home. She has been gone for a long time and she missed her family and friends. Just a little bit more. She muttered in her heart. She was grateful to Alaric and the rest of the group who came to accompany her, especially Alaric. If it weren't for him, she might have frozen to death a long time ago. Thinking about this, she looked at his side profile, her gaze softening. As if sensing her eyes, Alaric turned his head. Why are you looking at me like that? He raised his head and chuckled. Thank you. I wouldn't have gotten this far on my own. The elf responded while staring straight into his eyes. Alaric almost fell into a trance. He quickly looked away and muttered. That's what friends do. Friends? Ivana's lips curved upwards. That's right. I have a human friend now. Alaric was the first human she had fully accepted as a friend. Sensing the unusual atmosphere between the two, the others could only pretend like they were statues. Alaric realized what was happening and immediately cleared his throat. Ahem. You don't need to feel embarrassed, my lord. Henry tapped his back and sent him a knowing glance. Alaric ignored his teasing glance and opened the cyan screen to check his progress. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 444/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, F. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 34+. Agility, 43+. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 3140. Stat points, 47. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5000 battle points. I still have a long way to go. Chapter 84 to 84, using the stat points I saved up to increase my agility. The next day, before leaving the city, they bought a horse for Ivana to increase their travel speed. Looking at the dark clouds that hung above the horizon, Alaric clicked his tongue. It seems like we have run out of luck. Another snowstorm was approaching, and from the vast cluster of clouds, it looked like it would be more severe than the most recent one. The faces of the two old warriors turned serious upon seeing the gloomy weather. The enchanted woodlands was more than 300 miles away from Turtle Fort. Normally, it would have taken them less than 10 hours to get there, but because the land was covered in snow, they would need to slow down and be careful on the road. If they moved carelessly, they might fall into a pit or encounter some venomous creatures. As usual, Henry took the lead in navigating the road. He cautiously eyed the surroundings, ensuring that no danger was present. In the next few hours, the group managed to travel 50 miles without getting into an accident, but things took a turn when they reached a 90-mile distance. They saw a large group of goblins hunting a herd of iron-tail buffaloes. The sharp shrieks of the goblins and the furious roar of the iron-tail buffaloes resonated in the air. There were more iron-tail buffaloes, but they were helpless against the aggressive goblins. "My lord, we have an issue here. There are goblins." Before Henry could give a report, he saw Alaric zooming past him on his horse. "Hey! My lord! What are you doing?" Henry widened his eyes when he saw Alaric charging towards the goblins with his swords unsheathed. After a moment of surprise, Henry shot a glance at Arthur and said, "Stay here and protect Lady Ivana. I will go and support Lord Alaric." Without waiting for Arthur's response, Henry squeezed his legs and urged his horse to rush forward. Meanwhile, Ivana sent Arthur a confused look and asked, "What's happening? Why did Alaric?" Arthur was similarly baffled. "I have no idea, my lady." He shook his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, Alaric had already attacked the nearest goblin, chopping off its head with a single swipe of his sword. Swoosh! "Die, you fucking goblins!" he shouted with a crazed look in his eyes. _____. Mission: kill the goblin chieftain. Rewards: 150 battle points, 15 stat points, random trait upgrade card x1. Penalty for failure: 800 battle points, 5 exp. _____. Even without this mission, he would still attack these goblins. The mission only gave him one more reason to attack them. Subsequently, some goblins turned around and lunged at him, brandishing their weapons furiously. Aetheric! 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 Their strange shrieking sounds drifted into Alaric's ears, making him even more annoyed. "Shut the fuck up, you filthy creatures!" he roared. Swoosh! 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 All the goblins that attacked him were cut into pieces and their mangled bodies fell into the snow-filled land. Seeing the death of their brethren, the few hobgoblins leading the group became furious. They abandoned the iron-tail buffaloes and changed their target. 1, 2, 3. 5 hobgoblins in total. Alaric narrowed his eyes and his face suddenly turned serious. I have 48 stat points now, including the one I got from this morning's daily mission. I'll use everything to increase my speed. Thinking about this, Alaric didn't even hesitate. Stat points, 48-0. Agility, 43-91. Alaric sensed a huge change in his body. His swords felt lighter in his hands and the monsters in front of him seemed to have become slower. With my current speed, riding on my horse will only slow me down. After assessing the situation, Alaric jumped off his horse and rushed towards the enemies. He moved so fast that he left the wind horse in the dust. When the monsters were within his range, he released a flurry of slashes, cutting down everything that blocked his path. Swoosh! 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 No goblins could touch him. Even the powerful hobgoblins fell under his sword. In the next moment, he had already killed half of the goblin warriors. Henry, who was about to support him, pulled the reins of his horse and watched the scene in utter disbelief. What in the bloody hell is this? It was a total carnage. The goblins and hobgoblins died one after another. Was he always this fast? Henry's mouth went agape upon witnessing Alaric's lightning-fast sword strikes. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Henry turned his head and saw a muscular goblin holding a massive hammer made of wood. A goblin chieftain! My lord, be careful! There's a goblin chi! Hey! Henry's mouth twitched all of a sudden. Instead of retreating, Alaric actually charged at the goblin chieftain. I need to help him. Henry squeezed his legs and pulled his sword. I'm coming, my lord! He shouted. At that moment, Alaric and the goblin chieftain had clashed. Bang! The massive hammer struck the ground and created a large pit. However, it was unable to hit Alaric. Before it could touch him, he turned his body and riposted, pushing his swords into the abdomen of the creature. KSHHKK! KSHHKK! The goblin chieftain stared at the tiny human in front of it with its eyes wide open. Alaric pulled his swords, drawing a spray of blood in the air. The goblin chieftain staggered after being stabbed deeply. Rah! It roared and smashed its hammer towards Alaric, intending to crush him into a pulp. However, with a simple footwork, Alaric nimbly dodged the destructive blow. Bang! Another pit was made after the massive hammer struck the ground. While it was still in the process of lifting its hammer, Alaric took the opportunity to land a few more hits. This time, he stabbed the tendons on its legs, making it sway and fall awkwardly on the ground. Thud! As soon as it fell, Alaric stabbed its head with his sword. Die! KSSHHKK! The monster died on the spot with its eyes staring wide at him. It's weaker than the one we fought in the evergreen forest. Alaric thought while pulling his sword from its forehead. My lord! Alaric turned his head and nodded to Henry. Sir Henry, please help me check the bodies of those hobgoblins. See if we can find some beast soul crystals from them. He instructed in a calm voice. Henry took a deep breath. He was still processing what he had witnessed. Just how fast is he progressing? Yes, my lord. The old man responded with a blank look. Alaric moved his gaze back to the goblin chieftain's corpse and made a cut on its chest. He then pushed his hand inside to see if it had a beast soul crystal. Soon, he felt a round object hidden within its internal organs. Alaric pulled it out from the corpse, revealing a small green-colored crystal with splashes of brown. Its color was way more unique compared to the beast soul crystal from the other goblin chieftain. What an interesting combination of colors! Alaric wiped off the blood on the crystal using his clothes before putting it inside his leather pouch. With the death of the goblin chieftain, the remaining goblins and hobgoblins retreated. Alaric didn't chase them since his target was only the goblin chieftain. _____. Mission complete. Rewards, 150, Battle Points 15, Stat Points Random Trait Upgrade Card X1. _____. Do you want to use the random trait upgrade card? Yes, no. Alaric glanced at the card that appeared in his hand. He had already received something like this before, so he knew what it was used for. Alaric pressed yes. Congratulations! Your trait, Tracking, F, has been upgraded to Tracking, E. A new set of information flooded his mind in that instant. From the footprints of specific animals, their behaviors, and many other aspects related to tracking were incorporated into Alaric's mind. So tracking had these many different elements. The method I learned when I was a kid is nothing compared to this. This will be useful when hunting down enemies. He chuckled. He then focused his attention on the progress in his stats. He had gotten 150 battle points and 15 stat points. I should push my agility to 100 and distribute the remaining points to my stamina. Thinking about this, Alaric immediately made the adjustments. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 444/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 3,290. Stat points, 0. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He had already maxed out 2 of his attributes and it made him feel satisfied. My lord, I only found 2 beast soul crystals from the hobgoblins' corpses. Henry's voice drifted into his ears while he was looking at the cyan screen. The old man handed him the 2 crystals he had found. The harvest this time is decent. Alaric thought after getting the 2 beast soul crystals from him. Chapter 85-85, Alaric leads the way. Alaric looked at the monster corpses around them and felt a bit regretful that they couldn't bring them all to be sold. We should leave now. The smell of blood here will attract more monsters. There was no choice. They could only abandon the corpses. Henry only collected some of the iron-tail bulafo meat to be used for their trip. While he was putting in the meat he had gathered inside his leather bag, he noticed that some of the iron-tail buffaloes were looking at him with unkind gazes. The old elite knight stomped his foot and scared them with his aura. When the iron-tail buffaloes sensed his overwhelming aura, they immediately fled in the opposite direction. At this moment, Alaric detected the presence of more monsters in the distance. We need to go. Some monsters are already on their way here. Hearing his stern voice, everyone nodded. After carefully checking their belongings, the group made a detour to avoid the monsters who were heading to the corpses. Suddenly, crackle! Crackle! Alaric looked up and saw flashes of lightning in the midst of the dark clouds. We need to hurry up. He squeezed his legs harder to convey his instructions to the horse. Meanwhile, the others also commanded their horses to move faster. Facing a snowstorm at their current location wasn't ideal. There were no markings or landmarks, so it would be difficult to navigate the road once their visibility was reduced. Along the way, they encountered some monsters, but they didn't trigger a mission, so Alaric decided to ignore them. Several hours passed by in the blink of an eye. The group was about to reach the halfway mark, but snow started falling, so they decided to find a safe place to camp. Forcing their way in the middle of a snowstorm would be a terrible idea since there was a high chance of them getting lost. My lord, it seems like there are no caves nearby, Henry reported with a grave look. A cave was the best place to camp during snowstorms since they could shield themselves from the cold. Unfortunately, there were only trees nearby. There wasn't even a mountain or a hill. Alaric scanned the surroundings and furrowed his eyebrows. Find a large tree and cut a space enough to fit all of us, he instructed. Hearing this, Henry nodded. He had also thought of this as his backup plan. Yes, my lord. After looking around for almost an hour, they finally found a big tree. Henry used his sword to cut a big chunk on its trunk. He also cleaned the space inside and made it suitable for them to rest. "What about the horses?" Ivana asked. There wasn't enough space for the horses to go in, and this made her worried. Both the old warriors glanced at her and awkwardly scratched their heads, unable to utter a response. Seeing this, Alaric opened his mouth to save the old men from the awkward situation. "We have no choice. We can only let them go. But they might freeze to death." Ivana frowned. She couldn't bring herself to abandon the horses. "I understand your concern, Ivana, but we have no time to look for a suitable place for them. Letting them go is the best option," Alaric calmly replied. His main priority was to keep everyone safe. As for the horses, although it was regretful, there was no choice. Ivana was silent for a moment. She looked away from him, stroked the head of her horse, and muttered, "I'm sorry." By evening, the snowstorm became more severe and it looked like it would continue for several days. At this moment, inside the big tree, Henry glanced at Alaric and reminded him in a whispering voice. "My lord, the Baron's birthday is coming." "I know." Alaric nodded calmly. Meanwhile, Ivana, who was still slightly upset, stared at him in surprise when she heard this. The displeasure in her heart instantly vanished and was replaced with guilt and self-reproach. "They helped me and escorted me here despite the dangers, but I actually felt displeased just because we abandoned the horses. I'm sorry. Because of me, you might not make it to your father's birthday." She already knew a lot about Alaric, including his identity. When Henry mentioned the Baron, she knew that he was talking about Alaric's father. "It's fine. Before I decided to help you, I already considered this matter." He paused and sent her a reassuring smile before he continued. "There is still some time before that day comes. I'm sure we can make it somehow." Ivana felt better, but she was still embarrassed to face him. There was a long silence after that. Only the fierce whines and the caw-caw sounds of the flame could be heard. The next day, the snowstorm that they expected to last for a couple more days miraculously settled down, so the group immediately resumed their journey after Alaric's routine exercises. They tried to look for the horses, but they were nowhere to be found. Their tracks had also been covered by the piles of snow, so even with Alaric's trait tracking, they failed to find them. Without their mounts, the group could only continue the journey on foot. "Are you feeling cold?" Alaric asked when he saw Ivana shivering. "It's still manageable," Ivana stubbornly responded. Alaric didn't believe this. She has a soul mark, but she hasn't become a beast soul warrior yet. Which means her physical condition is similar to that of a normal human. Is this an elf's pride? Alaric thought. He took a thick fur scarf from his leather bag and helped her wear it around her neck. "This will help you keep yourself warmer." He then took a glance at her hands and said, "Let's change your gloves too." Arthur, who was walking behind them, smiled upon seeing this scene. "Ah, youth." In the next 12 hours, or about half a day, the group only managed to travel less than 70 miles because the snow was getting thicker, which made it harder for them to walk. Their clothes that had been warmed by the bonfire were once again dampened by the snow, making them uncomfortable. "My lord, I can't recognize the path anymore," Henry reported while shaking his head. Alaric frowned and observed the surroundings. The trees looked oddly similar, so it was difficult to tell which path they should take. Because of his tracking, he instinctively knew which direction to go, but he still hadn't put this instinctive tracking to good use. "I only use this trait in hunting, so I don't know how reliable it is." Alaric sensed everyone's gazes on him. They were waiting for his decision and their trust weighed heavily on him. He took a deep breath before he made a decision. "Follow me. I'll lead the way this time." Alaric stared deeply at them. The two old warriors looked visibly surprised by his words. Alaric had never displayed his navigation skills, so they weren't sure if he could do the job well. However, despite the doubts, they still nodded and chose to trust his decision. Do you trust me? Alaric stared at the elf. Mn Ivana hummed in response. Alaric smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I will make sure that you can go back to your home. Ivana's eyes flashed with gratitude. Thank you, Alaric. Under Alaric's lead, they persisted with their journey. At first, they thought that he was just blindly walking without a sense of direction, but his calm and steady demeanor made them rethink their thoughts. Soon, the trees had become more numerous, a sign that they were getting closer to the enchanted woodlands. My lord, I sense someone approaching. There's a lot of them. Henry's voice suddenly drifted into their ears. Alaric frowned and placed his hands on the handle of his swords. The two old warriors also prepared to engage in combat. In the next moment, a few figures appeared on the branches of the trees, looking down at them with unfriendly eyes. Elves! Alaric and the two old warriors were stunned by their presence. Humans! How dare you infiltrate this sacred woods? Shouted an elf warrior who was aiming his bow and arrow. Hey! The elf warrior who seemed to be the leader of the bunch detected a familiar aura among the humans. He frowned when his eyes landed on the person whose face was covered with a cloth. An elf? When he realized that it was an elf, his expression fell. How dare you filthy humans capture an elf? He roared. The atmosphere became tense as soon as his words fell into everyone's ears. The elves knocked their arrows and aimed at the humans with furious gazes. Wait! Ivana, who was silent the entire time, removed the cloth on her head, revealing her beautiful face. Lower your weapons at once! She shouted in a commanding tone. A shocking thing happened after she revealed her face. Chapter 86-86, Ivana's Reward. The leading elf jumped down from the tree and approached Ivana with a look of disbelief. Your Highness, his voice was trembling as if he couldn't control his emotions. Ivana's face remained cold as she uttered. Did you not hear my words? Sensing the gravity in her tone, the elf immediately realized his mistake. He made a hand signal and shouted. Lower your weapons! Do you not recognize the princess? The elves were terrified upon hearing his words. They quickly lowered their weapons, jumped down from the trees, and kneeled before her. We greet your Highness! Their voice resonated through the forest, startling the birds nearby. Meanwhile, Alaric and the two old warriors were flabbergasted. They never would have thought that the elf they had traveled with was actually the princess of the elves. No wonder she was secretive about her identity. I thought she was just a high elf or something. It turns out she is actually a princess. Alaric thought as he watched the scene. At this moment, Ivana was still reprimanding the elves. Do you even know that these men saved my life? If it weren't for them, I would have died in some unknown place. You guys even dare to point your weapons at them. She spoke harshly and not one elf dared to even raise their head. Damn! So fierce! Alaric couldn't believe that the shy elf also had this side of her. It's all right, Ivana. Don't be too harsh on them. They are only doing their jobs. He spoke to assuage her anger. Ivana glanced at him, her gaze visibly softening. Fine. Since you have spoken for them, then I will forget this matter. She then turned her gaze back to the elven warriors and muttered. Stand up. The elven warriors stood up in unison. They looked very organized and well trained with no sloppy movements. Ivana, Alaric called out. Mn. Ivana stared at her questioningly. I have already done as I had promised. Since you have your people now, I think it's time for us to return. Alaric smiled faintly. Hearing this, Ivana felt a trace of reluctance. She has been with them for a long time, so she didn't want to separate just like that. Why don't you come with us for a while? I will give you a proper compensation for bringing me back home. She suggested while staring deeply at Alaric's eyes. The elven warriors looked visibly shocked by her offer. They had never brought humans to their territory, so they found it unbelievable for the princess to invite them. Alaric shook his head with an apologetic smile. I would love to go with you, but we must go. I'm sure you already know the reason. Ivana sighed in regret, but she didn't insist. I understand, but I can't let you go unrewarded for your efforts. After she uttered those words, she looked at the leader of the elven warriors and spoke to him in elven language. Alaric didn't understand anything, but he saw the look of surprise on the elven warrior's face. A moment later, the elven warrior barked a command to his subordinates. Just wait for a moment, Alaric. This won't take a lot of time. Ivana spoke to him in common language. All right. We will wait for a bit. Alaric nodded. Since we will be bidding farewell later, why don't we chat while we wait for them to return? Ivana suggested with a light smile. That's not a problem, but I think those two won't be able to talk with you like how they used to. Alaric chuckled as he pointed at the two old warriors who were staring at her with awkward gazes. Ivana laughed when she realized the meaning behind his words. I apologize for being harsh on you before, Your Highness. I didn't know your identity. Henry squeezed out a smile. Me too. I shouldn't have yelled at you back then. Arthur added. Looking at the two apologetic old men, Ivana shook her head and smiled. It's all right. You two are like mentors to me and I found it refreshing to be treated like a normal person despite our racial differences. Besides, I haven't thanked you enough for teaching me a lot of things. While they were chatting, the elves were stunned when they saw how comfortable their princess was with the humans. In their kingdom, she was known as an aloof woman, a high and mighty goddess that no one would even dare to look at. After about less than an hour of waiting, the elven warriors who had left earlier finally returned. They had brought with them 5 muscular horses covered with long, silky manes. Unlike wind horses, these guys looked bigger and more powerful. Additionally, they also possessed mana equivalent to that of a knight. One of the 5 stood out in particular. It was a brown horse with a silky black mane and a striking white blaze running down its face. This horse's mana was so dense that Henry, who was an elite knight, felt that he was weaker than it. Ivana, those are, Alaric could already tell what was about to happen, but he still sent Ivana an inquisitive look. Ivana smiled when she saw his expression. I don't know if you are familiar with those horses. We call them Nyx Equus, which translates to frost horse in common language. We gave them that name because they procreate during winter. She looked embarrassed when she mentioned this. Don't tell me you are planning to give these horses to us. It's just a small matter compared to what you guys have done for me. Please accept these horses. I won't feel at ease if you reject them. Alaric knew how valuable these horses were. If they were to be auctioned in the Empire, they would be worth a lot of money. Henry and Arthur loved the horses, but they didn't say anything and just waited for Alaric to make the decision. After thinking for an entire minute, Alaric smiled bitterly. This gift is too much, Ivana. Chapter 87-87, Returning to Turtle Fort. Please Alaric, I insist. It's the least I can do for you guys for bringing me here. Besides, your journey back home will be faster with these horses. I assure you that you won't be late for your father's birthday if you ride these horses. Ivana was worried that he wouldn't accept her gift, so she brought up his father's birthday. Hearing this, Alaric hesitated. It was true that it would take them much longer if they were to go back on foot. Looking at the handsome horses filled with vigorous mana, he finally nodded his head. All right. I won't be polite then. Great. Ivana was relieved. But will they listen to us? Alaric had a troubled look. The horses were powerful and one of them seemed even stronger than Henry. It would be troublesome if the horses would suddenly rebel on their way back to the Empire. Ivana smiled upon hearing this. You don't need to worry about that. We have tamed these horses. They are docile and will obediently listen to your commands. She explained. I see. That's good to hear. Ivana sent the elven warriors a look. The elves understood her intentions and immediately handed the horses to Alaric's group. They are yours now. Please take care of them. Ivana reminded with a stern look. Alaric knew what she was talking about. I know. I will not abandon these horses. I will treat them well. I promise. He reassured her. The two exchanged more words and soon, it was finally time to bid each other goodbye. I enjoyed our time together, Ivana. We must go now. You should be careful when you go out of the enchanted woodlands next time. Not all humans are trustworthy. He warned her. Ivana nodded. I understand. I hope you guys will have a safe trip back home. If you need any help, just look for me in the enchanted woodlands. If you encounter any elves, just mention them my name. I will remember your words. Alaric nodded. He then jumped on the back of the largest frost horse. Henry and Arthur followed suit. Where can I look for you? Ivana suddenly asked. Alaric turned his head and responded. You can find me in a small town called North Pine Town. If you get there, just mention my name to the townspeople. Goodbye. I hope to see you guys again soon. Ivana's eyes were filled with reluctance. If fate permits. Alaric smiled and waved his hand. He then looked at the two old warriors and said. Let's go. Before leaving, Henry and Arthur bowed to Ivana. Meanwhile, Alaric gave her one last look. In the next moment, the trio finally left. Alaric Silversword. My friend. Ivana smiled as he watched the young human warrior slowly disappear into the forest. When she could no longer see their shadow, her eyes turned cold. Let's go. We need to gather our warriors to hunt some humans. She had never forgotten the humans who tried to capture her. Now that she had returned to her territory, it was time to prepare her revenge. Alaric and the two old warriors didn't meet an accident on their way back to the fortress city. The journey was unusually smooth, as if the monsters were avoiding them on purpose. Is it because of you guys? Alaric muttered as he rubbed the neck of the horse. He believed that the powerful auras of the frost horses intimidated the monsters. It only took them less than half a day to reach Turtle Fort. It was an amazing feat that would have been impossible without the frost horses. Upon reaching the city, the gate guards were stunned upon seeing their mounts. They discussed among themselves and it looked like they had bad intentions. Although they tried to do it discreetly, Alaric could already tell what was on their minds. To prevent something from going wrong, he immediately took out the insignia of House Silversword. I am Alaric Silversword, son of Lucas Silversword. Please think twice before you decide to do something foolish. Alaric stared deeply at them. He used his father's name to intimidate them. When the gate guards saw the symbol of House Silversword on his token, their eyes constricted with fear. Everyone in the north knew the Silverswords. Lucas Silversword cemented himself as one of the strongest warriors in the empire. Getting on his bad side was like a death sentence, so they immediately abandoned the funny ideas they had. What are you talking about, my lord? It's just a misunderstanding. We have no intention of provoking you. One of them forced out a smile. Alaric glared at him and muttered in a cold voice. I don't want this to happen again. Now make way for us before I grab my swords. Yes. Yes. The gate guards didn't dare delay them anymore and allowed them to go inside the city. After they left, one of the guards whispered to the person in charge. Sir, should we report this to the higher UPS? The person in charge smacked the back of his head. Report my ass. If you want to provoke the Silverswords, then be my guest. I was just talking nonsense, sir. At this moment, Alaric's group had already entered Turtle Fort and they were now heading to the inn where they left Fredrin and the others. Their horses attracted a lot of attention, but Alaric openly wore a cape that bore the crest of House Silversword, which made those who had ulterior motives give up their ideas. When they arrived at the inn, they discovered a large group of civilians gathering at the entrance. My lord, there seems to be a situation in front of the inn, Henry said with a frown. Let's go and take a look. Alaric had a bad feeling. He could hear people arguing and one of the voices seemed familiar. As soon as they got closer, they realized that there was a confrontation between two groups. Fredrin. Alaric furrowed his eyebrows. Chapter 88-88, Dylan's disappointing brother. Alaric saw Fredrin arguing with a chubby man wearing a thick coat over his winter clothes. "Do you even know who I am?" The chubby man shouted at Fredrin with a disdainful look on his face. "Please stop being unreasonable. We paid for the lodgings here, so you don't have the right to kick us out." Fredrin responded while suppressing his anger. The chubby man sneered. "Listen here, peasant. In this fortress city, my words are the laws. Do you hear me?" Even without asking, Alaric could already tell what was going on. There are many garbage within the noble circle. They use their status to oppress the weak, but during wartime, they are always the first ones to escape. He muttered coldly in his heart. He hated this kind of people. "Bring that lump of fat in front of me," Alaric instructed in a flat tone. Hearing his words, Arthur jumped down from his horse as he said, "Leave it to me, my lord." Arthur walked towards the chubby man, but he was stopped by the latter's guards. "Who are you? Are you one of these peasants?" The chubby man laughed condescendingly at Arthur. "Sir Arthur." Mark, who was standing behind Fredrin, was pleasantly surprised when he saw Arthur. Fredrin also looked around, and when he saw Alaric among the crowd, he was relieved. He knew that this matter would soon be taken care of. Arthur was pissed off. If he could, he would have already unsheathed his sword to cut down this fat pig, but he held back his anger. "Move aside if you don't want things to escalate," he warned the man's guards. "Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am?" The chubby man glared at Arthur fearlessly. Arthur suddenly smiled, but because of his scars, his face looked incredibly terrifying. "Oh, please tell me who you are," he muttered sarcastically. "You?" The chubby man's face shook with rage. "Very well, listen closely, old man," he snorted. "My name is Ryk Heinrich, son of Smith Heinrich of Redonia." His face was filled with arrogance when he mentioned his father's name. Arthur furrowed his eyebrows. The name sounds familiar for some reason. "Hold on. Smith Heinrich? Isn't that Lord Dylan Heinrich's father? Don't tell me this is his brother." A few months ago, when House Silversword hosted a celebration for Alaric's advancement, a man named Dylan Heinrich suggested an unofficial competition. This particular young man left a mark on Arthur because of his impressive skills at his age. "Why are you silent? Did you wet your pants, old man?" "Ha ha ha!" Ryk laughed mockingly. Arthur shook his head and muttered derisively. "Who would have thought that Lord Dylan actually has a brother like you?" "What did you say?" Ryk's face darkened. "Get that old man and beat him up for me." Just as his guards were about to grab Arthur, a nonchalant voice suddenly drifted into their ears. "How disappointing! You don't even have an ounce of your brother's grace. You look absolutely nothing like him." Everyone turned their gazes and saw a young warrior on a horse slowly approaching Ryk. "Lord Alaric." Fredrin, Mark, and Elaine greeted respectfully upon seeing him. "You are," Ryk frowned as he looked at the elegant young warrior. He felt that he had met a tough opponent this time, someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. Even though he was furious after being mocked, he didn't dare speak carelessly. Looking at his elegant bearing, handsome looks, and graceful temperament, Ryk could tell that he was someone of notable status. Alaric tapped the crest on his chest. It was the insignia of House Silversword. "Do you not recognize this symbol?" Ryk glanced at the crest and frowned, seemingly in deep thought. "Pathetic. To think that you are a noble in the north, but you are this clueless. Lord Smith must be disappointed for having a son like you." Alaric shook his head indifferently. Ryk clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His shoulders were visibly shaking as he took deep breaths. "That is the insignia of House Silversword," someone from the crowd exclaimed. A collective gasp of astonishment followed when they realized who Alaric might be. His striking silvery white hair and his golden crimson eyes made everyone think of one person. Alaric Silversword. Ryk Heinrich also reached the same conclusion and his eyes flashed with fear. Lord Alaric, why are you defending those peasants? He wiped off the sweat on his face while cautiously looking at Alaric. Ryk, is it? Alaric's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Ryk hurriedly looked away, afraid to meet his eyes. The ones you called peasants are my people. Ryk's knees buckled under his intense gaze, but before he fell to the ground, his guards quickly caught him. Lord Alaric, please quell your anger. Lord Ryk was just having a bad day. It wasn't his intention to provoke your people. One of the guards immediately spoke up for him. Alaric ignored the guard and kept his eyes on Ryk. I will remember this, Ryk Heinrich. Soon, I will visit Redonia and ask Baron Smith Heinrich for an explanation. He took one final look at Ryk to memorize his face. Alaric looked away from him in disgust and said, Let's go. We're leaving now. Yes, my lord. The crowd watched Alaric's group leave in awe. So that's Lord Alaric. He looks formidable. I have finally met the rising star of the north in person. I heard that he challenged the second heir of House Paxai to a sacred duel. Apparently, this happened. Ryk was scared witless when he heard the crowd's discussion. He had also heard about what happened in Rivad. I'm fucking screwed this time. He grabbed his head as he tried to come up with a way to get out of this situation. He won't challenge me to a sacred duel over something like this, right? There's no way. He tried to convince himself, but the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Chapter 89-89, Flogged 100 Times. My lord, the Heinrichs are not any weaker compared to the Silverswords. Is it really all right to offend them for our sake? Fredrin took a glance at Alaric. It doesn't matter whether he is from House Heinrich or another noble family. I won't let anyone touch my people. Alaric calmly responded. Hearing this, Fredrin raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was very rare to find a lord who would be willing to offend someone of high status for the sake of his servants. Don't worry about it. The Heinrichs is the least of my worries. They won't do anything for a minor issue like this. Alaric reassured them when he saw their worried gazes. No one mentioned this matter anymore after he stated those words. His calmness and indifferent attitude made everyone feel that nothing would go wrong. With the frost horses, the group managed to decrease their travel time. They soon arrived at Alverton on the second day of their journey, where they decided to temporarily make a stop to replenish their supplies. Lord Alaric. A familiar face greeted them at the town's main gate. It was Ronan, the captain of the town guards. Alaric smiled and nodded to him. It seems like you are already aware of my identity. He muttered in a joking tone. Ronan scratched his head in embarrassment as he replied. I tried to keep your identity a secret, but it still reached the ears of the mayor. I had no choice but to mention your name to him. It was from him that I learned about your identity, my lord. I see. Alaric didn't get angry over this. It was just a trifling matter. Are you here to replenish your supplies? Ronan asked. That's right. Can you recommend a decent place where we can find some quality meat? Of course. Come and follow me, my lord. I will take you there myself. Ronan volunteered to lead them. Alaric wanted to reject him, but the guy insisted on doing him this favor for failing to hide his identity. In the end, Alaric could only helplessly agree under his pleading gaze. An hour later, Ronan brought them to a meat shop. My lord, this is the place. They got a batch of fresh meat from us yesterday. Let me do the talking so the shop owner will give you a fair deal. Ronan eagerly introduced the place. With his help, they managed to acquire enough meat for the group for a week's worth of travel. Thank you for your help, Sir Ronan. Alaric shook hands with the knight. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. If you need anything else, you know where to find me." Ronan chuckled. "All right. We'll take our leave first." After bidding him farewell, Alaric's group went to look for an inn. They didn't go to the same inn they stayed at before to avoid the scrutiny of the town's mayor. He wanted to get some rest, so he didn't want to meet him or any officials of the town. Interestingly, it seemed like the mayor had realized his intentions. A few town guards lurked near the inn where they stayed, but no one bothered them. The next day, the group left Alverton after bidding Ronan farewell. A few days later, on the 12th day of January, Alaric's group finally arrived at North Pine Town. They were escorted by the warriors of House Silversword before they even reached the estate. The person leading the escort team was Aldrin. "My lord, we were worried about you. It's good that you're finally here." Aldrin sighed while looking at him. "Look at you. I wasn't even gone for a long time." Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. "By the way, did something happen while I was gone?" he asked. Hearing this, Aldrin hesitated. "Something did happen, my lord." "What is it?" Alaric frowned. All sorts of problems had come up after his regression, and it made him feel concerned since some of those issues didn't exist in his past life. Aldrin urged his horse to come closer to Alaric as he cleared his throat. He looked around and made sure that no one was listening before he opened his mouth. "When we returned from Revad, Lord Charles tried to take away the saber-fanged wolf cubs and the disaster-grade beast soul crystal." Hearing this, Alaric frowned. Sir Warwick stopped him before he could take anything. However, Lord Charles found an excuse to punish Sir Cholmo and Sir Bernard for disobeying him. Aldrin added, "Charles? How dare you touch my people?" Alaric suppressed his fury. "How are they doing?" "They were both flogged 100 times for disobedience. They received immediate treatment after the punishment, but the doctor said that they would be unable to walk normally for a couple of weeks." Aldrin gloomily responded. Alaric took a deep breath to calm his rampaging emotions. He then turned his head to Arthur and said, "Sir Arthur, please bring these horses to somewhere safe and make sure that no one would touch them." "Yes, my lord." He then moved his gaze to Henry and instructed, "Sir Henry, please arrange their lodgings." "Leave it to me, my lord," the old man replied. Alaric glanced at Aldrin and muttered in a cold voice, "Bring me to see Sir Cholmo and Sir Bernard." "Yes, my lord." The two went ahead of the group. When they arrived at the estate, they immediately headed straight to the clinic. As soon as they arrived, Alaric jumped down from the frost horse and walked inside the clinic with heavy footsteps. He later found Cholmo and Bernard inside a patient room where they were receiving treatment. "My lord." The two knights were surprised to see him. They tried to get up from the bed, but they grimaced in pain. "Just stay on your bed. There's no need to worry about formalities." Alaric became even more furious when he saw their situation. "I'm sorry for not being there for you guys." Chapter 90-90, title at the end of the chapter. "It's not your fault, my lord." Bernard shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. "It was only because Sir Charles was too shameless," Cholmo muttered under his breath. "Cholmo?" Bernard sent him a stern look. "It's fine. Sir Cholmo is right. My uncle has been acting shamelessly these past few months," Alaric indifferently said. He had been holding back this whole time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike his uncle. However, the latter had repeatedly touched his bottom line. "I can't wait anymore. I should deal with this tumor now." Cholmo and Bernard sensed the sudden change in his emotion, but they didn't dare say anything. This matter was related to the direct bloodline of House Silversword, so they had no power to intervene. "Don't worry. I will make sure that he will be punished. Just stay here and recuperate." Alaric's words stunned the two knights. "My lord, you might offend Sir Charles if you do this," Cholmo worriedly responded. "Cholmo is right, my lord. It's not worth it to offend Sir Charles for our sake." Bernard added. Charles Silversword held an important role in House Silversword. His faction was mostly responsible for protecting the businesses of the household. If something happened to him, there would be severe repercussions. Offend him? Alaric chuckled while shaking his head. I'm going to destroy him, he muttered in a cold voice. The two knights gasped at his words. Alaric didn't stay there for long. After saying a few more words and reminding them to rest well, he left the clinic with Aldrin. My lord, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I heard what you guys were talking about. Are you really going to make a move on Sir Charles? Aldrin had a solemn look. This matter was too big and it was bound to shake the foundations of House Silversword. One wrong move and the entire household might even collapse. It's about time to clean up the household, Alaric calmly replied. Aldrin took a deep breath. Aldrin, please send 5 knight apprentices to replace Sir Galinar. I need him now, Alaric instructed. Leave it to me, my lord. Aldrin acknowledged his command with a nod. After Aldrin left, Alaric went inside the main mansion and headed straight to his room to gather all the pieces of evidence he had collected over the past few months. To gather these documents, he sent Galinar and a few other trustworthy people on multiple occasions. Inside his room, Alaric opened a hidden compartment behind a painting on the wall. Inside this compartment was a small steel chest that contained all the documents he had gathered to bring down his uncle. He opened the chest and took out the stacks of paper inside. He then put the chest back into the compartment and stepped out of his room. These documents are still lacking, but they should be enough to bring Charles down. On his way to his father's study, he coincidentally encountered both Lucas and Maria in the hallway. Alaric, we were looking for you everywhere. Lucas smiled upon seeing him. It's good to see you again, son. I missed you. Maria hugged him tightly. I missed you too, Mom. Alaric's gaze softened. What's that on your hand? Lucas stared at the documents in his hands with furrowed eyebrows. Hearing this, Maria let go of Alaric and stared at him questioningly. Let's talk somewhere more private, Alaric replied with a serious. Sensing the gravity in his tone, the couple realized that it must be an important matter. Lucas stared deeply at him and nodded. All right. Follow me to my study. The family of 3 headed to the study room, and as soon as they arrived, Alaric unceremoniously took his seat. Dad, Mom, please take a look at these documents. Alaric placed the pieces of paper on the table. Lucas and Maria curiously took one paper each. At first, they were still nonchalantly reading the contents, but the more they read, the more serious they became. This is, Lucas's expression changed. Meanwhile, Maria had a look of disbelief. The two read the rest of the documents, and by the time they read everything, their faces had turned dark. Are all the things written here true? Lucas put down the last document he had read as he looked at Alaric with a grim face. Yes. Alaric nodded. I have been gathering this information since I started discovering some unusual things about Uncle. Lucas rubbed his temples and leaned on his seat. The things he learned today were too much for him to handle. What about this? You mentioned here that you suspect that your uncle would poison your father, but you don't have evidence to back this claim. Maria pointed at a specific document where Alaric had written his speculations. That's true, but I have thought of a way for us to know if my speculations are correct. Alaric already had a plan in mind. He was just unable to execute it because he had been so busy recently. Tell us your plan. Lucas stared deeply at him. Alaric glanced at them and said, Let's announce that we will be hiring a new maidservant who will take care of father's meals. Hearing this, Maria raised his eyebrows. Are you planning to lure your uncle in this trap? That's right. Alaric nodded. If my guess is right, then he will definitely take the chance to bring one of his own people to Dad's side. Maria pondered deeply. His plan was feasible, but it also carried some risks. Let's do it, Lucas muttered. Are you sure about this? Maria stared at her husband with concern. I want to see if my brother really intends to kill me, Lucas replied with a heavy look. Lucas had always thought that his brother was someone he could trust. He had given Charles everything he needed, so he felt betrayed after knowing all the dirty deeds he had done behind his back. He finally realized why Alaric was unusually hostile towards Charles. It turned out that his son already knew the truth a long time ago. Chapter 91-91, Reading the applicant's information. The next day, news spread within the household that the Baron was hiring a new maidservant to serve his meals. Although the selection process was rigorous, many applicants applied for the position. In just half a day, they already received over 20 applications. It was also around this time that this particular information reached Charles's ears. Strange. Why is he suddenly hiring another maidservant? Charles muttered after reading the report sent by his subordinates. I thought my nephew's little bitch is responsible for this task. All this time, it was Elena and the old butler who were responsible for sending the Baron's meals. Isn't this my chance? A smile formed on his lips. He had been biding his time while waiting for an opportunity. Now that the chance that he had been waiting for had arrived, how could he let it slip past his grasp? He turned his head and spoke. Gerard, bring the female assassins we trained here. From the dark corners of his room, a figure suddenly emerged. It was a man wearing standard knight armor. His face was devoid of emotions. Yes, my lord. The man uttered. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Alaric had just completed his daily mission. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 450/500. Potential, B. Traits, horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 3,350. Stat points, 6. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He was about to close the cyan screen when a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Mission, Revenge 2. Mission difficulty, Normal. You have gathered enough evidence to destroy your uncle's reputation. Bring him down. Time limit, 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rewards, 400 battle points, 25 EXP, 25 stat points. Item upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure, 50 EXP, 1000 battle points. The rewards almost blinded his eyes. Holy shit! I will get this much reward if I manage to take him down? But that's strange. Why is the mission difficulty set at normal? He had only gotten one normal difficulty mission, and it was when they had fought with the goblin chieftain in the evergreen forest. Are there some dangers involved in this mission? He frowned. I just need to be careful. Alaric closed the cyan screen. At this moment, Elena appeared in front of him and handed him a flask. My lord, drink this water. The girl beamed at him. Thank you, Elena. Alaric grabbed the flask and took a big gulp of water. While he was drinking from the flask, Elena asked. My lord, why are the warriors acting strangely today? Hearing this, Alaric handed the flask back to her and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Elena pointed at the knights and the warriors who were in the middle of their physical training. Look. They are more motivated to train today. It's like they are preparing for a battle. Alaric was surprised. He didn't expect her to be this perceptive. He patted her head and smiled. Don't worry about it, Elena. Just don't mention this to anyone, okay? The girl was confused, but she still nodded her head. I understand, my lord. I won't tell anyone about this. She made a zipping gesture with her hand over her lips. Good. Alaric chuckled. He then took a glance at Galinar, who was waiting for him nearby. Let's go. I need to check the list of applicants. Yes, my lord. Galinar nodded. The trio left the training ground and headed to Lucas's study room. When they arrived, Alaric saw his father going through the information of the applicants. My lord. There were other people present, so Alaric greeted the Baron formally. Lucas lifted his head and nodded at him. Sit down and help me check these applicants. Yes, my lord. After Alaric took his seat, the Baron handed him all the information about the people who applied for the maidservant position. Alaric already knew which person would poison his father. Each paper contained the drawn image of the applicant and some information about them. Alaric went through every page, but the person he was looking for wasn't there. She's not here. Did you send the information to Uncle's side? Alaric stared at the Baron. Yes. We intentionally spread the news on his side, so he should know about it by now. Lucas replied with a nod. Let's wait until tomorrow. Once the number of applicants reaches 100, I will handle the selection process. Alaric didn't tell the Baron that he was already aware of which person his uncle would send. He wouldn't be able to explain it, so he just kept it to himself. The Baron frowned at his words. How will you find the person he would send? I have my ways, my lord. Please trust me on this. Alaric responded with a firm tone. Looking at his son's serious face, the Baron refrained from asking and decided to trust him. All right. Just let me know if you need anything. Thank you, my lord. I won't disappoint you. Alaric lowered his head. You may leave. I will send the information about the next batch of applicants to you later. Lucas waved his hand. Alaric stood up and bowed to the Baron. I'll take my leave now, my lord. After leaving his father's study room, Alaric went out of the main mansion to find Arthur. It was time to fulfill the promise he made to him. They later found him at the stables where the frost horses were kept. Upon seeing him, Arthur immediately stopped what he was doing and greeted him respectfully with a knight's salute. My lord. Alaric felt guilty when he saw the makeshift bed in the middle of the stables. He guessed that Arthur must have stayed here all night to watch over the frost horses. Alaric sighed as he muttered apologetically. Sir Arthur, I apologize for making you wait. I should have given this to you yesterday, but I got delayed because of some issues. He took out a beast soul crystal from his leather pouch and handed it to Arthur. Chapter 92-92, Elena's Tea. Is this the... Arthur felt the dense energy inside the beast soul crystal. He didn't even need confirmation to know that it was the disaster-grade beast soul crystal. Please use it for your advancement. Alaric tapped his shoulder with a light smile. Don't worry. I won't take it back this time. He added in a joking tone. Arthur chuckled at his words. Thank you, my lord. He bowed gratefully. Alaric waved his hand. You don't need to thank me. I'm just fulfilling my promise. He then looked at the frost horses and said. I'll send someone trustworthy to look after the frost horses. In the meantime, you should prepare for your advancement. Yes, my lord. Alaric didn't stay for long and left after giving him a few more reminders and instructions. Arthur's foundation is very stable. With the help of the disaster-grade beast soul crystal, he should be able to advance in less than a week. If he's lucky, it might only take a few days. He hoped that Arthur would advance before he would have to face off with Charles, but it was highly unlikely to happen. When evening came, the butler came to deliver a document sent by the Baron. My lord, the Baron sent me to give this to you. The butler bowed respectfully while handing him a small pile of documents. This must be the information on the next batch of applicants. Alaric took the documents from the butler's hands. Thank you. Please inform the Patriarch that we will proceed as we had initially planned. I will convey your message to the Baron. The butler nodded. You may leave now. Alaric dismissed him and headed back to his room to check the documents. In the next half an hour, he went through the documents, but the person he was looking for was still not there. She's not here. Will she come tomorrow? Alaric leaned on his seat and massaged his nose bridge. He was certain that his uncle would send the same person for the position, but he was starting to get worried. What if his uncle had already sent someone? I'll confirm it tomorrow. Alaric retired to his bed and rested his eyes. The next day, Alaric was awoken by a series of knocks on his door. He rubbed his eyes as he got up from his bed. Come in. A tired voice leaked out of his mouth. Creak. Elena stepped inside his room with a cup of freshly brewed tea in her hand. Good morning, my lord. Please drink this tea. I used everything I learned in the past few weeks to make this. After seeing Hershey's tea-making skills during their last trip to Rivad, she started learning how to make tea herself. Oh? Then I must try it. Alaric took the teacup from the saucer and inhaled the refreshing aroma of the tea. It had a calming scent that reminded him of the cool mountain breeze. It smells good. After taking in its refreshing aroma, Alaric took a light sip of the tea. Hey? This. He was surprised when the familiar flavor hit his tongue. Do you recognize it, my lord? Elena giggled when she saw his expression. It does seem familiar. What tea leaves did you use to make this tea? He curiously stared at her. Don't be surprised, my lord. Actually, I used dried areca petals to make this tea. Elena replied with a faint smile. What? No wonder the aftertaste has the distinct smell of Areca aries. They can actually be used to make teas. Where did you learn this from? Hee. I learned this from. Elena eagerly told him how she learned to make the tea, while Alaric repeatedly praised her. After drinking the tea she made for him, Alaric went to take a bath and changed into a formal outfit before heading to the Baron's study room with Elena. I should have enough time to complete my daily mission later. For now, I should check the new applicants. Just as they were about to take a turn towards the Baron's study room, they suddenly encountered the butler. Good morning, my lord. Good morning, Miss Elena. The butler greeted them. Good morning, Sir Bastian. Elena greeted him nervously, while Alaric nodded his head. My lord, the Baron and the Madam are waiting for you at the dining hall. The butler informed him. Isn't it too early for breakfast? Alaric was taken aback. Elena was similarly surprised. The Baron said that you will be busy later and he is worried that you might not have the time for a meal, so he asked the kitchen to prepare breakfast early today. The butler calmly explained. I see. In that case, please lead the way. Alaric felt his father's care for him. He might not be so vocal about it, but he would always show it through his actions. As soon as they arrived at the dining hall, they saw the Baron and the Madam chatting with serious faces. Oh? You two are finally here. Come and sit with us. Maria beckoned to them with a smile. The Baron didn't say anything and just nodded to acknowledge their presence. Sir Bastian, please tell the servants to serve the food, Maria instructed the butler. Yes, my lady. After the butler left, Lucas sent him a glance. Have you read the documents I sent over last night? He asked. Alaric nodded his head. Yes, my lord. I went through their information, but I haven't found anything significant yet. If I'm not wrong, Uncle should be sending his people today. Lucas tapped his fingers on the table with a thoughtful look. He had also investigated the applicants, but their backgrounds were clean. Meanwhile, Elena couldn't understand what they were talking about, but she tactfully remained silent. Seeing that she was bored, Maria initiated a conversation with her. When will the applicants arrive, my lord? Alaric inquired. Lucas adjusted his posture and replied in a calm voice. They are already waiting at the guest hall. You can go there after the meal. All right. A few minutes later, the servants finally arrived to serve their food. While the dishes were being served, Lucas sent Alaric a look and said, "Let's eat first. We will discuss everything afterwards." Chapter 93-93, Assessment. After the meal, the butler handed some documents to Alaric. "This is information on the new applicants. I have already checked them earlier, but I found nothing suspicious." Lucas spoke after wiping off the grease on his lips with a napkin. Alaric nodded and took a quick scan of the portraits of the applicants. His hand suddenly stopped when he saw a familiar face. It's her. Drawn on the paper was the image of a woman in her early 20s. She wore a joyous smile, the kind that would make everyone feel at ease. She didn't have an impressive beauty and she had these freckles on her nose that made her look innocent and cute. Alaric struggled hard to calm his emotions. He would never forget this face, for this was the very person who had poisoned his father in his past life. "What is it? Did you find someone suspicious?" Lucas raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sudden change in his expression. Alaric put down the documents and squeezed out a smile. "It's nothing." He stood up and bowed his head to the Baron. "I should go to the guest hall. We can't let all those people wait." Lucas frowned. He felt that Alaric was hiding something from him, but he decided to trust his son. Lucas waved his hand. "Let me know if you discover something suspicious." Alaric nodded and left with Elena. On their way to the guest hall, Elena asked, "My lord, why are we hiring a new maid for the Baron?" Alaric felt that it was about time to tell her the truth. He shook his head. "We are not. This is just a trap we set up to lure the traitor of the family," he muttered in a cold voice. Elena gasped in shock. A traitor? She felt that this matter was too big, so she didn't dare inquire further. "I heard them talk about Sir Charles on most occasions. Is he the traitor? There's no way, right?" She was scared of her own thoughts. A moment later, they arrived at the guest hall where dozens of women of varying ages had gathered. Upon their arrival, the women quickly spotted them and they all stood up in unison. "Greetings, Lord Alaric." Most of them were experienced servants, so they were familiar with noble etiquette. There were also a few who just followed the others. Looking at these women, Alaric felt a bit apologetic. All of them were hoping to get the vacant position, but they were destined to be disappointed. He smiled as he scanned their faces one by one. "Thank you for coming here. Today, we will select one of you to serve as the Baron's maidservant, but please be informed that the selection process will be strict." He paused to give them some time to comprehend his words. "Only the best one among you will be chosen for the job. I know this may sound unfair, especially to some of you who came from afar. For those who will fail the assessment, please don't give up. There are plenty of opportunities out there." A single. Alaric gave a short speech for formality's sake. While he was speaking to the audience, he finally found the woman sent by Charles. She has an ordinary face, so it was difficult to pinpoint her from the crowd. "I don't sense mana from her, but her physique is more well-defined compared to the rest. She is probably trained in martial arts. Please follow me outside. The assessment will begin shortly." Although the evaluation was only for show, it had to be done systematically to prevent the target from becoming suspicious. On their way out of the main building, Alaric asked Elena some questions. "Elena, what should be the most important thing to take note of when serving your lord?" "The first thing to consider is the lord's mood. As servants, we must be prepared to." "How about this? What should be done?" "That's easy. We just need to." Alaric already had an idea of how the assessment would be conducted, but hearing Elena's opinion was important since she had a long working experience despite her young age. Her response gave him some ideas which he would add to the assessment process. There were a lot of applicants, so Alaric brought them to an open space next to the main mansion. "Everyone, may I have your attention please? Alaric raised his hand, signaling the applicants to keep quiet. The women stared at him and perked their ears. For the first part of the assessment, I will be interviewing you one by one. I will only ask you simple questions so there's no need to be nervous. All right, let's begin with you. Alaric pointed at someone randomly. Alaric interviewed them one by one. At first, everyone was extremely nervous, but when they realized that he was only asking them some simple questions, they became less nervous. Soon, it was finally the target's turn to be interviewed. What's your name? Alaric stared at her with a smile. My name is Pamela, my lord. The woman responded confidently. Where do you live? My parents grew up in Vale, but I left the city and came here to seek my own opportunities. I don't want to rely on them. They are growing older, so I want to earn some money and help them with the finances. She responded with a sigh. She's a good actress. If I didn't know anything about her, I would have believed her words. Alaric scoffed in his heart, but he pretended to sympathize with her experience. I admire your courage to venture outside your comfort zone. Your parents must be happy to have you as their daughter. Pamela smiled shyly. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Are you ready for the next questions? Yes, my lord. The interview continued and Pamela managed to answer everything without stuttering. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Alaric stared deeply at her. Chapter 94-94, Planning the Next Steps. Several hours later, only 5 applicants remained from the dozens who had applied for the position. They were the best of the bunch and even Alaric felt a bit reluctant to reject them considering their expertise. It's a pity to reject these women. Should I recommend them to other positions instead? Alaric thought while looking at the remaining 5. Honestly, all 5 of you are perfect for the job, but I can only choose one. Alaric's words made the women nervously clenched their hands. Are you open to accepting a different position? He probed. Hearing this, their eyes lit up with hope. For women like them, it was difficult to find a stable job no matter how skillful they were. My lord, I will accept whatever job you offer. One of them spoke without hesitation. Me too, my lord. I can do anything. Another one chimed in. My lord. All 5 of them, including Pamela, expressed a positive response to his words. Good. Alaric nodded, looking quite pleased with their decisiveness. You and you, Alaric pointed at 2 of them. Both of you displayed the best skills in cooking. I need 2 cooks who will prepare food for my workers in the soap shop I opened in Vale. What do you think? I can offer you 2 a decent salary if you take the position. I agree, my lord. I'm willing, my lord. Alaric smiled and nodded. All right. I will have someone write your contracts later. Next is you, he stared at the oldest of the 5. The woman he was referring to adjusted her posture nervously. You showed the most remarkable talent in and knowledge in gardening. The estate needs more skilled workers like you. Are you interested in this line of work? Alaric rubbed his chin. Yes, my lord. Good. Let's talk about your contract later. Moving on, Alaric glanced at the remaining 2 women. He scratched his head and pretended to be in deep thought as if he was hesitating about which one to choose between them. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth. You mentioned here in your self-introduction that you once worked on a ranch with your parents. Do you have experience in taking care of horses? The woman beside Pamela nodded her head. Yes, my lord. My father taught me how to take care of horses and cattle. Although my skills are a bit lacking compared to my father's, I'm confident that I can take care of any farm animals. I also know how to raise war horses. She emphasized the last few words which made Alaric think about the frost horses. Oh? Can you handle fatal grade horses or even special ones? Alaric revealed a look of interest. It was rare to find someone who knew how to take care of special horse breeds. After all, these creatures were more particular in their diet and needs. The woman was taken aback, but she responded calmly. If they are wild-caught horses, then it might be difficult to take care of them. However, if they are already domesticated or if they are still young, then I can assure you that I can handle them. Great! I have a job for you. I will tell you the details later. Alaric slapped his thigh in excitement. He didn't want to give this job to his warriors since it would only hinder their training. Now that he had a professional who could do the job better, he no longer had to trouble himself with finding someone. Yes, my lord. The woman's face lit up with joy. Finally, Alaric glanced at Pamela. Congratulations! Starting today, you will be responsible for serving the Baron's meals. Pamela covered her mouth and displayed an expression of joy. Thank you for choosing me, my lord. I will not disappoint you. Alaric smiled, seemingly pleased with her. All right. You five, follow me to the head maid's quarters. She will teach you all the things you need to know about your jobs. Alaric and Elena brought them to the head maid's quarters. The head maid was a middle-aged lady in her mid-40s, but she looked younger than her age. Greetings, my lord. The head maid bowed upon seeing him. Head housekeeper, these are the new servants we hired. Here is the information about them. Alaric handed over the documents which contained the personal information about the 5 women. Note: Alaric is respectfully addressing the head maid here as head housekeeper. Alaric informed the head maid about the women's new positions. They then discussed the salaries and the benefits they would receive for their jobs. After dealing with all these matters, Alaric headed straight to his father's study with Elena in tow. So did you discover something? Lucas stared deeply at his son. He had been informed about the assessment that Alaric conducted since morning, but he was still unaware of the results. Yes, my lord. Alaric nodded solemnly. Among the applicants, there is a woman named Pamela. I'm certain that she is the person sent by Uncle. He added. Lucas rubbed his chin. The name was familiar, but he had forgotten which one he was referring to. What makes you say that? Because she was the one who poisoned you in my past life. Alaric was silent for a moment. I observed them one by one and her physique is the best among the applicants. Although she doesn't possess mana, her physical abilities surpass the others by a huge margin. She tried to hide, but she couldn't hide it from me. Her expressions also looked fake to me. There are also a lot of suspicious points in her background. For instance, Alaric made a random comment about Pamela. Of course, this was him exaggerating. You discovered that much in just half a day. Lucas stared at him in disbelief. Alaric nodded calmly. Yes, my lord. I gave her the position according to what we had planned. Please keep an eye on her, but don't make it too obvious. All right. I'll have someone observe her activity. Lucas nodded. The father and son discussed the next steps of their plan. Chapter 95-95, Pamela. Another day passed by and it was already the 15th of January. Only 2 days remained before the Baron's birthday. At this moment, Alaric was on the training ground looking at his progress after he had completed his daily mission. Alaric Silver Sword Knight EXP, 452/500. Potential, B. Traits, Horseback Riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, Close Combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth Sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40+. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27+. Endurance, 42+. Mana, 48+. Battle points, 3,370. Stat points, 8. Requirements for next advancement, 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. He then looked at the mission which he had yet to complete. _____. Mission, Revenge 2. Mission difficulty, Normal. You have gathered enough evidence to destroy your uncle's reputation. Bring him down. Time limit, 22 hours 37 minutes and 21 seconds. Rewards, 400 battle points, 25 EXP, 25 stat points, item upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure, 50 EXP, 1000 battle points. _____. I only have 1 day left. Alaric's gaze hardened. He already had enough documents to prove his uncle's misdeeds, but the latter could deny those claims and place the blame on someone else. Alaric was certain of this because he knew how shameless his uncle was. Pamela was the key to catching Charles, but the former was yet to make a move. I already sent Galinar to observe her in secret, but there's still no news from him. He was starting to get worried. If he failed the mission, he would lose 50 EXP and 1000 battle points. Just the thought of it made him feel distressed. After all, he worked hard to earn those points. Alaric was on his way to the main mansion when he caught sight of Aldrin running towards him. My lord! Aldrin? What is it? Aldrin stopped in front of him and stayed silent for a moment to catch his breath. And then with a grim look, he reported. My lord, Sir Galinar sent me here to inform you that the target has already received the substance. Hearing this, Alaric narrowed his eyes. Where is he? He asked. Sir Galinar is still tailing her and Sir Henry volunteered to follow the person who gave her the substance, Aldrin responded, his voice turning grave. It looks like that damnable uncle of mine is really eager to kill my father. Alaric tapped Aldrin's shoulder and instructed. Go and tell everyone to get ready. We will make a move soon. Aldrin took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, my lord. After dismissing Aldrin, Alaric headed straight to his room to make his preparations. Meanwhile, Pamela was now on her way back to her assigned quarters. Why did they deliver this earlier than what we had planned? She frowned as she clutched the small pouch hidden in her hand. Inside this pouch was a slow-acting poison and her task was to put this in the Baron's food. The initial plan was to gain the trust of the Baron and the servants of the household. She was told that they would only execute the next step of the plan once she had integrated into the household and was already accepted by the other servants. However, she received a coded message last night telling her to go to a specific location. Luckily I managed to give the head housekeeper a good excuse to leave for a while. She thought to herself. When she arrived at the servants' quarters, she saw the head maid waiting outside her room. Pamela, where have you been? What took you so long? The head maid sent her a stern look. Ah! How I wish I can kill this old bitch! Pamela lowered her head and apologized. I'm really sorry, head housekeeper. Something came up which delayed my dot. The head maid frowned. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. Pamela didn't say anything and just kept her head lowered. Listen closely, Pamela. Lord Alaric recommended you for the position, but I have the authority to kick you out if you don't do your tasks well. You haven't even started on your job, but you're already making the others wait for you. If this happens one more time, I will report it to Lord Alaric immediately. The head maid lashed out. Pamela's face changed upon hearing this. If she was kicked out, she would immediately fail her mission. If that happened, she could already imagine the punishment she would have to go through, or worse, she might even be killed. This will not happen again, head housekeeper. I promise you. She made sure to show a regretful expression. The head maid snorted. Go and change into your new uniform. We will begin with the next training in 30 minutes. Yes, head housekeeper. Pamela bowed. The head maid sent her a look of disapproval before she turned around and left. Looking at her leaving figure, Pamela's eyes flashed with killing intent. You're lucky. When she stepped inside her room, she saw the new uniform placed on the small coffee table beside her bed. The old bitch has the key to our rooms, so I need to hide the poison somewhere else, she muttered as she started undressing, slowly revealing the well-defined body hidden underneath. Although she had an ordinary face, her shapely body more than made up for it. She had it big in the right places, and her slim waist was something that every woman would envy. After putting on her uniform, Pamela pondered where should hide the poison. Now where should I put this thing? She didn't have enough time to think since the head maid only gave her 30 minutes to prepare. Hiding it here is too risky. I'll put it in me first. I'll find a better hiding place after the training. The pouch is double sealed, so I should be fine. Pamela grabbed the small pouch and inserted it carefully inside the narrow hole between her legs. A moan leaked out of her mouth as she inserted the pouch deeper inside her. After slightly over 10 seconds, she let out a relaxed sigh. Phew. Chapter 96-96, Aggressive Alaric. Knock. Knock. Pamela frowned when she heard the knocks on her door. Is it the old hag again? She adjusted her facial expression before she walked towards the door. Upon opening it, the first person she saw wasn't the head maid, but a towering middle-aged warrior wearing an expressionless face. Search the room, the middle-aged warrior uttered in a deep, commanding voice. As soon as his words fell, the warriors behind him pushed Pamela aside and stormed inside her room. Sir, what's going on? Pamela asked in a pitiful tone, but she was screaming with anxiety inside. Did they discover me? Impossible. I made sure that no one was tailing me. The tall and muscular middle-aged warrior looked down at her. His deep gaze sent chills down her spine. She might be a trained assassin, but she knew that this person could kill her in one move. That was what her instincts were telling her. Stay where you are. If you move even one step, I'll break your legs. A cold and deep voice drifted into her ears. Pamela instinctively raised her arms, but she stiffened when she saw the towering middle-aged warrior staring at her indifferently. Damn it! How did they discover me? Who was it? She turned her head and saw the head maid and a few other servants nearby. Was it one of them? No. It should be this guy. Her gaze moved back to the middle-aged warrior in front of her. Only a day had passed since she was accepted into the household and her identity was already revealed. She found it inconceivable. Just where did it go wrong? Sir Galinar, there's nothing suspicious inside the room. One of the warriors reported. Galinar frowned. Impossible. Search it again thoroughly. Yes, sir. The warriors carefully did another search, turning the room into a mess. Meanwhile, Galinar beckoned to a maidservant and said, "Can you help me do a body search on this woman?" The maidservant became nervous. Don't worry. I'll ensure your safety, Galinar reassured her when he saw her hesitating. All right, the maidservant nodded before she slowly approached Pamela. Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. Pamela squeezed out a smile as she looked at Galinar, but the latter remained unmoved. If you try to hurt this maidservant, just know that my fist will crush your head before you can even touch her, Galinar muttered. Pamela shivered upon hearing his words. There's no way she can find it. She thought to herself as she turned her gaze at the servant who had been tasked to do a search on her. Please excuse me. The maidservant mumbled before she hesitantly touched Pamela's clothes. Galinar watched the entire process without blinking. What's going on, head housekeeper? Why is Pamela being searched? Did she steal something? The nearby servants asked the head maid, but the latter glared at them. Stop asking questions. Do you guys even know who that big warrior is? The newly hired servants shook their heads. That is Sir Galinar. He is an elite knight working for Lord Alaric. The head maid explained in a stern voice. Hearing this, the servants gasped in shock. To them, knights were powerful warriors who could fight multiple normal warriors at once. As for elite knights, they viewed them as high and mighty beings. While the servants were silently whispering among themselves, Pamela was still being inspected. The maidservant responsible for the task looked visibly nervous. After carefully checking Pamela's clothes, she looked at Galinar and shook her head. "She has nothing on her, sir." Hearing this, Galinar's face turned cold. Just as he was about to say something, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed. Everyone turned their heads and saw Alaric dressed in his battle attire. "My lord! My lord!" The servants, the warriors, and Galinar greeted him respectfully. Alaric remained composed as he walked past everyone and stood before Pamela. While looking at her face, he muttered, "There are still 2 places that you haven't checked." The servant who did a search on Pamela raised her eyebrows in surprise. "My lord, do you mean?" Alaric ignored the shocked crowd and kept his eyes on Pamela. "Remove your clothes," he uttered coldly. Pamela's eyes shook. My lord. I think that's inappropriate. This isn't a request. I'm commanding you to do it." Alaric was unperturbed. Facing this kind of woman, he had no misgivings in his actions. Pamela gritted her teeth. She wanted to run, but there was nowhere to hide. The whole place was blocked by the warriors. She knew that she would only die if she resisted, so she could only comply. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Pamela removed her uniform, revealing her naked body. And then, without warning, Alaric pushed her against the wall and forced her to turn around. Pamela yelped at the sudden use of force. She tried to move, but she couldn't even break free from his strong grip. "Where is it?" Alaric muttered, with anger evident in his voice. "It's..." Before Pamela could even respond, Alaric pushed his fingers inside her butthole. A pained moan leaked out of Pamela's mouth. "Is it here?" Alaric grabbed her neck as he inserted his fingers deeper. "And no. It's... Oh, so it's in the other hole," Alaric whispered into her ears as he removed his fingers from her butthole and aggressively put it inside her jeweled cave. Pamela unconsciously arched her body from the unexpected stimulation. Alaric felt something rough inside her jeweled cave. He pushed his fingers deeper and pulled out the object hidden inside. As soon as he removed his fingers, Pamela's legs shivered and juices started dripping out of her love hole. Alaric glanced at the pouch he had gotten from her before tossing it to Galinar. "Have someone check if this is a poisonous substance," he instructed while wiping off the juices on his fingers using Pamela's uniform. Galinar caught the pouch and nodded. "Yes, my lord." As for this woman, Alaric turned her gaze to Pamela, who had already fallen to the ground, looking dazed and lost. "Lock her up and don't let her commit suicide. We still need to know the person behind her." Chapter 97-97, Results of the Analysis. A few hours after the suspicious pouch was discovered on Pamela, the results of the tests were finally confirmed. At this moment, Alaric was inside the Baron's study together with the highest-ranking members of the household. "Have you discovered the contents of the pouch?" Lucas asked the herbalist who conducted the analysis on the substance. The herbalist, an old man in his 70s, nodded his head. "Yes, my lord. I discovered an alarming amount of lobanurum in the substance. It's the ashes of a poisonous plant called..." Lucas suddenly raised his hand to stop the old man from talking. "Stop! You don't need to tell me the specifics. Just tell me if it's poisonous if ingested by someone." Hearing this, the old herbalist cleared his throat and nodded. "Yes, my lord. Although it won't kill a person right away, it will cause a severe impact on the body. Even a powerful knight would succumb if ingested repeatedly." Everyone frowned upon hearing the old man's words. Lucas nodded and waved his hand. "Thank you. You may leave now." The old man had already been rewarded for the task and he didn't dare ask for more. He left as soon as the Baron gave him the cue to leave. After the herbalist left, Lucas glanced at Alaric. "Have you interrogated that woman?" he asked with a grim look. Although he already knew that the person behind her was most likely his own brother, Lucas wanted to confirm it. Alaric nodded. "Yes, my lord. Sir Henry has also captured the person who gave her the poison. The both of them are currently being interrogated by my subordinates." "Well done. Bring me to them. I would like to know who is behind these two." Lucas stood up from his seat with an unfathomable look on his face. "I'll take you there, my lord." Alaric stood up and made a this-way gesture. With the father and son in the lead, everyone else followed behind them. The underground prison was located beneath the training ground. In the training ground, there was a secret door that was constantly guarded by the warriors of the household, and this door led to a tunnel where the underground prison was built. The group passed by this secret door and headed down the tunnel illuminated by the torches inclined on the wall. No one spoke as they headed deeper into the tunnel. Everyone was afraid to speak at this moment since they could sense the tenseness of the atmosphere. They believed that there was something deeper about this attempted poisoning. A few moments later, they finally arrived at the prison cells where all the criminals were held. The prisoners were surprised to see a large group of people. Some of them cowered in the dark corners of their cells, while a few showed interest in the situation. Soon, the group suddenly heard someone screaming like a pig being slaughtered. "We're here, my lord." Alaric stopped in front of a cell. "I apologize for the unsightly scene. I asked Sir Galinar not to hold back in his interrogation," he uttered. Lucas and the others peered inside the cell and they saw two people tied to a chair. Their bodies were covered in blood. It looked like they had been tortured based on the gruesome wounds on their bodies. At this moment, Galinar, who was holding what seemed to be a tooth extractor, turned around. He stepped out of the cell and greeted Alaric and the Baron. "How was the interrogation?" Alaric asked, looking completely unperturbed by the bloody scene. He had seen much worse things, so this didn't make him feel repulsed. "They were stubborn at first, but they are answering me well now." Galinar's words made everyone look at him with fear. They thought that he was just an honorable elite knight. It turned out that he could be cruel too. "They also disclosed the identity of their superior," Galinar muttered. Lucas tapped Alaric's shoulder and stared at Galinar as he asked, "Who is it?" Galinar didn't respond immediately and waited for Alaric's confirmation. Seeing this, Alaric gave him the go signal. "This may sound shocking, so please be prepared." Galinar's words made everyone tighten their gazes. It was Sir Charles. "They were sent by Sir Charles and their main goal was to poison you, my lord." Lucas's eyes shook. Meanwhile, the others were dumbfounded. "What?" Warwick exclaimed. "There's no way." Someone found it hard to believe. After all, Charles was Lucas's brother and he had never shown any signs of disobedience to the Baron. Lucas let out a deep sigh. So it was really him. His voice was filled with complicated emotions. "My lord, we need to bring Sir Charles here immediately," Warwick remarked with an agitated voice. "There's no need." Lucas shook his head. "Alaric already sent someone to get him," the Baron added. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Charles was not an average elite knight. Furthermore, he also had a bunch of loyal knights and warriors serving under him. Capturing him would be difficult. Galinar was here, so who did Alaric send to go after Charles? "There's no need to panic, everyone. I sent someone trustworthy for the job," Alaric said when he saw the looks on their faces. "I'm sorry, my lord, but who might this person be?" Warwick asked with a frown. Alaric smiled and muttered, "Do you know the former commander of Vale's armed guards?" Hearing this, the older warriors thought about one person, while the younger warriors looked confused. Didn't he retire after failing to advance to the Transcendent Knight realm? Warwick hadn't seen this person, but he had heard a few things about him. "That's true, but I helped him advance recently, so I asked him for this favor," Alaric calmly replied. Everyone was stunned. They found it hard to believe, but when they recalled that he possessed a large number of dragon tail ferns, they realized that it was indeed possible for him to have helped that person advance. Chapter 98-98, Intruders in Charles's Mansion. Inside a mansion in the inner section of Vale, Charles paced around his room with a grave look on his face. How the hell did Pamela get discovered so soon? Did she make a mistake? What should I do now? If that woman talks, my reputation will be ruined. Fuck. He regretted making a rash decision. I shouldn't have sent her the poison. I should have followed the original plan. Damn it. He rubbed his temples with a dark look. He didn't like what was happening. Things were progressing differently than he had anticipated. Lucas might not doubt me, but those warriors. They follow that damn nephew of mine, so it will be difficult to convince them. He rubbed his chin as he pondered deeply on how he should deal with this troublesome issue. If nothing was to be done, his standing in the family would take a huge hit. While he was racking his brains, he suddenly heard a commotion downstairs. Bang! Rumble! Charles raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's going on downstairs? Should I go and take a look, my lord? A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Charles thought for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need. The hired knights will take care of it. Besides, that guy is also down there. They should be able to handle the situation. Recently, he hired the services of a renowned mercenary group in Vale. His intention in hiring them was for his plan to take over Lucas's position. They weren't just an ordinary mercenary group either. This was because their leader was a veteran elite knight. Furthermore, there were 6 knights under him and over 10 knight apprentices. The rest of their members were ordinary warriors who had some experience in battle. It was a big mercenary group consisting of more than 70 members. At this moment, the sounds of fighting seemed to have intensified, and it looked like there weren't just a few intruders. Charles frowned as he felt a sense of foreboding creeping slowly in his heart. Gerard, it seems like our presence is needed downstairs. He muttered. Gerard nodded in agreement. The two immediately headed downstairs to check the situation, and to their astonishment, the intruders were actually Vale's city guards. What is the meaning of this, Sir Anthony? Charles stared deeply at the person leading the city guards. It was Anthony Oliver, the current captain of Vale's city guards. Furthermore, he had already advanced to the elite knight realm. Because of his advancement, he looked a decade younger than he was when he last visited North Pine Town a few months ago. Sir Charles, I didn't expect that you are actually such a conniving man. Anthony glanced at him and shook his head in disappointment. I have no reason to explain myself to you. On account of our friendship, I advise you to surrender. Resistance will only make things worse. He added in a firm tone. Bullshit. Did Lucas pay you to capture me? Or was it that bastard Alaric? Charles was livid with rage. Anthony didn't say anything and just stared at him with a contemptuous smile. Seeing his expression, Charles was pissed. Don't blame me for this, Anthony. You just chose the wrong side. He muttered while sending Gerard a cutthroat gesture. As soon as he received Charles's instruction, Gerard immediately made a move, exposing his level as an elite knight. Anthony's eyes narrowed upon sensing Gerard's overwhelming aura. This guy is actually stronger than the mercenary leader. How dare you look away from me? The mercenary leader, named Geoffrey, roared as he swung his polearm. Swoosh! Anthony was also keeping an eye on Geoffrey, so he quickly reacted by lifting his halberd. Clang! A dull clang echoed as soon as their weapons clashed. Anthony had only recently advanced, so his mana was weaker compared to Geoffrey. He felt his arms shaking after that collision. Swoosh! A shadow abruptly appeared on his left, not giving him the time to defend. Shit! Anthony hastily moved to the side, narrowly evading the swift dagger that was aimed at his neck. He almost got me. Anthony took a deep breath as he looked at the man holding a pair of daggers. Luckily, that person is here, or this place would have been my graveyard. He chuckled as he thought about the person who led them here. Charles, who was watching the scene, frowned when he saw Anthony's smile. What is he smiling for? He muttered in confusion. Just then, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. Don't move if you don't want to die. A nonchalant voice drifted into his ears. Charles looked down and saw a sword hanging over his neck. Who is this person? I didn't even sense his presence. He was alarmed. He always prided himself as one of the strongest in the north, but he was actually unable to detect someone's presence. Who are you, sir? He asked, sweat trickling down his face. Don't try to negotiate with me, and don't even think about escaping. A mocking response resonated in his ears. Fuck. Just who is this person? He was already at the peak of the elite knight realm, but against this person, he felt that there was no chance of resisting. Even though he couldn't see the face of the man behind him, Charles could feel an overwhelming pressure akin to a towering mountain from him. My lord. Gerard finally noticed what was going on, but it was already too late. His lord has been caught, and this person also seemed far more powerful than him. A transcendent knight. Gerard was stunned when he realized the other party's strength. Meanwhile, Anthony immediately took the chance to speak. Put down your weapons if you don't want your lord to die. The mercenaries under Geoffrey hesitated. Charles was their client, and if something happened to him, they might not receive their payment. Just do as he says. Put down your weapons. Charles shouted when he saw them hesitating. He was afraid that the man behind him would truly kill him. Chapter 99-99, Concessions. Geoffrey clicked his tongue in annoyance. What a spineless coward! Listen here, Sir Anthony. We were only protecting our client's property earlier, so please allow us to leave. We don't wish to be involved in this matter anymore. Geoffrey didn't want to work with Charles anymore. Following a spineless bastard like this won't do us any good. Anthony didn't respond immediately. He looked at the old man, William, and asked. What do you think, Sir William? Should we let them go? Geoffrey nervously stared at the old man. Feeling everyone's gazes on them, Charles felt ashamed. He didn't forget to glare at Geoffrey, but the latter didn't even glance at him. I'm sorry, but I can't let you guys go, William muttered while shaking his head. Hearing this, Geoffrey frowned. Old man, you may be stronger than me, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If it really comes to that, then we won't hold back anymore. Everyone's gazes tightened upon hearing his words. No one has died on either side as of the moment, so the situation was still salvageable, but if the mercenaries were to fight aggressively, things would end differently. William furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't want unnecessary bloodshed. Is there no other way? Hold on. Anthony opened his mouth, putting the situation to a temporary standstill. Everyone turned their gazes at him, wondering what he was about to say. Geoffrey, I know that you are only doing this for the money, and there's no bad blood between us. Let's all calm down and talk this out. Anthony lowered his halberd to show that he didn't want things to escalate. I'm listening. Go on. Geoffrey also lowered his polearm. Thank you. Anthony cleared his throat. His next words would decide the fate of everyone in this mansion, and this weighed heavily on his shoulders. After gathering his composure, he spoke. Why don't we all take a step back here? We need to bring you to North Pine Town since you are involved with Charles. Please cooperate with us, and I promise you that I will speak up for your group. I'm sure the Silver Swords will understand your situation. Geoffrey's face darkened as he pondered deeply. Don't even think about betraying me, Geoffrey. Charles could no longer hold back his rage when he saw that Geoffrey was planning to back out. Without his mercenary group, his chances of escaping would be slim. I paid you, so you must. Noisy. William slapped Charles into unconsciousness, making him unable to finish his words. Everyone was terrified of the old man's power. Even Gerard was afraid to make a move. Charles was an elite knight, but a person like him actually collapsed after one slap to the head. Decide immediately. William stared deeply at Geoffrey, making the latter flinch in trepidation. Ahem. Geoffrey looked away from the old man and turned his gaze back to Anthony. Can you guarantee our safety? He asked hesitantly. He had no choice but to compromise. Forcing their way out would result in heavy casualties and they might even be branded as criminals. If that happens, they would be forced to leave the city. Anthony nodded and reassured him. You have my word. As long as you're not too deeply involved with Charles, I will speak up for your group. Geoffrey let out a heavy sigh. He scanned the faces of his subordinates before he helplessly nodded. Fine. We will follow you to North Pine Town. You made a wise decision, my friend. Anthony was relieved. He then signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons. Geoffrey also sent a signal to his men to retract their weapons. Gerard knew that the situation was no longer in their favor, so he could only follow suit. Seeing that the situation had finally been settled, William grabbed the unconscious Charles and said, Let's go. Under William's lead, Vale's city guards escorted the mercenaries and Charles's subordinates towards North Pine Town. By the time they arrived at the town, it was already evening. At this moment, Alaric was outside the main mansion, anxiously looking at the time limit of the mission details on the cyan screen. _____. Mission, Revenge 2. Mission difficulty, Normal. You have gathered enough evidence to destroy your uncle's reputation. Bring him down. Time limit, 6 hours 39 minutes and 21 seconds. Rewards, 400 battle points, 25 EXP, 25 stat points, item upgrade card X1. Penalty for failure, 50 EXP, 1000 battle points. _____. I only have 6 hours left. When are they coming? Just then, he suddenly saw a warrior on horseback rushing towards him with an urgent look. The warrior pulled the reins when he was only a few meters away from Alaric, and as soon as his horse stopped, he jumped down and saluted. My lord, they are here. He reported with a serious face. Good. Alaric's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Did they capture the target? He asked. The warrior nodded. Yes, my lord. Alaric breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. You may leave. He waved his hand. The warrior bowed and jumped back to his mount. Hiya. Alaric watched the warrior leave with a smile on his face. I must report this to Dad and Mom. He quickly headed inside the mansion to inform his parents about the situation. A moment later, he arrived at his father's study room. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lucas raised an eyebrow when he saw Alaric impatiently walking inside. Dad, they're here. Alaric responded. Lucas narrowed his eyes. I see. He stood up, arranged his clothes, and nodded at Alaric's. Let's go see them. Yes, my lord. The father and son stepped out of the room. On their way down, Alaric asked. Where is Mom? She went out with Harris to investigate the stores that your uncle had manipulated. I sent Warwick to protect them, so they will be fine. Lucas responded. Alaric could rest easy with his mother taking care of the issues about their stores. She was the expert in this area. Not to mention that Harris was with her. Chapter 100-100, Lucas's verdict. The father and son duo waited in front of the main mansion. After less than 30 minutes, they finally saw a large group of warriors coming towards them. Those warriors must be the mercenaries that Uncle hired. They looked quite formidable. Alaric frowned when he saw the mercenaries. Good thing Sir William has the support of Vale's city guards. That saved him some trouble of doing things all by himself. At this moment, the old man stopped in front of the Baron and gave him a salute to show his respect. "Greetings, my lord." He then saluted Alaric afterwards. "I have fulfilled your request, my lord." The old man smiled as he pointed at Charles, who had already regained consciousness. The latter seemed to be afraid of the old man, and he even flinched when William glanced at him. "Thank you for accepting my unreasonable request, Sir William." Alaric extended his hand with a grateful smile. The old man grabbed his hand and shook it lightly. "It's my pleasure to help you, my lord. Besides, I owe you a lot for giving me the opportunity to break through. If not for you, I would have probably..." His voice trailed off as if he didn't want to say the rest of it. The two exchanged pleasantries before they went right to the topic. "My lord, I brought these mercenaries to be investigated. Please decide what to do with them," William said as pointed at the mercenaries. "All right. They will have to stay in the estate tonight while we proceed with the investigation." Alaric nodded. He was aware that these men were merely hired muscles, so he was willing to let them go after it had been proven that they were innocent. "My lord, if I may speak." Anthony stepped forward. Alaric glanced at the newly advanced elite knight. "What is it, Sir Anthony?" "Ahem." Anthony cleared his throat before he spoke. "I'm sure you're already aware that these men are mercenaries. I can vouch for them. They only followed Charles because of the huge money he promised to give them. I hope you can be lenient with these warriors." He bowed deeply to Alaric after he uttered those words. "I understand, Sir Anthony. You can rest assured. As long as they are innocent, we will release them immediately." Alaric tapped the elite knight's shoulder. "Thank you, my lord." Anthony was relieved to hear this. Alaric waved his hand. This was just a minor issue to him. Furthermore, he had already thought of letting go of the mercenaries since Charles was the main cause of this problem. He stared at the Baron and asked while pointing at Charles. "What should we do with this criminal, my lord?" Everyone turned their gazes to the Baron. His decision would determine Charles's fate. Would he forgive his brother who had plotted to poison him, or would he eliminate this hidden threat? "Lucas, wait. This must be a misunderstanding. You know that I would never do this." Charles squeezed out a smile. He was afraid that Lucas would really send him to death. Looking at his brother, Lucas took a deep breath and sighed. "Charles, why did you do it?" His voice carried a trace of pain. "What do you mean?" "I don't know any." "Enough!" Lucas bellowed. An overwhelming aura suddenly pressed on everyone, making them unable to move. Even William, who had recently become a transcendent knight, was shocked by the pressure he exuded. "Charles, you weren't talented, so I gave you the best resources to help you become an elite knight. You didn't know anything about business, but I sent you to oversee the family's main shops. I knew that you were secretly manipulating the finances of our businesses, but I turned a blind eye to it. And even after all that I have done for you, you actually thought of poisoning me." His words made Charles lower his head in silence. No one said a word. They just stared at the Baron and his shameless brother with a look of interest. These types of scenes were normal within the nobility. Brothers who had become enemies and even sons turned against their fathers for the sake of their inheritance. This was the hideous side of the political world. "Tomorrow, you will be sent to the guillotine." Lucas gave his verdict with an indifferent expression. He took one final look at his brother before he turned around and left. Everyone stared at the Baron's desolate back view. Alaric clicked his tongue. He wanted to torture this man and let him suffer for a long time, but his father had already made the decision. Suddenly, the cyan screen appeared in front of him, telling him that he had completed the mission. ______. Mission complete. Rewards: 400 battle points, 25 exp, 25 stat points, item upgrade card x1. ______. Alaric Silver Sword Knight exp, 477/500. Potential: B. Traits: horseback riding, C. Swordsmanship, SSS, close combat, C. Archery, F. Hunting, E. Tracking, E. Sixth sense, F. Strength, 100. Stamina, 40 plus. Agility, 100. Vitality, 27 plus. Endurance, 42 plus. Mana, 48 plus. Battle points, 3,770. Stat points, 33. Requirements for the next advancement: 500 EXP, 100 in all attributes, and 5,000 battle points. _____. Mission: Revenge 3. Mission difficulty: Normal. You have successfully captured Charles. However, your task is not yet done. Make sure that Charles will receive his punishment. Time limit: 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Rewards: 500 battle points, 30 EXP, 30 stat points, random trait card X1. _____. This should be the last part of this mission, he thought when he saw the next mission popping up. At this moment, Charles, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head and stared at Alaric with hatred. Alaric! It was because of you. If it weren't for you. William quickly grabbed the man's shoulder, preventing him from taking another step. Uncle, no. Charles? Alaric walked towards him with a calm gaze. My lord, you should stay away from this man. William frowned when he saw him approaching Charles. Alaric raised his hand at the old man, signaling to him that it was fine. He stood in front of his uncle and stared deeply into his eyes. Charles, if it was up to me, I wouldn't kill you so easily. You see, I lost many people because of you. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, making Charles unconsciously take a step back.